Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all doing well. It's time for an FFA tournament. Going to be quite a bit of fun here in the old age of empires. So sorry for the delay here. Was just getting the stream started, getting everyone organized, and life's good. Welcome. Yes, let the sweaty cycle of treacherous victories commence. A very, very apt description of FFA, which is always fun. So once again, want to thank you guys all for joining. Let's get this party started. Good to be jumping in to spectate some of the games as soon as we get it going. Right now, I'm just coordinating with all the players to get that all set, and we should be fine. I think we have 7 or 8 pods today, so we had a pretty good run of signups, actually. I think we're, about 8, which is good. We're going to be having a full finals, which I'm quite excited for. I think FFA, man, I wanted to play today too, but the problem is if I end up making it to the grand finals, then we wouldn't be able to cast it properly, which I really did want to play though, because there's like we need one person to fill a spot. Let me see. If not, I will find one. All right, so is there anybody here in chat that is interested in playing in the tournament and is in the Discord? If you are, then shoot me a message right now. And because we just have one spot we need to fill, and then it's like a perfect run of events. Can we see the pods? Yeah, we'll take a look at all the pods. 100%. We'll look at everything. Don't you guys worry. Right now, the players are just getting their game going. And Wizard. Spot. All right, perfect. So, as far as the pods go, let's go ahead and fire those up, and we will look over on the tournament website. Pone says no thanks. Oh, come on, dude. Come on. You know you want to. He will eventually. Eventually, Pone will give in. I'll just be on my deathbed. I'll be like, Pone, all I want is for you to play Age of Empires with me. All right, guys, let's take a look. So heading on over real quick. You can see looking at Pod A, it's Patty, Nakamura RTS, Bull Moose, and Vice Pro. Pod 2 is going to be Disco King, Malekith, Tung, and Panic Check. Group C is going to be Brownio, Rectiliner, Ryan V, and Matt Boss. Group D is going to be Chomp, John Wick's Dog, Arakawaz, and Q-Patch. Group E is going to be the Great Cornolio. That's a classic reference. Aofe, Cheezus, and Camel Warlord. Group F is going to be Winter Wind, Rahul, Esanch, and the Dreaded Chicken. Group G is going to be Gale, Ganarax, Dayman, which is the Dread Pirate Roberts, by the way, and Mark. And Group H, currently we're looking to fill that last spot, which is going to be Half a Corn, Lone Wizard, and DB here. So that is the tail of the tape for the pods. Let me just hang tight real quick. Okay. Let's see if we can find anyone. Just looking here, and there's a 5-minute delay anyway, so the games are just getting started, so I have to wait a couple minutes anyways before we can get into those matches. Hey, yeah, you guys can start. Everyone can start. Let me go ahead and let you guys know. You can all start, by the way. No need to wait for me. Oh man, like I would fill the spot myself, but I need to cast the games. That's the whole point of this like tournament, is to be able to see those. All right. So feel free to start. Turn will fill the last spot. I really want to. All right. So, hold on a sec. Wait. There we go. Lone Wizard. Yes, we had a hero fill the last spot. The legend of Jeff Bob. Jeff Bob is going to be filling the final spot. Perfect. All right. So, now we just need to find one of these lobbies. And we will be observing this pod here, which is with Nakamura RTS. So Nakamura is an RTS master, if you haven't seen him. He does Spell Force and all sorts of other good stuff. So we're going to be covering this pod here. And let's do it. So we have Patty on the Holy Roman Empire. Patty, of course, a regular of our FFA scene, always doing very, very good. We have Nakamura RTS on the Holy Romans, Vice Pro on the French, and Bull Moose. Not just a bull, but also Moose is going to be playing on the Roos. Fill the last spot and just before you Wonder Victory, destroy it. Yeah. Jeff Bob is going to win it. Yeah, it's going to happen. Will I play Company of Heroes 3? For sure. For sure. We're going to be covering that when it does come out. Yeah. Didn't really get into the betas. They were a little bit rough around the edges. So yeah, but when the main kind of game comes out, we'll for sure do that. So I think we should have a 5-minute delay. Yeah, we got 3 minutes till we start here. So this is the first pod of the day. And right now there's 8 pods going, if I'm not mistaken. And there will be one winner from each pod, which will be going on to the grand finals, which today I think we have between a $75 and $100 cash prize for the winner of the event. So, you know, we got a little something, something. Top tier civs only. Rus is actually very good in FFA now. The hunting cabins, in conjunction with the fact they can build stone walls, really good late game artillery if they want to go, but typically it's got to be Spatskaya in my experience. On top of that, and Streltsy are just very, very good late game units. Very, very good late game units. Hey, Ashvin. Hope you're doing well. Glad you're enjoying the game. The dreaded bull moose, yes. The bull and the moose will be setting up the Spatskaya up on the highest of hills and looking to conquer the old world. Yeah, it's gonna be fun, man. I'm excited for this one. This is gonna be a good pod of players. Let me just make sure nobody has any questions here. All right, perfect. Looks like all the pods are off to a clean start. So thank you to the team captains of the respective pods for getting everything together. That's essentially how we run it. We have one person who hosts the lobby and organizes. So thank you guys. Without you, it'd be very tough to organize these. Yeah, should be good. Should be good indeed. So double Holy Roman's going to be scrapping over the relics for sure. Although on these maps, I'm trying to think of how many relics. So we're on a medium map size with 4 people, which is relatively large actually, as it pertains to, you know, just the number of players. The 4-player maps are usually played on like, wouldn't say small, but yeah, as small is very much like a Thunderdome. Like large will allow for a little bit more of an expansive style of play. It's going to be a little bit different there, but we'll see. We'll see. So predictions, let us go ahead and put it to a poll. All right, all right. And 1 and 1. Who shall reign? Shall win. Then we got Patty, we got Nakamura, we got Vice Bro, and then we have the Bull Moose. We'll put Bull Moose's name in capitals because I feel like it should be. Perfect. 2 turtles and 2 aggressive civs. Oh, Rus is kind of a turtling civ a little bit, I would say, although they can be very aggressive. Holy Romans definitely can turtle, but they can also go pedal to the metal on aggression. Like, if you go Burger Palace, or if you get Regnits online and just have a ton of gold coming in and just pouring out knights and, you know, gold intensive units, I mean, HRE can be super aggressive as well. I would say England is probably the most heavy duty turtle civ in the game. Although England is a little bit bugged right now, actually. Apparently there's an issue with their network of like citadels. Oh my god, I'm just getting the dreaded phone calls. Let me go get that. Turn that off before we get this going. All right, 1 sec, guys. 1 second. Just waking up myself here. Definitely not a morning person. All right, power it off. All right, let's make it official, shall we? Spawning on the west side of the map, it is going to be Patty, the Dark Lord of the Holy Roman Empire. Down to the southeast, it's going to be the Bull Moose on the Rus. In the northeast, it's going to be Nakamura RTS coming in with the Holy Romans as well. And in the top north, it's going to be Vice Bro on the French. Now, today's tournament is being played on Mega Random, so the maps can be pretty wild here. And of course, sometimes you get good spawns, you get bad spawns. Overall, I would say that the worst spawn here is probably the Bull Moose. Bull Moose, this looks like it wanted to be like a pond of water, but I don't think it actually worked out there. So what can you do? You can't win them all. But up to the northeast, we do have water available for Nakamura RTS. We do also have water for Vice Bro and water for Patty if they want to opt to go that direction. Although in my experience, it's not like a super, it's not like as much of an auto take as it once was. Although I think on FFA, going for early water is very good. It's kind of like having a second TC. And yes, you're going to be slightly delayed in terms of your tech and whatnot. But I don't think that's really that big of an issue. I think going for water in FFA is good, or a fast second TC. So if I were the Bull Moose here, I'd probably go, feudal, obviously in the most standard way I possibly could, while hunting, bounty around the map. And then once you do that, you just trade for stone using the Golden Gate, and that's going to be giving you access to a really, really fast second TC, which can put the Rus pretty far ahead. And you could build a second TC on top of this hunt right here. This is actually like a turbo opportune spot. If you just like push these deer back right here, set it up next to the berry bushes in this camp, that's going to be a guaranteed, you know, several thousand food more or less, and that's going to really help you get to the next age. And also next to a wood line, like you could go like right here. That would be pretty good. Hey, Templar Knight, thank you for the donation. Hey, Turin, just got some Warhammer Fantasy Empire models. Any tips when it comes to painting? Keep up the amazing content. Yeah, so it depends on what you're going to be painting, but like, what style of Empire do you want to paint? Do you want to paint, are you painting Talabheim? Are you painting Altdorf, Reichland? Let me know in chat, Templar Knight, and I'll answer your question more specifically, and I can give you some tips for sure. Now, due north, pretty standard openings. Going to be the French just hitting the food with 10 and then getting a couple on gold, so a little bit of a different ratio. Usually it's going to be like 8 and then 4 on gold for French to be a little bit quicker to get to the feudal. Here we do have the Holy Romans, and this is this is the classic problem you run into with Holy Romans. If you don't bring your initial sheep back to your base, you actually run out of sheep in your main, and then you can see he's actually long distance mining berry bushes, which is a little bit of a desperate tiding there for sure. Water, who is going for water? Okay, I like this a lot. Nakamura RTS is going to be setting up an early dock with the Holy Romans, and obviously has the prelate bouncing back and forth. So yeah, it's great. All these workers on wood are going to be motivated, so that's going to be allowing for a pretty heavy-duty early food eco, which will really, really serve them in the late game. Now, are they transitioning to gold? No, it looks like they are staying there. So, should be cool. Now, Nakamura RTS is a very, very skilled, I should say, RTS gamer. I've played many games with Nakamura, and yeah, very, very, very strong RTS mechanics. So, I'm curious to see who's going to be emerging as kind of the arch villain here. Who's going to be the nemesis that everybody has to kind of team up on. In 4 players, it's tricky. Like in 8 players, usually like somebody will emerge as a villain. Yeah, I would say like in the mid to late game, and but I feel like that can happen a little bit earlier in just like this 4-man FFA. This is a little bit different. Usually we do cast 8, but it looks like people are going to be starting to get feudal now. So a lot of sheep, really nice sheep haul by the Bull Moose. And for the Bull Moose, it looks like his bounty is at 270. And when you have a Roost player in your small pod, you should definitely try and deny the bounty if you can. Although it's not as big of a deal, you know, because it's interesting. For any of you guys who ever played like Magic the Gathering Commander, there's people who usually bring like, there's always someone in your pod who's going to be bringing like a turbo competitive deck, right? And it's that like I've made decks that are like super competitive, and I might be playing with a group of friends who have like pretty mid-tier decks, and I often find myself losing simply because they'll team up on you, right? They know you're a big threat. And I wonder if that's kind of a principle as well in the FFA, right? Like, I'm not saying like play complete possum, but maybe just like don't take the sacred site super early, like kind of fly under the radar. I found that actually works very, very well. Now, we do have the villagers. Villagers going to be coming for the big sheep over here, which is pretty close to this as well. I would really, really love to see a second TC over there. I really would. Let's see what the poll looks like, by the way. So according to the people, I love democracy. We have Patty at 29%, Nakamura at 33%, Bull Moose at 31%. And man, you guys are not putting any respect on Vice Bro's name here. Just none. He is the French. French are a very good FFA civ. I mean, I think overall, mechanically speaking, French are just one of the best civs in the game. They bring so much to the table, right? You get free, faster villager production, okay? So just naturally, you don't even have to do anything. At age 1, it's 5%, 10%, 15%, and 20%, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, as you progress through the ages. So they just get like, they basically get the Song Dynasty of China for free. They have some of the best units in the game via the Royal Knights, which you can honestly just spam with any sort of archer unit, and you're going to have like a really good army comp. And yeah, really good landmarks too. Like Guildhall is amazing. If you just bank stone as soon as you get it, by the time late game rolls around, you have like 15, 20,000 stone. You can just build like 10 keeps. It's crazy. It's really crazy, but I'm curious. I am curious. Was thinking of an Ulrich theme for your army. So this is going back to answer the question from the donation from Templar Knight. So in my experience, honestly, it's like painting Warhammer Fantasy minis isn't that different. Like the Empire models are pretty nice and most of them are plastic. So there's not really like a big, I think Patty just accidentally pulled all the workers here. I'm not sure what's going on. Is there going to be some sort of a dreaded tower rush or something? Okay, I think that was just a mistake. I thought there was going to be some sort of a weird rush going for a second. Yeah, no, that was just a misplay there. Sorry, Patty, we caught the misplay. You've been seen. So I would say that one of the hardest things about painting like Empire heraldry is painting whites. Like using white colors, it's really hard to find a good one. But I actually just started using Pallid Witch Flesh for my whites. And I would say that's been one of the biggest things that's been really nice for me. But aside from that, you know, Null Oil is always obviously going to be your friend with the Empire. And I would recommend that as opposed to Agrax. And yeah, that's pretty much it, man. There's not too much to it. Templar Knight, though, what I can suggest is if you jump in Discord, shoot me a message about like specific questions and I can answer those for you, because it's a little bit of a broad-ended question, so it's hard to answer in the scope of the stream. But shoot me a message in Discord and I will happily answer any of your questions. So yeah, now we have a really nice Aachen economy going, right? So we have farms going here, we have wood all under the influence of the Aachen, gold as well. Looking very, very nice. Nakamura over here going to be going with a stable and a barracks. It almost looks like a 1v1 opening. Like Nakamura here going for hardened spearmen and a stable. So was he expecting some sort of early pressure? Or maybe he's just going to be getting the spearmen out early to secure relics, which is what I wager is going to be the case. I mean, he's already got 4 spearmen. Is he going to be trying to kill somebody? Okay. I have to admit, I am a little bit suspicious. We have a bunch of hardened spearmen. We already have 3 horsemen queued up there. And Nakamura is going to be going for the early Aachen farms, which is exactly what you want to be doing. Did you play in the new patch? No, this is actually my first look at it today. Great fishing eco. We do have 6 fishing boats. Over here, it looks like there is the beginning of a fishing eco coming in from Vicebro. Vicebro going to be getting a little bit of action. There's some deep water fish here. And the Roost down to the south, just taking a very cautious approach, which is good. You can, again, fly under the radar, let everybody else kind of go Mortal Kombat at one another, and just emerge victorious in the late game. That's really how I play FFA. Like, when I play FFA, I usually, like, if I'm in an 8-player game, I'll kill my closest neighbor. Like, I go fast castle, and I'll go pedal to the metal to take out my nearest neighbor. That's, like, what I do every single time. And then after that, I just kind of sit. I don't really get involved in the politics of the world. I just hang out and wait for my opponents to just Thunderdome one another. And then I come in with either a Sacred or a Wonder Victory or, you know, anything like that. So that is that. Buck, glad I can make it today. Keep up the amazing content. Buck, thank you. And I'm glad you can make it today as well, my friend. Tower coming up for the French. I feel like Vicebro and Nakamura playing a little bit of 1v1 here. He's got a pretty substantial military. Are we going to be seeing a second TC? And look at that, guys. Beautiful. Even after building a fair amount of military early, which you don't normally see too often in FFA, which I guess is a nice safety net. You never know. Somebody could come for you. And also, it does allow him to secure relics. So if Nakamura, for example, is fighting over relics against another HRE player, he's probably going to win because he's got the spearmen, so he's going to get more. But we are seeing the Regnitz Cathedral coming out, and I would imagine we're going to see more prelates. Yep, we see another prelate coming out, so the Friar Tuck is here, and we do have another prelate right here. So yes, the party is indeed getting started. And the relics are going to be contested. So the other HRE player, I believe, is on the west side. And whoa, Patty going for it. Oh my God, this isn't an FFA game. This is very ballsy. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the dreaded Burger Palace. Oh my God, the Bull Moose just crushed everybody in the poll. We're going to have to close this down. Okay, it looks like Bull Moose is a fan favorite here. I think it's the name. Who knows? Turn and just watch the Heilfer's Dowie video. Hey, I'm glad to hear it. Hopefully you enjoyed it, my friend. But yeah, Burger Palace. Okay, this is wild. So, I mean, obviously, I think Regnitz is the superior landmark in an FFA game. Now, if you're just trying to all in and kill your neighbor and secure territory, Burger Palace is going to be very good for that. Because essentially, it's just like, you know, it's like 4 barracks, right? Which is nice. It really allows a huge timing push. But the Regnitz Cathedral, just over the course of a long game, gives you so much gold. Now, Friar Tuck here should be grabbing this, so he's kind of hanging out. He's eyeing the relic and getting ready to bring it back to the Holy Roman Emperor. Nakamura just guarding all the relics. I mean, just look at this. Beautiful, beautiful play. We got spearmen, we got horsemen all over the place. So I kind of get it now. Like, I was a little bit curious. Oftentimes what you'll see from Holy Romans is fast castle followed up with double stable, and then you get double knights coming out to secure the relics. But this is even safer, because having the extra spearmen will buffer off enemy knights and horsemen, which I think is enough for sure. So Regnitz is on its way back, and for anybody who's new to the game, or not new, but maybe isn't up to date on some of the updates to the Regnitz Cathedral, it basically makes it so all your relics generate more gold, 100% more gold, no matter where they are. So it kind of encourages you to put them in towers, and the Regnitz Cathedral now functions like a regular, church, I guess you could say. You can make prelates from it, you can get all the different texts. It's very, very nice. Now, it looks like a very, very conservative play coming in from Vicebro. He's going to be playing kind of a Helm's Deep style of play up here in the north. So setting up the big old stone walls. Also probably going to need a wall off the north. Although, yeah, no, there's a trade post here too. Okay, there's a little something, something. Slight rating going down as the Bull Moose tries to send a message to his French opponent on the north side of the map. And Nakamura, dude, showing no mercy. Patty's like just trying to get a relic here, and Nakamura's like, I'm not even going to let you have the relic right next to your base, dude. He just comes in, karate chops that knight. Burger Palace is going to be able to produce spearmen pretty quickly. So I would imagine that Patty should be able to get this relic. But dude, Nakamura's just, oh my god, he's got a prelate coming over here. Dude, if he gets this, that is just going to be such a meme, dude. Okay, there's a lot of spearmen there now. Now, I wonder if Nakamura is going to be trying to lure them away. Okay, it looks like he's maybe still wanting it. Dude. Oh my god. He's going to send the horsemen in as a distraction and try and Grand Theft Auto this relic. Okay, so the horsemen are going to move in. Oh, prelate's going to get shanked so hard. He's just trying to get it away a little bit. And the Wololo will probably come in a second. Oh my god. Oh no. Is he going to make it? Oh man. Okay, he doesn't quite make it. And I don't think there's another prelate nearby. But the fact that he's like contesting relics like right in front of his opponent's base is so brutal, man. It's so brutal. Now, what is the Bull Moose up to? I like what the Bull Moose is working with, man. He's taking notes out of the dreaded Masso's book and is going to be going to be the Dark Lord of Spears. I feel like it's like the Highlander. There must always be one. There's always one player who just like only builds spears and builds like 500 of them, and they just march over the hill like the Rohirrim at Helm's Deep, and yeah, it's always a good time. But second TC play, I love it. I think it's really good. I don't know if I agree with the Roos spear spamming, because Roos don't really have any like accentuation for that. I mean, I guess Men-at-Arms spam and Castle Age could be good, but overall I think you need to go more like archer ranges for horse archers and map control early. It depends on what you're trying to do, I guess. But yeah, maybe he's just worried about like horsemen and whatnot. But let's go ahead and take a look at the relic count for all the players here in this game. So we got 1, 2 so far for the HRE. I would imagine there's more relics coming home at this point. So we got prelates heading out. Yeah, there's a relic here. There's a relic down here. And let's take a look at the vision here of Nakamura. So Nakamura knows that there is another relic here, but I don't know if he's aware of the one down south in the realm of the dreaded Bull Moose. So Patty getting a nice economy. It looks like the relic was taken back to the monastery, and okay, that's not bad. Patty did get 2 relics as well. Now, if he had regnants, of course, this would be a lot better, but in this case, hey, at least he's got a couple. That's going to give him a little bit of sustainable gold going into the late game. Now, the French playing like champs. All of you guys, none of you guys put any respect on Vice Pro's name, but he's playing really well. I mean, he's got a beautiful economy going right now. He's got the 2 TC French. He's got Guildhall banking food at the moment, which I think he's either going to go fast imp or that's kind of a mistake. Not really sure. Sometimes you go with the food bank and then you just like sell it or collect the food to go Imperial is something you often see. Yeah, Vice Pro looking really good. I mean, he's got like this huge stone wall, Helm's Deep up in the north. Like, it's going to take a serious amount of commitment to take him down. And look at this. Okay, guys. Patty playing the game. Patty's able to get another relic. It looks like he takes it from Nakamura's scout right there. And is going to be heading back to the west with that relic. And overall, that's going to be tying the relic count at 3 to 3, if I'm not mistaken. So 2 relics here. And did this relic get taken? No, actually. Wow. Okay, so a relic favor for Patty, despite the early control from Nakamura. Now, where is the aggression going to be coming in? Where will the aggression strike first? I really wouldn't want to attack into this French, because you're going to have to invest in, 2 or 3 artillery pieces or battering rams, all that sort of good stuff. So the Burger Palace is here. Is he going to be producing out of it? Okay, we got the Holy Roman Men-at-Arms, so they're going to be coming out with the big old thick maces and looking to drop the hammer time on some of the enemy forces. The Bull Moose is going to be setting up his palisades here. Oh my god, Patty is a little relic bandit. Looks like this wolf is going after it. What if he just Wololos this wall villager? He's trying to get past the walls here, but Patty overall killing it with the relics. Looks like he got 4 at the end of the day. He does have 1 here, so Patty ends up winning the relic game pretty heavily. But, see, this is a little bit risky for Nakamura. This is what I'm talking about being an arch-villain. Because if he takes all 3 of these sacred sites, oh my god, I think Nakamura is going to go for it, guys. I think he's going to go for the sacred victory right now. This would be such a power play. Oh, and he's getting a siege workshop. You know what that means, right? That means that there's going to be spring alts coming out. And he's setting up forward infrastructure, man. He's just playing so alpha. He's coming in with just pure aggression. Okay, so Nakamura is like the guy in your Magic pod who plays Maelstrom Wanderer. Like just winning on like turn 5 or 6, and you're just like, what's going on here? And everybody has to team up and stop them. And it looks like the Sacred Site's going to be taken by Patty. But the problem with doing this early for Nakamura is it makes you look like a villain. Because now everybody's going to be like, oh, he's the one trying to win the game super quick. So let's see if it pays off. Yeah, Vice Pro does have a really nice position. He's got like a... Vice Pro could go trading too. Like he could set up markets on this side of his economy and just like trade across at the sea here. And it looks like Patty, the Holy Romans, And, oh no, that's actually the French. Okay, the French come down and shut down the sacred sites. Okay. He's the Maelstrom Wanderer player. Yeah, no, there's always one. There was a guy that I used to play with in the Bay Area. Really nice guy, but he always played Maelstrom Wanderer, and his deck would consistently win on, like, turn, like, 5 or 7. So, like, everybody just went after him every game. And he would, like, complain. He'd be like, why do you guys always team up on me? It's like, dude, your deck wins on, like, turn 6. We're all just playing these, like, meme decks over here. You're just out there with the Maelstrom Wanderer. Yep. Look at this, a French Knight Raid against Patty in the south. Okay, Holy Rum and Maceman are going to be having to try and stop this. There's only a couple of them, though. But that's what's really cool about the Burger Palace, is Burger Palace is going to be able to kind of surge out troops to deal with this very quickly. Nakamura's got a big old army here, and I would imagine Nakamura is going to be going for the Sacred Sites once again. The Bull Moose is here. Very, very chilled down to the south. Okay. So Bull Moose is here, and he is getting a bunch of stables. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 stables. Holy shit. And archery ranges. So it looks like Bull Moose maybe heard us making a bit of a critique as it pertains to the unit composition. And it's going to be getting the Spasskaya Tower, which is going to be setting up the old stone walls for the Rus. Yeah, man, Bull Moose with a lot of really good fundamentals. It seems like this is a really strong pot of players. So Bull Moose set up his high trade house away from his main base. So in the occasion his main base does get steamrolled by somebody, he's going to be able to kind of build a stone wall around this potentially and then just like fall back. And if somebody wants to finish him off, they're going to have to find this and then take it out, which is going to make it quite a bit harder. Now, Nakamura is going for the Sacreds once again. Yeah, he's getting in there for sure. I mean, Nakamura is 100% a Conqueror level player as it pertains to 1v1. I played with him before. Very, very strong. And, yep, Sacred Site's coming up right here. And we see Sacreds being taken by Nakamura here as well. The French have a pretty vast empire, though. And it looks like the College of Artillery is coming out. So a lot of players are going to be reaching Imperial. And we do see the Palace of Swabia coming out for the Holy Romans in the east. And for Patty, what are we going to be seeing? We see Swabia. So, wow, everybody's already reaching Imperial Age. And Bull Moose is going to be getting it with the Spasskaya Tower. So, yeah, everybody is Imperial now. And all the Sacreds have been taken. Is he going to go for it? Okay, maybe Nakamura's not going to take it. I think he maybe realizes that having to deal with that many Imperial opponents is going to be very tough. So he actually opts not to take the last Sacred Site, which I think is a really, really good choice. I like that he didn't take that because it's not like otherwise everybody's going to team up on him and come and attack him right now. But at least now he's got 2 Sacreds, so he's getting a ton of gold, but it doesn't make him public enemy number 1, right? I don't know what the politics of the game look like beyond this and with chat and everything, but you never know. Now, somebody in chat asking, is Spasskaya mandatory in FFA? I would say so. I think the ability to have stone walls for the Rus is just such a game-changing thing. So just making sure here that we're all good. All right, excellent. Looks like we are all set. And all the pods are going. Hey, Melosi, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. We've had a really good FFA so far. This has been a super fun one. We got more villagers coming over here, setting up trade across the map. So we do see the Vice Bro setting up trade across Empire, which is going to be very cost effective. It's not a ton of gold, but French are a civ that do not have infinite gold outside of the the guild hall, right? Which of course, I mean, in a way, yes, they have infinite gold, but it's not going to be quite as potent here. But having this trade is going to be the difference maker for sure. So I do like that. Now, Patty, with a pretty resilient infantry-based army, Nakamura for sure probably has the strongest standing military at this point. But that could change when the Rus go full war machine here and start getting the Streltsy and start getting maybe some knights with upgrades. We don't really know. Great food economy too. I mean, let's take a look at the resources per minute. So current resource bank. The food is tied with the Bull Moose and Nakamura kind of being in the upper echelon. And let's look at the income per minute. So yeah, Vicebro actually killing it on the food, man. Let's see what he... Yeah, I guess he has fishing and plus he's got a really nice farm economy. I believe he's had most of the upgrades here. Let's go ahead and see how upgraded he is. Yeah, horticulture should be upgraded, especially with all the amount of farms he has. He's going to want to be getting that nice food economy going. Yeah, it's great, man. Oh, some good coffee, man. I didn't drink coffee for like almost a year and a half, and I just got back into it recently. It's just such a treat, man. Such a treat. I really like cold brews. Like cold brewed coffee is so nice. So nice. So the Holy Roman Knight's going to be heading to the south. Is he going to be going for the Sacred? Okay, maybe Nakamura feels like he can defend these now. Which, I mean, he does have a good standing army, and he's also got bombard cannons out, and he's stonewalling the French in the north. This might buy him some time. The French built a Rebalquin. I don't know if they have any heavy-duty cannons or anything like that. But we do also see the keep coming up, so the French are going to be getting a keep with the keep influence, so that's going to be very cost-effective for spamming out French knights and or horsemen to try and get a little bit of map control, which is great. But Nakamura is going to be the arch villain now. He's going for it, man. No mercy. There's just like a random French villager in the Holy Roman lands. He's just he's in the wrong place, so that is for sure. As a spearman's going to be coming to give him the old shank. So, how are the militaries looking for everybody? Sacred Victory is going to be on the table. So Nakamura is going for blood. So at 31 minutes and 50 seconds, give or take, the Red Holy Romans would have won this game. But this is going to be the catalyst that gets this battle going for sure. Like, it's on now. Like, everyone's going to have to mobilize. We see the Rus here not producing units quite yet. Just getting the war machine all oiled up here. To the west, Paddy has not made a big army. Paddy, of course, does have the Burger Palace and triple artillery here. So we got the siege workshops, double blacksmith coming out. I love this play, by the way. Hiding your last landmark behind stone walls is such a good FFA veteran play. More so if there's like a Chinese or like a Mongol player who's going to be all-inning you with fire lancers or lancers, but against French too. French can go landmark sniping very, very effectively, but Nakamura is setting up this unholy empire in the middle. And right now, he's got to be crushing everybody on gold. I mean, Regnitz with 2 or 3 relics, I think. I think he's got 2. I think Paddy ended up winning the relic game a little bit, but obviously 100 gold per minute per sacred site is going to be pretty big. Although it doesn't look like he's taking like a super active defense here. Like, it seems like he's just kind of taking these and not really looking to defend them. Which makes me think that Nakamura is going to be going for blood to try and take out the French, which I think it might have been a better play ever so slightly to maybe not take all the sacred sites, go kill the French player, and then take the sacred sites. Because defending sacreds against 2 players is very doable if you're entrenched. But yeah, it looks like he's going to be going for French. Yeah, it's going to be Mortal Kombat here. The French do have elite Royal Knights with pretty substantial upgrades, but the Holy Romans have numbers. They're not as upgraded, though. The French actually have a very nice range of upgrades here. You can see 2 melee range, which they get for free, 3 ranged armor, and yeah, they're good to go. But this Holy Roman army is serious. All right, so shots coming in, blasting into the Stonewall Gatehouse. The Holy Roman war machine is on the way. Paddy just kind of chilling out a little bit. Looks like they're going to let somebody else try and deal with that. I think he's just coming to try and kill the French. Straight up, dude. He's coming for it, man. And looking to the west, do the French have any military? Right now they're producing horsemen, which is going to be smart for driving the artillery, but they're going to need some serious meat. Now, French armies actually are usually a good counter against Holy Romans because Arbalists are just good against the entire army, right? Like, Arbalists have crazy good melee armor. They kill knights, they kill men-at-arms, so they are a little bit weak against land snakes. Land snakes are very, very good against most of those kind of lighter targets with their cleaving attacks, but the French knights going to be decapping the sacred sites, I would imagine. We got sacreds here, sacreds here. The Bull Moose, I am not sure what the Bull Moose is doing. He is the Dark Lord of Spears. He is just really, really playing possum down there. And like, I don't know how the French are going to be stopping Nakamura, man. He's looking very angry here. That is a fully oiled war machine, man. And yeah, you can see these are horsemen coming out, but I don't know if he... Yeah, okay, he's upgrading his horseman to veteran, then he'll need to go elite. He does have his Royal Knights riding around the map somewhere. I would imagine a little bit of raid into the base. Okay, he's trying to raid Nakamura, like a counter raid. Not necessarily a bad idea. This can sometimes force people back to their base here, but I think that Nakamura is going to be able to handle this by just producing spearmen in the base to fight off these French knights. And then you have to deal with this like fully erect army here. Okay, nice snipe here. The horsemen are going to be getting in. They do get on top of the cannons, but the Holy Romans respond pretty quickly. And the horsemen, if they were able to kill these cannons, their keeps would probably hold the line here. We got mangonels and horsemen coming out. It looks like one bombard does go down. Second bombard is down. Very, very nice play there by Vicebro. Using these haggard horsemen to snipe. Because again, the keep should be able to defend against most of these units. Although, a lot of vulnerabilities up here. Like, the Holy Romans could just march due north and they could really cause some serious problems. Bombard cannons thumping into the night. Looks like they're going after the mangonels there and are able to find some success. Trade route is also being shut down. And nobody is going after the sacred sites, which is very strange. Paddy is setting up his own giant Great Wall here. I wonder if Paddy's going to be going for like a wonder victory in the corner now. But Nakamura is going to be moving in, looking to plow through this base right here. More and more horsemen on their way in. And here they come. The Rebalquin is holding on like a champ, dude. The French Rebalquin just blasting through these infantry and actually enduring the attacks relatively well. But again, Nakamura probably will have some reinforcements coming in. Oh my god, what's going to be happening? Are those repair villagers? Okay, it looks like they are repair villagers. And we get more bombard cannons coming in. If the Holy Romans were to set up a keep here, that would probably break the back of the French. Like a keep right here on top of the siege workshops would be absolutely devastating. So the School of Cavalry has fallen. One landmark is down for the French here. And the one landmark is down. We have the Guild Hall, which he should probably claim the resources now. We have a town center. And then, oh my god, he built all of his landmarks right here! Oh no! Guildhall Town Center and College of Artillery! And Nakamura is setting up towers in the back. That is why in FFA you always have to set up your landmarks at, like, a little bit spread out. Because if you get one bad engagement like this, man, you're going to be getting buttered up pretty good. So Nakamura's going for it. The dreaded Bull Moose in the south is assembling a legion of haggard horsemen and spearmen and Streltsy. Okay, now he's moving out. The Bull Moose is coming to claim the sacred sites. Looks like one sacred site was decapped, so Nakamura is not going to be winning on sacreds this time around. Horsemen moving in from Vicepro, and they get a nice little charge. Do take out one of the bombard cannons, but we do get outposts coming up with Spring Alden placements, and the Holy Romans continue to just really cause pure devastation here. The French need to get some missiles. What they need is arbalists. Like, French arbalists would basically wreck this army. If you went arbalist, archer, and French Knight, that combo is so good against Holy Romans. It's so good because the land snakes get wrecked by the archers. Arbalists kill the knights and the cab, and you basically cover your bases. And then you can use the horsemen to dive artillery. But yeah, the Holy Romans have the spearmen with the riveted chainmail, so you'll notice that the HRE spearmen have 4 melee armor, which is really good. So they're very durable at fighting in the trenches compared to infantry from other factions. But the guild hall is on death's bed. It is being repaired here, and Vicepro's mighty empire in the north could actually be in danger. You know, he was looking very strong. But I think he just has the wrong army comp, really. And also the positioning of the landmarks here is very, very precarious. Looking around, the Bull Moose. Oh, the Bull Moose. Where's he going? Looks like he's going for a backdoor on Nakamura. I think they might have called for help. I'm not sure. Okay, so Bull Moose needs to upgrade his horsemen. His horsemen are still in the potato age. He's not upgrading them either. That's a bit of a shame. But yeah, he could be going for Nakamura's base. Which he better hurry, though, because the French aren't going to be lasting much longer. Okay, the French finally get some good units in their army. They got elite men-at-arms, which will be very good against spearmen. And he's got the double Rebalquin. The fight is on, man. He's diving those bombards. And look at the Rebalquins blasting in there. The HRE infantry really taking the business here, but they might just win on sheer numbers. And now that the HRE are entrenched with a bunch of outposts with Springald towers, it looks like the French army isn't going to be able to hold. But again, he's putting up a valiant fight. I mean, Nakamura is a really, really strong 1v1 player. So clearly this is going to be a tough scrap. The Bull Moose is, you know, Gondor, not Gondor, but Rohan is coming to the aid of Gondor. But Gondor isn't going to be lasting much longer under the hand of Grond here. Grond is battering down the gates of the White City. The trolls will be pouring through soon. Look at this Nakamura with the Chad Woodsteel. Oh yeah, look at that. So Guildhall is down. The French are going to be mustering. And the Bull Moose, I'm not sure what he's doing. The Bull Moose is our wild card here in this game. He is moving there. Okay, he's setting up a keep here to maybe fall back on, and now he's going to be going to war. They've got to be talking in chat. Like, Vicepro has got to be saying, look, guys, I'm getting just steamrolled here. Okay, the French are gone. Nakamura comes in with the steel chair. Well played to Vicepro, though. He played well. He just had the wrong army comp. Like, his eco is really good, beautiful economy. A couple things about Vicepro, just gotta put your landmarks like further back, and then also switch up the army comp a little bit. Arbalists and like French Knights are just such a good combo against HRE. So that was really just what cost it for him, was the army comp. Grond is at the gates, man. Yeah, Grond is here. And Nakamura is gonna be marching south now, but look, now the Bull Moose raid is on. Where's the Bull Moose gonna go? He needs to get the horsemen upgraded, man. It pains me to see them in the potato age, but I guess they're gonna get karate chopped anyway, so. Yeah, Nakamura's under pressure, man. Bull Moose is on his way in. Pretty good timing for him. He's going to be able to fall back and defend his lands. And it looks like a little bit of raiding in the base, perhaps. Yep, still moving in. Bull Moose has got his 2 cannons. He's got his keep set up here. And he is going to be heading into the main base of the Holy Romans. Yeah, we will see. So horsemen moving in, torching down buildings. Streltsy are going to be very tough to deal with. Streltsy are just absolute monsters. And the horsemen piling in to fight spears, which is a little bit rough. But hey, at least he's freeing up a little bit of supply. Buildings going down. Nakamura is being attacked by a pretty big Rus army, man. And Streltsy pretty much counter HRE in the Imperial Age. They're just super, super good. So they're moving in. Horseman raid going to be jumping in. Villagers being pulled. Nakamura's army is returning from its crusade in the French lands. So the spearmen should be able to clean out these horsemen. But dealing with the Streltsy is going to be a big issue. Nakamura trying to get a keep set up, but he's going to be taking some villager damage for sure. I mean, he's losing quite a bit of villagers here. But again, with his landmark, he should be able to replenish them. He's still at 95 eco as well. The Bull Moose causing some damage, man. Bombard cannons getting in there. The barracks going down. What is Patty up to during this time? I think Patty is more than happy to just kind of let them fight. To let the boy watch. And Patty looks like he's going to be trying to grab a sacred site or at least decap one right there as well. So Nakamura's landmark's in a little bit of danger. Emergency repair is going down, so that should heal through some of that. But dealing with this Streltsy ball is going to be one of the hardest things for Nakamura. He's coming with his army now. Now, in my experience, one of the best ways to deal with the Streltsy ball is obviously mangonels are quite good, but also mass land snakes. Like, land snakes mixed in with some more tanky infantry, like men-at-arms, can be pretty good here, because land snakes cut through spearmen like butter. And they also can kill Streltsy very quickly if they're able to get close. So here comes Nakamura's army, going to be fighting in a bit of a choke, which is not going to be good for the gun line. These guys are a big problem, and it looks like the TC is getting popped by the cannons. Where's the HRE production? I think it's mostly over here. Does he have any artillery coming out? Looks like he's switching to mass horsemen, so he's going to be going mass elite horsemen now, which is a good call to deal with these Streltsy, and it looks like the HRE army is able to break through the spearmen, and the Streltsy are going to be pulling back, but not before the Rus actually do some pretty substantial damage. So one bombard does go down. This horseman actually took out a bombard all on his own, but not before he gets the last samurai there. And now the rest of the HRE troops, who do have their own hand cannoneers, going to be moving into fight. And the Bull Moose's army is going to be repelled by the Holy Roman Emperor Nakamura RTS. The Streltsy will, of course, fight for a minute, but now that the horseman production is going to be coming out, these are elite horsemen, not terribly upgraded. Their ranged armor is just kind of baseline. So I would imagine Nakamura is going to need to get some more upgrades. Ooh, a nice trade route. Nakamura is trading for 125 a pop, but yeah, he really needs to get rid of these Streltsy. If the Bull Moose had set up like production infrastructure here and kept pouring in units, Nakamura actually could have been in a little bit of danger. And honestly, if Paddy were to attack Nakamura right now, I think Nakamura could be in a position to potentially lose the game. Really, like, this fight was close. Bull Moose put some serious hurt on this. Okay, so a single rider moving out to go after the cannon. All sacred sites have been taken. Nakamura playing a real dangerous game. Like, if Paddy was more aggressive, this could be just a huge troublesome situation. So here they come, riding him down. Hey, Vice Bro in chat, well played. Needs more experience with FFAs, didn't know what to expect though. Seems middle take by castles the way. Yeah, Vice Bro, you played very well. Your eco was good, your base looked really nice, you defended yourself. What I was saying during the game, Vice Bros, I think your biggest issue was, number one, putting all of your landmarks next to each other. In FFA, you typically want to hide one up in the corner. So then, you know, because here's the thing, Vice Bro, if you had put a single landmark up in the corner, Nakamura would have killed your 3 landmarks here, and then his base would have been attacked by Bull Moose, and he would have pulled back, and you probably would have survived. The other thing was your army comp was a little bit, you needed to get more arbalists and like more range units. With double HRE in the game, they're both countered pretty heavily by arbalists, and like bow units in general will be pretty good against them, so I think you're going to want to go that direction. Yeah, Paddy is playing very chill, but Paddy's got a good army. I mean, look at this. We got, what, 4 culverins here, a couple bombard cannons. Nakamura does have the middle and all the sacred sites, and it looks like there's going to be a great wall of the Holy Roman Empire being set up here, but yeah, you're going to have to re-macro. Now, let's look at the income per minute for all the players. Nakamura's food isn't that good, actually. Vice Bro still has the most food. His farm economy is still collecting quite well there. But yeah, Nakamura really needs to solve the food problem. I don't know, are we not seeing an Aachen farm economy going up here? He's got a ton of gold, obviously, which is nice. He's got a pretty good fishing economy, which I suppose is going to keep it going. Look at this. The keep here is now shooting at the walls. No, it's going after the villagers. So yeah, Nakamura going to be losing quite a bit there to that keep. Going to be losing probably 10 to 15 villagers. And now Paddy's going to be setting up his own outpost here. So Paddy is looking to be resurgent here in this game, as the Red Holy Roman Empire is in a little bit of decline. They are for sure going to need more food economy, because this is a very angry army. It looks like Nakamura is going to be diving in. Might be able to get a bombard cannon there, which would be a nice pick for those 7 or 8 horsemen. But he's going to need a more traditional army to fight this. He does have land snakes and also hand cannoneers. Down to the south, it looks like that wall is going to be relocated a little bit further up in the north. And Paddy's going to be taking the sacred sites now. So this army comp from Paddy isn't bad. It's a little bit loose in terms of actual meat. A lot of artillery. If they were to lose one big decisive engagement and lose all this artillery, that would be a huge economic blow to that army for sure. But Nakamura is going to have to reinforce this pretty quickly. Otherwise, he's going to be losing a lot of production infrastructure here in the middle. He'll be losing the keep. And it looks like the Bull Moose is kind of positioning to cause some problems here. I wonder if they've like communicated that Nakamura needs to be dealt with. I think Nakamura might have made himself the arch villain. And looks like he's going to be paying the troll tolls. The Bull Moose is going to be coming in for the cannons here. We got a couple spearmen rushing in to try and fight this. The stone walls really need to get finished here, 100%. Otherwise, these horseman raids from the Bull Moose are going to be very problematic. Nakamura might be able to win this fight. It's going to be tough. I mean, he's got a much meatier army. He's got land snakes and hand cannoneers. but that is still 3 bombard cannons. Many of those are culverins, though. Culverins don't really bring a lot of DPS to the battle, so they could be a little bit tricky for sure. So walls being set up by the red Holy Roman Empire. It looks like a little bit of a horseman raid in the north. Nakamura might not be a terrible idea to kind of yield this middle position, muster a big enough army, and then re-push out at some point. But Paddy looks like he might be the one going for Sacred Site soon. It looks like there's a lot of villagers being pulled. Wow, geez, 34 villagers from Paddy. Coming from the west. Got to be setting up into the sunset. Yeah. Bull Moose he's a wild one. He's unpredictable. You never know what he's going to do. There's a little horseman raid here. He's just torching random buildings here. Nakamura still doesn't have elite men-at-arms. Looks like he's mainly going to be going land snakes and spears. And now is a big fight. This is very, very important for Nakamura. He needs to win this, and I think he has a pretty good chance of doing so. His army looks a little bit stronger, and he also has hand cannoneers mixed in, which I think is going to be very good. Like, I think if he just wins this and pushes through the artillery, that's going to be a huge value train. Hey, Playpain, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Dukes of Haggard. And thank you for supporting this old multiplayer endeavor. So yeah, a lot of artillery, obviously, but Nakamura does win that fight in the front, but Paddy's artillery is still raining some heavy fire. It looks like the Holy Romans are going to be pouring in now. And the green Holy Romans are going to be on the run. So they're fleeing the scene, villagers also pulling back. I really like that Paddy's getting super aggressive with the towers. It's almost like 1v1. And because that does put a lot of pressure. And also, if you guys have ever seen Warcraft 3, you know how they build farms to like serve as an aggro block when units are like pathing across the map? That can kind of work as well with towers in Age of Empires. So I do like that. Now, the Great Wall of the Holy Roman Empire, not fully finished in the south. The Bull Moose has kind of calmed down a little bit. Oh, never mind. Bull Moose is maybe looking to tower this and take out some of the villagers here. Yeah. Very nice. Very, very nice. Holy Romans versus Holy Romans. The French, of course, fell earlier, but put up a valiant fight. Now Nakamura is going to be restructuring here. Really needs to get a good food economy going. Hey, not too many farms, right? Like these houses, like a lot of the stuff here should have been farms around the old Aachen. But Paddy looks to be pouring it on. I mean, Paddy's economy is pretty much unimpeded. Has a little bit of fishing going right now. But we will see who emerges victorious. Hand Cannoneers, a really, really cost-effective choice for Nakamura for sure. Setting up a lot of stables. The Bull Moose down in the south. The X-Factor of the gods. Has a pretty good army. Got 20 Streltsy, 35 spears. I think maybe Bull Moose is just going to be waiting to see how the fight goes between these two Holy Roman players. Nakamura's Sacred Sites being taken all across the place. Playpain finally got the chance to join Sigmar's cause again. Welcome, welcome. I know you were a member before. Thank you so much. And this is very much a Sigmarite game. And we got 2 Sons of Sigmar battling here. In case you guys didn't know, the Empire from Warhammer Fantasy, which is my favorite faction, is based on the Holy Roman Empire. So there's a lot of influences. Like, great swords are basically lawn snacks, and yeah, you get the picture. So Paddy continuing to push, Nakamura pulling back, mustering a pretty substantial army, although I'm pretty sure he would have dominated that fight if he took it. 28 hand cannoneers would absolutely give the business to men-at-arms based armies. And Paddy's starting to get a lot of really good map control. Nakamura losing access to gold, which is pretty big. Regnitz, of course, will give a nice amount of gold, but how's the trade going too? So the trade in the north, yeah, looks like there is a gatehouse there, so there's some options. But yeah, Nakamura is going to have to fight this back. Like, you can't let Paddy take all this ground for free. There needs to be some sort of a repercussion for this. Although, I think the wild card, the Bull Moose, might move to the west. Not sure. Like, Bull Moose, I think, is going to be realizing that Paddy is starting to take over, so that's really, like, when you're in a 3-player situation, you have to, the 2 weaker players have to take down the stronger one to kind of constantly balance things. You have to Thanos the universe there. But yeah, like, this army is actually much better than the green army. Like, I don't know why he's being so cautious. I feel like he could just steamroll this right now. I think the artillery is giving him a little bit of fear. Like, he hears the thundering cannons, and it's having a psychological effect on his soldiers, because he's going to realize pretty quickly those hand cannoneers are going to just absolutely crump this force. So the battle is on, red versus green, and the green men-at-arms getting absolutely steamrolled. And, you know, that's to be expected. Horsemen going to be circling around, so Nakamura probably going to go for a rear charge on those horsemen. And the red army is just giving the absolute business to the green army. As expected, hand cannoneers are just such a strong unit against the against men-at-arms. You need land snakes or bows or your own hand cannoneers to finish those guys off. So here they come, the Holy Romans just steamrolling through. Horsemen going to be charging, trying to snipe some of the artillery. And Nakamura is going to be retaking ground. So now the red Holy Romans going to be pushing back out. And Horsemen looking to get a snipe here and might be able to get some. I mean, honestly, this is a lot of free artillery. The red army's hot in pursuit right here, guys. This could be big. If this position is broken, it's going to be pushing back a lot of these villagers. And this is a lot of gold. Now, let's look at the bank for all these players to see. So, Patty currently sitting on 6,000 gold. Nakamura at only 200. So, clearly, Patty's economy is quite a bit stronger. So, Nakamura is going to have to continue to have these favorable trades to win this game. Or win this Duel of Fates, I should say. And what is the Bull Moose up to? The Bull Moose is going to be probably the Kingmaker. Wherever he decides to go, this almost just feels like a wild 1v1 right now. But Nakamura is going to be getting a ton of eco damage here, taking out quite a few villagers. And we see more and more troops coming for Patty, but again, Nakamura able to rally troops as well. But these hand cannoneers are going to be, starting to buckle a little bit under the weight and the pressure. He wants to get those back to his spears and to the meat of his main army. Are any of these towers upgraded? Looks like they are not, although I believe Patty does have some tower upgrades as well. So yeah, Nakamura's gold count looking a little bit precarious. Looking at the eco, ooh, Nakamura only has 57 villagers right now. That's really rough. Yeah, he needs to just refocus on getting his eco and maybe consider playing some politics. Somebody has to hire the Bull Moose as a mercenary, get him in there and yeah, do it, man. Looks like, where's he going with these guys? He's going to be going for gold. Yeah, Patty is really doing an excellent job of map control right now. Like, Patty is just taking towers and getting, gold nodes all over the map and really is pinning Nakamura in his base. The raid from the Bull Moose, I think, is what changed things. When Bull Moose came in here and just karate chopped the base of Nakamura a little bit, forced a lot of fighting, took out a lot of villagers. That was pretty wild. So somebody in chat saying in real life, Landsnecks were actually mercenaries who used pikes, I don't know how to say that second part, arbalists, and then Zweihanders, I think is how you say that word. I can say some words, but that's one of my favorite things ever when I'm like casting with when I was doing the EGC TV casting. And then you'll have these casters from, obviously from Europe and other parts of the world who can pronounce all these things. And I'm like, yeah, they got a bow and arrow. It'll do the trick. Okay, so Springall Tower is being set up here. How is the resource bank for both players? Nakamura very, very poor at the moment, only 133. Bull Moose is sitting on a really nice bank as well. You know what? Bull Moose might have a chance of winning on a Wonder. Like, Bull Moose might just do it. Like a big juicy Wonder down here in the corner would be so nice. Yeah, it'd be really, really good. We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see. I think overall in the polls, you guys voted for Nakamura to win this. And in second, I think it might have been the Bull Moose. I think he was the second. Yeah, I have no idea how to say that. Yeah. Aquabus, is that Aquabus is how you would say that? Oh, well. We're getting close. So Nakamura going to be remustering a big Night Base and Land Snake army going to be coming in. Villagers are fleeing the scene. Will the Red Holy Romans be able to defend their lands against this incursion? A lot of horsemen in there, but the handgunner volley is so good. Brutal damage. Many of those Green Knights immediately get popped. Truly Last Samurai, as they just get taken out by the superior powder technology. So Nakamura getting pretty favorable trades. It's an early type of musket. Yeah, it's pretty cool. It is pretty cool indeed. Okay, looking around the map, what do we see? There's actually a relic sitting up here in the north. I love how the troops of Vice Pro are still taking resources off the map from the other players, living beyond the grave, causing perpetual problems. And yes, mostly a lower tier army, but Nakamura, very, very good defenses. We have cannon towers trading back and forth, which is quite funny. What is the Bull Moose up to? Bull Moose is just chilling out. I think Bull Moose is content to just... Oh, Bull Moose with the raid on Patty! The Kingmaker, he's an equal opportunity employer here. Bull Moose harasses everybody equally. He wants everybody to feel good and, equally treated, and he's going to be moving in and raiding Patty's workers right now, which is pretty funny. And, it's funny because none of the Holy Roman players are going to want to attack Bull Moose because then the other Holy Roman players are going to be taking ground. It's a very interesting situation they're in. If I were Bull Moose, I would probably let these guys fight to the bitter end, and I would just prepare for a Wonder victory is what I would do. Yeah, I would just chill out and be like, all right, you guys Mortal Kombat this shit. I'm going to go for a Wonder, and we'll all meet in the late game here. Ah, yes. Perfect. Perfect. So Cannon Tower is still trading. It looks like this one did get repaired. Nakamura's gold economy finally back online. Up to 79 eco. Patty's economy at 106. His military a little bit stronger, or a little bit smaller than Nakamura's actually, but he's obviously not had his main base interrupted. I love this from Patty, too. This is so good. The big Palace of Swappy in the back. Oh, my God. Wait. Can a Wonder fit right here? This would be a pretty mean Wonder spot. Like, if you built a couple warships and made sure nobody set up docks here and then set up your Wonder in this back corner, holy shit. I think that's what he's kind of preparing for. I don't know if it would fit, though. This is a really, really tight spot here. A really, really tight spot for sure. So we get another keep coming up. The keep is going to be set up here for the red Holy Romans, kind of a buffer against the yellow Empire. Let's look at the resources of all players. Bull Moose is so rich. 31,000, 18,000, 7.5, and the stone is very low though. There's not much stone in the map, but the thing is, what you do with Rus is at your Golden Gate, you save up. Yeah, guys. Yeah, baby, look at that. The Bull Moose, 35 charges in the Golden Gate. That means that homeboy can buy 6,000 stones super easy, super cheap. So Bull Moose can basically, if he saves up enough gold, can go Wonder at any time. And maybe win the game in that way. Setting up his own keep in the middle. The Bull Moose is going to be trying to secure some gold nodes, which is very, very important. Now we have a wild 3-player FFA game. Just a wild one, man. These games are open to anybody. Yeah, all you have to do is just be in the Discord, which is obviously anybody's welcome to join. And from there, we just share a link to the tournament, and anybody can sign up. Yeah. I would imagine some of the pods are finishing by around now. Sometimes 4-player FFA games can be very, very quick. Hey, Turn, are you going to be hosting a community game today? All of these games are actually community games. But today we're going to be focusing on the tournament. So we're going to be doing this, and then the grand finals after this. So this game will probably go an hour and a half to 2 hours, and then the grand finals will probably be 2 hours as well. So don't worry, there will be plenty of Age of Empires going on today. Plenty of the goodness. Dude, I really have no idea who's going to win this game. Like, this game could go any direction. The Bull Moose is now taking over a Sacred Site. And the Bull Moose is resurging here. Yeah, he's getting there. Towers dueling here on the south side. Nakamura RTS probably has the nicest army of the bunch. The Hand Cannoneer is a big difference maker. Although, to be fair, the Rus do have 20 Streltsy and a bunch of artillery and a fair amount of elite horsemen who've gotten the Boyar's Fortitude. Patty going to be getting all the big upgrades from the university, so incendiary arrows and the horse upgrades. Looking at the Bull Moose is just getting cannon emplacements on his keeps in the middle to make sure he secures the land. And now it's kind of like all the players fighting in no man's land over the remaining gold nodes, right? That's going to be a big, big variable. A lot of villagers going to be cleaning this out. Nakamura looking for blood, actually. Yeah, he's going to be heading to fight the army here of Patty. And Nakamura going for a keep here. Okay, so it looks like he's going to be trying for a Sacred Victory again, which is very ballsy considering his bank. He only has 1,300 gold against Bull Moose's 10,000 and Patty's 11,000 gold at the moment. So Nakamura, unless he's getting really favorable trades, is going to be for sure struggling to sustain long war against them. Granted, with horseman spam, you for sure can, because you could snipe artillery, and that really does help you kind of close the gap of the gold advantage that your opponents might have. So, Bull Moose down in the south, chilling out. Sacred Site being taken by Nakamura. Backed up here by a keep. Another relic in the north. I don't think this relic is going to be discovered, so this Lost Saint going to be sitting here for most of the game. Bull Moose's keep is finally being taken out by the Bombard Cannon here of Nakamura, trying to free up some of the landscape. And I think the Bombard Cannon will get it. Has about 200 HP, so at the very least that thing will burn down. And the Red Holy Roman's going to be moving to the south, maybe to try and fight the Rus. Looks like they might want to, but the Rus do have the double keep here, so this is not going to be like a super easy fight for anyone. And it looks like the Bull Moose is going to be pouring out to fight, guys. It's on. Royal Rumble. I think the yellow army is pretty damn good. Plus he's got, 3 mangoes, and Nakamura does not have any spring alds or any like traditional long-range anti-artillery, so he's going to have a pretty messy fight here. I think Nakamura realizes he probably doesn't want to fight this Rus army. So the Rus are going to be going after the keep here, and the triple bombard cannons should probably shut them down. Moving in with another force. Going to be trying to flank in with the cannons, but you got to watch out, man. Those mangonels are no joke. Bull Moose turning back around. The emergency repairs. Look at that. So he actually daisy-chained his buildings so we could get the keep influence there. All right, guys, we got a fight on our hands. The Rus are going to be battling against the Holy Romans. A huge mango shot, but Nakamura does dodge it there. And a big flank coming around the side as well. So the elite horsemen going to be jumping in on top of the mangoes. They do get a nice charge. The other mangonel is going to be hammered. It looks like the bombard cannon's also getting taken out. So Nakamura, with the excellent micro, is able to flank around that army while also pulling them apart over here in the east. So now we're seeing that Conqueror level micro right there. And is able to just kind of smash that Rus army. Now, in a normal open field fight, that Rus army probably would have won, right? But the cav flank was just so beautiful, and he came around there. Holy Roman's going to be securing this mining camp, and yeah, that was a really, really clean fight. Now, in the meantime, Patty is taking a very defensive approach. Are we going to be seeing a Wonder anytime soon? I think Wonders with 2 opponents left are very viable. Typically in 8-man FFAs, I don't build a wonder until there's like 2 opponents left, sometimes 3 depending on the circumstances of the map and the economies and all that sort of good stuff. But yeah, Nakamura with a beautiful, beautiful engagement right there. Taking even more map control here and going to be securing this gold node, which is going to be quite big. And yeah, Bull Moose though should be able to get this one. So the Moose will be back with a vengeance. He's got Spearman coming out, he's got Horseman, and I would imagine Streltsy. Spearman, Streltsy is a very, very good combo for Roos actually. It's, in my experience, quite strong. OG says, let's go Patty, my buddy from Only Farms. Yes, Patty's doing very well. Patty going to the north, I'm not sure why. Maybe going to be going to look for resources or relics or things like that. Nakamura's Springald Towers from the siege earlier going to be cleared out here by the Green Holy Roman Army. And the Bull Moose is going to be gathering up a big unholy force here while Nakamura continues to try and secure the middle of the map. So bombard cannons are now here. These keeps are going to be in a little bit of danger. And Patty, what is Patty up to? He's not the Mongol, so raiding this base isn't going to be yielding any sort of a bounty or anything like that. Maybe he knows there's a relic up here. He's just kind of scouting, trying to get a little bit of intelligence. Who knows? Yeah, good macro from Bull Moose. Bull Moose able to get that big army back together very, very quickly. Nakamura has also remustered for the most part, looking at the military supplies. Bull Moose is at 102. Very nice army. Nakamura at 99, so pretty much an equally sized army, and Patty is currently sitting at 62. So Patty does have the smallest military, but Patty does also probably have the best economic bank. Let's look. Yeah, so 22 guys. Am I the only one seeing the 6,000 stone here for the Dark Lord Patty? It looks like your boy Patty is going to be going for a victory here. Yeah, Patty's going to be going for a wonder for sure. You don't just randomly have 6,000 stone usually. So it's on, man. It's on. It's going to be a big Mortal Kombat. Bombard Cannon's going to be clearing out the keep here, but a big countercharge coming in. The Horsemen of the Bull Moose, they get the jump, and Nakamura doesn't see it coming. And he does instantly lose 2 Bombard Cannons. Really, really good play by Bull Moose. That saves his keep. Very, very clean stuff. Nakamura's army's inspired, though. They have the Jesus flowing through them. The power of the Lord compels this army. See that glowing aura? It's really actually quite powerful. It gives them 15% damage and they get 1 additional armor. It's really, really good. Patty looking a little bit interesting up here. He's gathering in the north. Not sure what he's looking to do. Maybe some sort of a back door. Maybe get into Nakamura's base. Patty has got to be going for a wonder at some point. I don't see any areas that are like super entrenched. I mean, here he's got a lot of like towers, but they're not upgraded, so... I would expect the corner position, if it can indeed fit there, which I don't think it actually can. That's where I would expect it to be, probably. So Patty securing the Northern Realm, maybe making sure that nobody's trading. It looks like that could be the case. Okay. Yeah, Nakamura does have a good trade network going. So it looks like he's going to be setting up a tower here to make sure that Nakamura is cut off, because Nakamura is obviously stuck in Mortal Kombat here with the Bull Moose. So that perpetual fight's going to be going on, and the Streltsy army is on its way in, and now we got a big fight coming in, a lot of spearmen. Nakamura, of course, does have the power of the Lord with his army, so he's going to be getting a lot of motivated hand cannoneers, pulling back to the Springald Towers to kind of lure the Roos army into a little bit more of a kill box here. Patty just chilling out, really looking like he wants to backstab into Nakamura's base. Not sure what he's up to, and yeah, he does have this tower here, but it's not being upgraded. Big fight continuing to go down here. It looks like the Brewster are actually winning against the Holy Romans. Nakamura is probably going to want to pull back and get his hand cannoneers as the Bull Moose continues to just pour the pressure on. Because, man, the banks for Bull Moose and these other players is so much. I mean, look at Bull Moose. He's got 10,000 gold in the bank, whereas Nakamura is really gold starved right now. He only has like 150 gold and is really, really scrapping to get whatever gold he can on the map. Yeah, he wants this node here. I mean, that's 2,700 gold, give or take. He's got some berry bushes being hammered here. Patty, in the meantime, just chilling out, man. He's kind of letting the other players bleed against one another, right? And then maybe he's going to be coming in to look for some sort of a difference that he could perhaps make. Nakamura actually has some gold in his base, too, so it's not like he's out of gold. He does have this trade going, which is quite nice. This emplacement not being upgraded. Let's look at the income per minute for these players. So looking at income per minute, Patty's gold income is 400, so it has fallen off pretty heavily. So though Patty has a good gold bank, the perpetual gold income isn't that great. Bull Moose killing it on gold, 1,400. So the Moose of the Bull variety doing very, very good here in the middle. Nakamura's gold is okay. He's getting about 900. Regnitz Cathedral, obviously a big contributing factor to that, but aside from that, he's hurting a little bit. You could take out these buildings. Can't you target these buildings if they're like in the prep phase like this? I think you could actually target them here, but yeah, Patty hanging out, setting up what appears to be outposts up here. Wouldn't it be wild if Patty built like a wonder up here in this corner? That would be pretty crazy. It'd be hard to defend. He'd have to set up a lot of infrastructure up there to have the troops to macro out. And it looks like Nakamura's going to be going for the sacred sites, which I don't hate that. Like, say, you could defend the sacred sites against 2 players, assuming they don't have good artillery. Like if they're lacking on bombards, you can for sure do that. So it looks like 1 elite spearman's going to be decapping this from the bull moose. Bull moose has a lot of mangoes right now. Mango's going to be very nasty if they can be protected. He's got 5 of those. This is a semifinal, so this is one of the round of 8. So how this tournament works is we have 8 pods of 4 people, and the winner of each pod goes on to the grand finals to play for the big old fancy cash prize, which isn't that huge, but hey, it's still fun. You get to play video games, make a little bit of money. It's life's good. This game looks like it will go on indefinitely unless Patty drops that wonder. I don't think so, because people are going to start running out of gold. Nakamura is going to keep pressuring the sacred sites for sure. Yeah, look at this. Like, Nakamura is a very aggressive player, and he went for, like, a sacred victory literally, like, 20 minutes into the game. So, he's clearly going to be doing the same thing again here. Setting up all the towers. So, we got the outpost coming up. How much stone do we have banked for Nakamura? About 700. So, we could get a couple cannon towers or something, which would be pretty good. But the Rus have no problem making bombards. They are going to be the masters of demolition. They're basically the Iron Warriors. Oh, my God. Check this out, guys. The dreaded Patty with the back door. He's going to have to break through the stone walls of Vice Pro's Fallen Empire. But it looks like Patty's going to be trying for a backdoor. The only thing I don't like about this is the fact that, like, yeah, he might get in, but he's not going to be able to reinforce the army super quickly. So Nakamura should be able to defend this. But I don't know, actually, this might actually be very strong, the backdoor, because he's going to be busy fighting the bull moose, and then Patty maybe is going to be going for the backdoor. Holy shit. Patty just queued up like 12 bombard cannons in this one actually, it looks like 7 in this one siege workshop right here. Oh, wow. So Vill's being pulled. It looks like he's going to be making a mad dash for this gold here. He's like, screw it, villagers. Run for it. And another keep coming up. So, yeah, Nakamura is going to be going for the sacred victory, man. Let's take a look at how close he is. So, at 68 minutes and 25 seconds is going to be the sacred victory. Although, I guess we do have a sacred timer, right? We could just, like, look at that. No. It's so weird how they never changed that. It's such a weird observer check. Patty had a good idea here, too, to shut down Nakamura's trade, but he never did. So the trade is still going on like a champ. Yeah, this is going to be quite scary. These bombards in the back door, going to be very, very nasty, my friends. So down in the south, Nakamura helms deeping this shit. Probably going to want to get some Springald towers. Or Springalds, excuse me, not Springald towers, to snipe the bombards. That would be very, very good. And I wonder if he'll notice this. Nakamura has this brave scout here, but is he going to be noticing it? Let's see. So yeah, you can see the scout can see this wall going down, and the fact that that guy is sitting there means he's going to get shot, and he's probably going to give a warning notification to Nakamura, which I would wager he's got to go home and defend that. This is nasty. I mean, this army isn't super strong. It's okay. He's got some elite land snakes. You know, a couple bombards for sure could kill him if he doesn't defend it, but okay, the villagers came across, and they're going to get cut down by the land snakes pretty hard. Oh my god, talk about brutal. And the Red Holy Romans better go home and defend, man. Nakamura, is he going to just kind of forsake his base to try and... No, okay, so all the traders are being pulled. The main army's got to go home. You just have to, I think, give this up to the bull moose at this point. You got to go home. You could leave your own bombard cannons here, maybe to just try and, like, work with your towers. But yeah, this army needs to be dealt with right now. The dreaded backdoor, dude. This is... I would not have expected this either. Okay. I do like this. So now Patty is going to be setting up pressure infrastructure. He's getting barracks and archery ranges so he can keep pouring in troops. And this is going to be a lot of stress for Nakamura here. Looks like the sacred site is also not being heavily defended, so might have a little bit of a problem with that. Bombard cannons being snuck up on by some horsemen, I think. I could have sworn I saw some horsemen running by here. We'll have to kind of keep tabs on that. Yeah, the horseman flank coming in. Probably going to jump on these 2 bombard cannons. Certainly very, very vulnerable here. And the main army heading up from the south. Sacred Site is not being decapped here, so a little bit of a mistake there. And now the Red Holy Roman Army has returned. Should be able to fight off the Green Holy Roman Army. Nice cap here, too. It just gets those 2 bombards for free. And Patty is doing some decent damage, but nothing that probably can't be replenished here by Nakamura. We'll have to see. How are the walls? How are the reinforcements? We got more bombards coming in, but if they're unsupported, the horsemen are just going to kind of pick them off. Going after the Regnitz Cathedral here in the back. The Red Holy Roman Army is going to be continuing its journey here. Love to see some static defenses here. Looks like there's like a single cannon tower, which is going to be picking these guys off. I think Nakamura is actually legitimately going for the win now in the Sacreds, because he's making a conscious effort to tower these up and defend them, so I think that's going to be Pretty big indeed. Now, this army's going to be heading to the west, or the east, to take out the land snakes. Patty's still putting the pressure on. The bull moose is kind of chilling a little bit. The bull moose is just, I think, waiting to see if he doesn't have to expend resources to deal with this. But for the most part, Nakamura's eco does take a pretty substantial blow. I mean, he's down to 73, which he just kind of replaced with military at this point, which isn't necessarily a bad idea. But yeah, these cannons are coming, and I would wager he'll march up there next. We got a single keep here. Is Patty going to be macroing anything from the main base? Patty with a nice ambush here, though. This is definitely very disruptive. It looks like there's going to be a keep here to make it very tough to kind of push him out. So it looks like he's going back south. Yeah, it looks like he's going to be heading south again. But, you know, there's just going to be waves and waves of green Holy Romans on the way in. Could somebody in chat remind me of the timer for the Sacreds again? Been so focused and, you know, not quite awake yet. I'll be a little bit more awake for the next game. Oh, Bull Moose with the Wonder in the corner. Look at that, baby. I love it. This is so good. Because, like, right now, like, Patty has to deal with... I love how Bull Moose is playing his cards. I love the tactics from Bull Moose. This is just so solid. Because, yeah, the Red Holy Romans are going to be winning quicker, but Patty is going to be all in to stop Red. And then, at that point, it might be too late for them to get the Wonder. Oh, man, I love this so much. The dreaded Bull Moose. Loki wanted for Moose to steamroll so Turin could state the Moose is loose. I love it. The Moose is loose. That's so good. He really is. Okay, it looks like the Sacred Site's going to be taken out here, potentially. Nakamura does not have any defenders there. And is there going to be anything able to get on that? No. So now, guys, the Bull Moose is going to be the arch enemy here. Will he be able to defend it? Looks like the Bull Moose is getting in there to shut this down as well. Super heavy aggression from the Bruce as they move in, but Nakamura is pretty easily able to defend that. Patty's going to have to stop attacking here, for sure. Nakamura is going to be able to probably get the economy back online. Let's look at the bank for all the players here. It's 68.25, thank you. Yeah, so he was held just short. Patty was able to stop it here by getting a bunch of elite knights on the objective. And Nakamura did thwart the attack, but he's trying to defend on several fronts here, but he does end up yielding the Sacred Sites. And now there's a Wonder in the corner. Yeah, it's on now, guys, so we could just put on the Wonder tracker. 14 minutes and 12 seconds. Oh my god, and Patty's going for the Wonder in the base too. This is so strong. This is so strong. Okay, so let's go ahead, guys, and talk about the paths to victory for each player. Bull Moose, very direct. He just needs to hold here. He is the immediate threat. He needs to just hold. Patty needs to obviously get the Wonder of the Bull Moose and then hold against the dual-pronged pressure that could be coming his way. If I'm Nakamura here, guys, I don't even bother trying to stop these Wonders. I don't. I'm just like, okay. Yeah, good luck killing 2 Wonders. You press the Sacred with every ounce of your fiber. Because the Sacred timer will beat the other timers, right? So if you're Nakamura, you say, okay, you guys can just chill in your base. I'm just going to play the Sacreds, which is harder to do, but it's certainly very possible. So let's look at the eco of these players. Current resources. Nakamura's economy came back in terms of gold. I mean, Bull Moose and Patty basically spent their banks to build the Wonders, and Nakamura didn't. So for him, yeah, you just got to defend these Sacred Sites, man. That's it. There's no way you're going to get down there. I wouldn't even bother. So the bombard cannons here, getting caught out a little bit, but it looks like the Bruce army is going to be coming to battle the Red army. Those bombards need to flee the scene. The horseman dive is very, very nice, but it looks like he's going to be going for the Sacred victory once again. This game is really, really turning out to be an absolute nail-biter of a match. The Rus army coming up here. I wonder what Patty's going to do. Patty's probably just going to be trying to decap Sacreds, but the problem is if Patty doesn't kill the Cathedral of the Tsar, then it's just over. So I think Patty has to go and kill the Yellow Wonder, and Red and Yellow has to decap the Sacred Sites. Like, this is becoming like a really interesting paradigm in this matchup. So how are the Sacreds? Are they entrenched? Does he have emplacements here? It looks like he does have some cannon emplacements. Patty, of course, has his production infrastructure in the north, but yeah, this is a weird one, dude. Yeah, Nakamura does have to defend on 2 fronts, but also the biggest threat potentially to Patty is going to be this Wonder, because even if Patty shuts down the Sacred Sites, if Yellow doesn't get his Wonder destroyed, then it doesn't matter. This is crazy. This is really crazy. 1 hour and 15 minutes for the Sacred victory. Thank you, Potato. I greatly appreciate that. Need some water. Gotta hydrate, guys. So it looks like an attempted shutdown here on the Sacred Site, but this time Nakamura is ready with a bunch of erect spearmen. I wonder if he's going to be able to maybe finish these walls. That would actually be pretty strong. Force some more cannons out. Keep these knights from raiding into his base. But yeah, he needs to just bounce between these two sacred sites. Looks like more and more villagers going to be trying to secure these. And yeah, Nakamura only really needs to hold for 9 more minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Let's look at the wonder tracker for these two players. So 11, 27, and 13, 17. Yep, going to be resecuring the walls of his old empire here to keep these raids from coming in. And the yellow Rus are moving in. Oh man, this is going to be a very, very tough hold. That Rus army is pretty erect. Going after the bombard cannons very effectively. Really nice dives here by Bullmoose. Bullmoose showing a lot of really solid fundamentals. And now there's going to be additional reinforcements coming in. Probably going to have to pull the Spearman Legion. Because if Nakamura loses the Sacred Sites, he probably just like loses the game. I don't think he would have too many great chances of winning at that point. So let's see. Sacred Sites are being decapped. The Rus artillery machine certainly causing problems. And those Streltsy just last samuraiing pretty much everybody. The bombard cannons were chased back. I think for Nakamura, you don't really worry about your own artillery. I think you just go for like a big, thick army. Okay, is he going to be able to get on the Sacred Site, guys? It's very, very tight. There's 5 mangonels. He's moving in. Hand cannoneers are here. The Sacred Site is partially being held. He really, really needs to knock those Streltsy off. Oh my god, this is so tight. And now he's getting in there. Sacred Site is being held. Horseman coming in for the Bullmoose. Bullmoose with the plays. Now, will Nakamura have enough time? He will not. So, this is big. The Bullmoose now, with the schemes and the tactics, looks to be in a winning position. So now, they need to work together to kill this. I think if you're Nakamura, you have one last avenue for success. You have one more, okay? If you're Nakamura, you take the Sacred Sites back, right? And then you got to do it before Paddy, though. Before Paddy gets the victory condition timer. And then you guys have to 2v1 the Bull Moose. That's the only chance. The Moose is indeed loose. Nakamura's army going to be moving to the north. Paddy's Holy Romans here stand at the ready. And it looks like the Sacred Site might be held here. Nakamura has to recap this, though. He needs to do it really quick. I don't know if he has the tools to do it. If he has any like prelates nearby that could jump on that. Looks like he's going to be able to hold this Sacred Site, which is for sure nice. But yeah, defending on 2 fronts is very, very tough, right? Because he was the immediate threat. The Bull Moose is indeed holding on, though, man. He's very happy right now. Because Bull Moose doesn't need to leave his base now. He's done his job. He can just chill out. Do we have prelates coming to recap the Sacred Site? Man. I don't think he's going to get it. He would have to beat Paddy's timer and then kill the Bull Moose. That's like the only chance he has. Any prelates nearby? I'm not seeing any prelates coming, which is definitely tough. Because I think that's his only chance. Otherwise, Nakamura is just going to be helping one of them win. Which is what it looks like it's going to be. 1042. That's rough, man. So Paddy... Oh. Guys, do you believe in miracles? Because this brings me such joy. Hey, Misha, hope everything is okay. Take care there. Take care. Dude, look, I love this. I love this. Is so cunning. Okay, he's got the Sacred, but I don't think he's going to beat Paddy. I think it's going to be too close. 10 minutes and 12 seconds. Yeah, he's going to be like 5 seconds behind. That hurts. That hurts bad. That hurts bad. He was just a little bit too slow in the draw with getting something there. So now Paddy is in a winning position. So now the only chance that Nakamura has is to go kill Paddy's Wonder and for Paddy to kill Yellow's Wonder. That's the only chance. That's it. That is where the die is cast. Walls being set up here to prevent raids. I don't think Paddy cares about raiding here anymore. That is beautiful. And I'm hoping it'll work because that would be so funny. The Bull Moose has been such a champ this game, though. They've both been playing really well. Red should attack green until green deletes the Wonder. Yeah, Red should attack green. That's actually a really good point. Yeah, red could attack green and say, delete your Wonder, and I'll help you. Otherwise, I'm going to keep attacking you and make you lose the game, right? Like, that's for sure a very viable tactic. Like, you got to pull the desperate politics out at some point or other. Nakamura does have the Sacred victory, but he's about 10 seconds behind Paddy's Wonder. There's got to be some heavy politics going on right now. There's got to be some heavy politics. All right, so bombard cannons are on their way down. We have the Friar Tucks in the middle. Here they come, dude. Oh my god, I love it so much. Because if you just brought some trebuchets down here, where's his artillery though? Because he's not going to be able to get past the stone walls. He needs artillery. So you would bring like trebs and just park your trebs right here, and you would kill this Wonder in like 10 seconds. It would be super easy. Like 4 or 5 trebuchets, and that's just GG. But if he doesn't bring Horsemen, it's going to give the Bull Moose time to react. The Bull Moose is going to be able to get his army down there and defend against Horsemen easily. Anthelm says in chat, is anybody here enjoying the Warhammer 3 campaign? So here's the thing, Anthelm. The Warhammer 3 campaign right now sucks a little bit. It's not great, but when the Immortal Empires comes out, it's going to be one of the most fun things you've ever played. So just hang tight, brother. It's only a couple more weeks. So, all right. So the crew is coming down here. It is time for the lumberjacking memes. This is not what Patty wants to be doing, though. Patty needs artillery. You need bombards and or some sort of trebuchet action, right? What is Nakamura going to do, though? That's really what I'm curious about. Like, what is Nakamura going to do in this situation? Dude, Patty's score is so brutal. Oh my god, his eco must be insane. I mean, Patty with the Burger Palace, too. He did get his relics. Watching this game makes me want to play so much. I'm like, right now, I'm like wishing I was playing. I'm like, this looks like so much fun. FFA games are so great. So taking a look at the vision of Bull Moose. Bull Moose does not know this is happening. He has no idea. He does have a wall here, which gives a little bit of vision, but not much. And yeah, he's only going to discover this at the last second. Patty is lumberjacking through, but Patty needs artillery. I can't... You have to expect somebody's Wonder to be walled up, right? Okay, we have a Culverin coming out, but that's pretty much it. Because he's not going to be able to get in. And he's going to be panicking, for sure. Because then he'll have thrown the game. If he just brings Trebs, Patty just wins. Nakamura is actually going for it, though. Nakamura isn't going to, you know, sit here and take it, that's for sure. Ryan says, turn, we had an island spawn. Oh, you guys had islands in one of your pods? All right, guys, big battle. It's the Rus versus the Holy Romans. And I think the Holy Roman Empire is going to be buckled by the army of Bull Moose. Bull Moose has like a hellish amount of artillery. Oh my god, those Cav just getting last samurai. And look at this, really good micro by the Bull Moose. I'm very impressed. Like, both players are microing very well here. The horsemen get onto the back of Nakamura's army, and if you're defending a Wonder, this is all you need to do. You just kill enemy artillery, and you don't really care about the rest. And the artillery core here of the Bull Moose is able to hold pretty firm. Now, in the meantime, the lumberjacking memes are on the way. So you guys, Joe, you guys had an island spawn in Pod E also? Oh my god, that's so funny. Look at the scout. Look at the scout like leading them through the forest. Oh my god. He's so close. I think if Patty wins this way, that would be one of the most epic FFA victories we've ever had. Like, hands down. Hands down. Nakamura mustering a big army and getting ready to push the Rus again. And I mean, yeah, this is still pressure. It's effective. It's forcing the Rus to kind of expend resources. We got a mass amount of horsemen and triple culverins. I'm not really sure what he's trying to do with culverins here. Probably just delete those. I guess the culverins are there to defend his Wonder against enemy artillery. Nakamura pouring down. Getting ready to fight the yellow Rus once again. And the Rus going to be able to hold this most likely. They have a lot of Streltsy, really, really good artillery core. And good defense by the Bull Moose. He holds back the Cav flank and is also winning the frontline fight. Rus Imperial armies will almost always defeat HRE armies, simply because of the Streltsy in my experience. And also their horsemen are better because of the Boyar's fortitude, so just pound for pound their units are a little bit stronger. All right, guys. So let's take a look at Patty's vision and see what do his elf eyes see. Oh no, he doesn't see the walls. Patty doesn't see the walls. And he's in! Patty's in! Oh no, but what is he gonna show his hand? He's gonna discover the walls and be very sad. Patty doesn't see, oh, now he sees the walls. Okay, so Patty's back to hiding. And the Bull Moose, wait, Bull Moose didn't notice it. Bull Moose did not notice it, I don't think, guys. I think Bull Moose has like a full chub for this fight right here. So Patty might have a little bit more time to get some artillery here. Are we gonna be seeing Artie coming out? 1, 2, 3. No, man. Here it comes. And the siege workshop is being built by Patty right here. The mass horseman coming in, and it looks like he's gonna go landmark hunting. Yep, that's a good call too. So Patty gets in the back door, and he's going after the high trade house. One landmark down, but the Bull Moose reacts very quickly. See, had you had trebuchets here, this is game over. Patty wins, but the lack of trebuchets are going to be a bit of an issue. So the horsemen are going to go landmark sniping, and Nakamura is coming in. 2 minutes until a Wonder victory for the Bull Moose. The wall's probably going to save him. Look at this. Bullmoose knows that there's a forest path. Is there artillery coming out? 1, 2, 3. Doesn't look like it. No. So Patty is kind of giving up on that. Just going to go landmark sniping. Ride for Sigmar. They are, dude. They're going to go after the Golden Gate and then the town center right here. And also Nakamura is attacking in the meantime too, I think. It's hard to tell. Yeah, Bullmoose might actually get landmark sniped. Where's his last landmark? 1, 2, and Spasskaya to the west. That's going to be a hard one to kill. And the Red Holy Romans are here. Looks like these siege workshops are being torched down right now. And yeah, the landmarks are actually dying. Oh my god, is he going to get landmark sniped by Patty? Does Patty know where the last landmark is? Oh my god, wait. The Red Holy Romans are attacking the Spasskaya Tower. And maybe they're going to be drawing the Yellow Army away. Patty is just looking for this. He has no idea where Spasskaya is. Bullmoose is just holding on this, guys. Bullmoose only needs 52 more seconds. He just needs to hold Spasskaya. Man, if there had been Trebs here, that would have been just game over. Okay. The Rus have to defend their last landmark, guys. They have to defend it. The spears are out. The Streltsy defending against the big charge. As all the Cav move into the Spasskaya Tower, I think the Rus army is going to be able to defend this. That's a fair amount of torches, but there's a lot of villagers here to also repair. They got their repairs. Spasskaya is a giant erect keep as well. And Nakamura rolling down with some bombard cannons, but I think it's going to be too little too late. 15 seconds left on the Bullmoose victory. The Rus appear to have won the game. The underdog coming in with the steel chair. He really came into his own in the late game, and that is the strength of the Rus Golden Gate. GG, well played, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be a victory for the Moose. Fear the Moose, baby. That was a great game, man. That was a great game. Patty, you were so close. Patty, you were so close, dude. If you had brought some Trebs, you would have won it. That was a crazy good game. You got the back door was so good. If you had like 4 trebuchets, dude, that game's over. Oh my god. I didn't know he had a wall. I know. What a hold by the Moose. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first round of today's FFA tournament. So let's go ahead and see who has won so far. All right. Let's take a look here. And Bullmoose is the winner of his pod. So, okay, let's see here. Let's see who has won. Taking a look. The Moose is Rus. Yeah, he is. He could have stopped. Dude, that was so great, man. That was so great. What an excellent hold. All right, guys, so bear with me real quick. We'll put on some statistics on the screen to take a look at all that goodness. Let's look at the eco of all these players. Yeah, wow, Patty crushed it on eco, though. Jeez. Well played to everyone, man. That was a super fun game. Like, everybody in that game was like the power player at one point, which I thought was really cool. Hey, Nakamura, man. Nice attempt. Those were some really aggressive sacred plays. Loved it, man. All right. So let me find the pods. Go to challenge and see what it looks like. And going to the FFA tournament. So we have Bullmoose winning pod 1. Pod 2, is pod 2 still going? So pod B. Looks like pod B might still be going. No, it didn't. And then pod C was won by... Did anybody win pod C yet? So I'm just going through all the pods right now, guys, to see if we have the winners. Redeemer, I think is his name. All right, so pod C has a victor. Pod D, man, these groups are going pretty quick, actually. Nemo, who is Nemo? I think that is him. All right, and then do we have a winner in E? I believe we do. Wow, these are going really quick. We might actually be going on to the grand finals like right away. And then F was won by... Okay. That's looking great, man. How do you say his name? And where's he at? Pod F. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, what about G? I think G, we're still waiting. There's probably still a Mortal Kombat going here. And then H Did anybody win H yet? It looks like H is going. Westerly Salt with the W in that pod. Just waiting for the winner of pod G, if I'm not mistaken. All right. Stand by for details. Very good. Great games, man. All right. Very, very good. Dude, what a fun match we had today. Okay. Solid. So once again, I want to thank you guys all for joining. We're going to be moving on to the grand finals here very, very shortly. So I was just organizing with all the players, and we'll be starting soon. Yeah, Nakamura, great game, man. That was really fun. Westerly Salt is still loading right now. Yeah, he probably is. Yeah. Your Pod G was won. Oh, hold on a sec, Mark. Did you say you just won it? Let me check. Which one are we waiting for? All right, cool. Okay, so we will have, I'm trying to see here. Perfect, so Mark has won. Okay, so we're going to be going into the grand finals like right now. So we just need to get a host set up. We will get the Lone Wizard. So large map. Mega random. Let's have fun. If you won your pod, please contact Lone Wizard. 5-minute delay. All right, cool. So now we're going to be setting up the grand finals. Westerly is going to get that lobby all set up, and we'll be getting started in about 5 to 10 minutes. Well, more like 10 to 15, because we have to let them set it up and get their factions picked, and then we have to wait for the 5-minute delay just to make sure stream sniping isn't as much of an issue, and we should be good. Well, we certainly know who's not going to be winning the load time, and that will be Westerly. All right. Outstanding. And very, very cool. Nakamura says, GG, Patty, we tried. Yeah. It was a wild one, man. It was a wild one. Where can we see all the players in the brackets? You can check it out on Challenge. So let me get you the brackets right here. And you can see who's... the brackets aren't going to be updated from here, but that'll show you the initial pods. I just use this website to get the pods together, and then I just organize the later rounds in the Discord and everything like that. Cool. So Westerly's going to get the lobby set up. Let me go ahead and find Westerly on the old friends list. All right. Where are you at? I know you're lurking here somewhere. Yes, Westerly Salt. Let's find Westerly on the friends list. Just the tricksy hobbitses, dude. Can't find it. All right. I don't know why we're not seeing you on here. Should be online soon. All right. Outstanding. Yeah, we had a good run of signups today. In the previous FFA tournament, I guess we didn't have as long of a notice, but we only had, I think, 5 or 6 pods. Today we were able to fill pretty much everything, so that was good. What we do if we get more than 32 players for these tournaments is we usually just have like pods of 5 or 6, because having more than 8 pods doesn't really make sense. In Warcraft 3, The Frozen Throne, you can actually have, I think, up to 24-player FFAs, which is insane. It's just absolute anarchy. That would actually be really fun in Age of Empires. Is there, Nathaniel says, thanks for hosting the tournament. It was a lot of fun. Hey, I'm glad you had fun. Yeah, these are always a great time. These are always a great time. All right. Okay. See if I can find Westerly here. Should be on here, online somewhere. Hold on. Steam friends, online friends. Where art thou, Westerly Salts? Am I just totally missing their name? Is he playing under a different name now? There's the Cheesus. I believe Cheesus won one of the rounds, right? Why is Cheesus still in a game right now? Let's see. Okay, so pod winners. Okay, so Westerly appears offline for some reason, so we'll get that corrected. Says Jesus is in a game. Hopefully Jesus will be ready in a moment. We should be good. Oh, Nakamura, are you looking back at the replay right now so you can see the forest ambush from Patty? Oh my god, that was so funny. It almost worked. Yeah, Nakamura, we'll host these like once a week. Once a week or once every couple weeks. Obviously, it'll slow down a little bit when Immortal Empires comes out because I'm going to be focusing heavily on tournament stuff. But yeah, dude, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for Immortal Empires tournaments too. For any of you guys who are like coming from Age of Empires and you haven't played Total War, when we get this update that's coming soon, the Immortal Empires update, you got to give it a try. The multiplayer is going to be so fun. It's going to be so fun. Let's see if Westerly appears as offline here. Okay, looking here. I don't know why Westerly would appear as offline. It's very strange. I could have somebody else host if he's appearing as offline. Okay, looks like Patty's in a game. Yeah, folks are getting ready. Okay, it looks like they're in a lobby, so I can spectate through this perspective here, so that should be fine. Yeah, very weird. Very, very strange. Oh god, the Slanesh bots are here! Turn blocked by Westerly too much. I don't think Westerly blocked me. That would be really funny, though. Banish them to the realm of shadows. Yeah, it's going to be fun, though. We're going to have a lot of tournaments. Total Tavern, we're getting some cool updates. The developer is working on it right now, so he's adding a way to track win and losses and things like that for different factions, which is very, very fun. I'm super hyped for that. I'm still in the previous game. You're still in the previous game. Time to... Wait, what do you mean? Oh, okay. Got it. How much bigger is the Total War Warhammer community compared to AoE 4? It's smaller, I would say. Yeah, Total War Warhammer... It depends, though. Like, okay. So, if... Let's say, I don't know. Who are some, like, big tournament hosts in Age of Empires? Like, who hosts... Like, who in Age of Empires hosts, like, weekly community tournaments that are just open to anyone, just 1v1, like, standard tournaments? Does anybody know anybody that does that, like, frequently? I'd be curious to see how many people sign up for those, because when Total War Warhammer is in good shape, like, the game is in a good state, like, my weekly tournaments will probably have between 50 and 90 people signed up for them. Maybe 100, like, 50 to 100, probably, with Immortal Empires. So that's kind of, like, telling as to the volume of the community, I guess. Yeah. We'll see. Dude, Khorne is such a fun faction to play. Okay. Yes, I should be able to at Westerly as long as spectator is on. Cool. So Westerly's getting the lobby all set. I could watch through somebody else, I suppose. It's really weird how I can't see Westerly on here, though. It's very strange. Maybe just go to offline friends. Just the dreaded 600 people that I just clicked on my offline friends and it like almost crashed my game. All right. Have you watched any of the Outback Octagon? Yeah, I think that's the one that the Drongo runs, right? Yeah, he's great. It's just EGC TV. But Nakamura, EGC TV only is like it only brings like the top of the top, right? Like the super high level players. Is that open to anyone to? I guess you could try and qualify for it, right? I'm talking like weekly community tournaments because to me, weekly communities are really like the backbone of a community, right? Like anybody can play. Like if I want to play in an Age of Empires tournament, just sign up and go. Like on a weekly basis, where do I go? Is the question. Yeah, I'd be curious about that. I used to do weekly Age of Empires tournaments, but I prefer to kind of focus on FFA since Total War Warhammer is kind of my the main focus. It's tricky to do both. Are you still planning to play Cathay in Immortal Empires? A little bit, not too much. The factions I plan on maining when Immortal Empires comes out for PvP is probably going to be Khorne, Tzeentch. I really... When they revealed the trailer for Village, I was like, holy shit, that guy looks cool. And the Tzeentch Warriors look rad. I've always loved Khorne. I have a Khorne tabletop army of Chaos Space Marines. I actually changed my Black Legion to World Leaders / Word Bearers Khorne. I repainted them. And probably the Empire will be one of the weaker factions I end up playing. I'll play Dwarves too a little bit. But yeah, we'll see. Okay, very cool. Make sure they're all good. 1 sec here. They suspect a random may have just joined the lobby, so I'm having to make sure just some random person doesn't just make it into the grand finals. Okay. Just some random player getting in there. Oh, I love it. Okay, Nakamura says it's the tournaments for Age of Empires are open, but it's brutally cutthroat. I'm trying to do weekly Age of Mythology rotating between tryhard and casual. Oh, you're talking about Age of Mythology. Okay. Got it. Oh, no, you're talking about AoE 4. Copy that. Okay. We're just making sure that there's not like a pug in here. Just some random player. That's so funny, dude. Ryan, do you need any web dev help? I'd love to volunteer some time to improve the AoE 4 community. Let's see. So the one thing we could do would be like, okay, so we did have a random player just chilling in our lobby. He's just there, dude. He was like, get me in here, man. Oh, Nakamura, got you, man. I got you. Okay. Yeah, Ryan, shoot me a message in Discord. We could talk. My website. So if you guys haven't seen it, let me show you the website right now. It's going to be heavily updated in the next couple weeks, like heavily updated. So what you see now, a lot of it's going to change, and it's going to for the better. But this is my Total War Warhammer competitive website. So we have seasons. We're in season 1 right now, and it tracks. How it works is at the end of each season, I have a major tournament, which is like the season 1 grand finals, which is probably going to be one of the biggest, if not the biggest, Total War Warhammer, like competitive tournament, right? So anyone can host tournaments on the website. They just got to chat with me and make sure they follow competitive parameters. And then that feeds into a leaderboard. So you can see who the best players in the community are. Tournament wins, losses, all that stuff. We have a fully functional leaderboard where you can search all that sort of cool stuff. We have... you can look at like upcoming tournaments by going here, and you can also look at past tournaments to see who like played in those, which is really cool. And you can see, like, for example, we have a noob tournament, which is taking place tomorrow at 10 a.m. So this is like a beginner's level tournament. So tournaments that are designed for beginners aren't going to be feeding into the leaderboard, right? So like it's just like for practice. But yeah, the website, it has full tournament functionality, like has a check-in feature, all that sort of good stuff. Sign-up instructions. We have a Hall of Fame, so as major tournaments take place, you can see who the champions of old are, which is going to be kind of immortalizing people's performances. So for Warhammer 3, we're going to be adding Warhammer 3 Hall of Fame very soon. It's going to be including the Summer Championships, which are happening next week, as well as the Season 1 Grand Finals and any other like big major tournaments, right? But yeah, we have some blogs. The blogs are a little bit outdated. We'll be updating those, but... You can see the Hall of Fame. You can look at a guide that was written by Umais on how to play Cathay. We'll eventually have guides for like everything, but like how to use chaff units properly, like if you're new to the game. So it'll have some really neat stuff for sure. But what we're adding soon, which is going to be the coolest thing, is that, let me show you guys. So not leaderboard, tournaments. So this is a tournament that happened recently, right? You can see the winners. Now, when you go to report your score, in the future on the website, so starting from Immortal Empires, when you report you'll report each round you play in. So this was a best of 5. You would report game 1, they played Greenskins. Game 1, I played Empire. Empire won 1-0. So then the website is going to be feeding into another page that keeps track of the win rate of everything. So you'll be able to see the Empire's win rate overall, their win rate in all 22 other matchups in the game, or 23, including the mirror. So, or 24 with Demons of Chaos, yeah. So you'll be able to actually see the win rate of every single faction. So if you want to like get into the meta, you can look at the win rates. We're also going to be adding not this development cycle, but the one after. The win rate thing is happening right away. That's going to happen with IE. So you'll be able to see the win rates of the factions, and like we can speculate on the meta with that. It'll be really fun. But you're also going to be able to have a build guide section. So we're going to add a section where basically basically you can where is this? You can see builds, but from like professional level players essentially, and you're going to be able to upvote them or downvote them. It's going to be really fun. So, anyways, hopefully you guys didn't mind that. But yeah, we could do something like this for Age of Empires, but I invested quite a bit of money into getting this set up, and I don't know if I could quite afford that for Age of Empires, but we could always do a more simplistic version for Age of Empires, or add a section on this website for Age of Empires, like just for hosting FFA tournaments and things like that. That could be really fun. Anyways, so let me go ahead and spectate here. All right, where are we at? And let's make sure we can get in here now. Got to find somebody who's in the grand finals. Ah, here we go. Cool. So excited, man. So excited. It's going to be so fun. So we should have a little bit of a delay, which will give me a moment to go grab some water. Let's load in here. Oh, that's right. Westerly's loading in, so we probably have even more time. This, dude, I know. Look at Optimus Pine getting in there and karate chopping that thing. Yeah, it's great. But yeah, Ryan, we could chat about that, man. If you shoot me a message in Discord, we could even just add on to this website, add a section that is just for hosting Age of Empires FFA or like team events or something. I don't know. Yeah, we could add like something like that. Okay, well, hopefully we don't get stuck on entering the game here. I'm going to go fill up my water real quick, guys. BRB. Oh, we made it. Look at that, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, an FFA tournament section would be fun. I agree, Ryan. We could talk about that. Like, what we would do is we would add something like, like where you could just sign up for the FFA tournament and it would automatically put you in pods, and it would just be like easier to use than challenge. Because the cool thing about that website is you just log in with your Discord, and it's very simple to use. So. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we are in the grand finals of today's FFA tournament. Spawning on the north side, we have two champions. We have the English player, Westerly Salt, and to the west, it's going to be Tungdil, the Holy Romans. So, yeah, this is mega random. You can get some crazy spawns. Dude, look at this resource-rich alcove. Oh, man. Guys, the prophet is here, and he's going to make his predictions early. I predict just a dreaded wonder up in this corner. Look at this mountain range. Like a keep up here, like a Spasskaya, or like some big palace. And then you just have this like corner position. So nice. Anyways, in the north, we have Westerly Salt and the English, Tungdil and the Holy Romans. To the due west, we have the Rus, who's going to be helmed by Isanch. Dude, the Rus are like the river lords, dude. They're like the Tullys in Game of Thrones. To the south, we have Uravity, and he's going to be our Chinese champion. China, very, very strong, but also getting a pretty bad spawn position. To the due south, we have Nemo. Nemo's going to be another Holy Roman champion. To the east, we have another Rus player. Rus rising in popularity, very heavy now that they can build stone walls for sure. And to the far east, we have another Chinese player who is going to be helmed by Jesus. And I think Jacquin is our last player on the English. Now, English are currently bugged in the current patch. Their network of castles are not working very well. I don't even know if they work at all, or maybe they just don't work like as good as they're supposed to, but network of castles is bugged. Now, England is still probably a really high tier FFA civ simply because they can, they have infinite gold in the late game with the farming. So I would probably still bring English myself in an FFA game. Like, I think that warrants it. But overall, I think that China is probably a little bit stronger in late game FFA if they can get some pagodas online and really, really cackle and do all that for sure. Romulan says, "Turn, you'd love it. Played some AO this week and double turn. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna give it a try someday. If they add Chaos Dwarves to Age of Sigmar, I would definitely collect an army. Yeah, Nakamura, that corner is like just so good. Look at the density of resources. Granted, the middle is still where it's at. Like, there's just all these erect like gold nodes in the middle. Like, the thing about rushing castle and getting a keep here, if you put like one keep right here in this like square box, that's going to secure you 3 gold nodes, maybe 4 gold nodes and 2 giant stone outcroppings, right? Like, this position is just prime time, dude, prime time. But this corner is also juicy because you don't really have to fight over it, right? If you just get up there and get like a Oh man, here's what you do. You build a stone wall here, and then you build all like extra landmarks up here. So you could basically just abandon your base out here and like relocate up to the north. And you see Westerly immediately sees this, right? Like Westerly is cackling in the north and is actually denying game. Look at that, Westerly getting extra sweaty here, which I love. Denying these deer carcasses from the other Roost players in the game. Holy Roman's going to be going fast to Aachen. Not a bad Aachen position. It's hitting berries. It's hitting the wild larch trees here, and going to be giving you that nice wood economy. So then you can develop a farm economy under Aachen, which isn't a. If you're in an FFA and you're playing like super turbo greedy, you can for sure do that. You can just kind of like go heavy wood investment in feudal, and then set up like 12 farms around your Aachen, and then your food is basically set like up through castle and whatnot. But I still think the best way to play HRE is fast castle. Like what we saw last game from Patty as well as Nakamura. I think they both played HRE very correctly and fighting for the relics, because that gives you late game sustainability, which is just so incredibly strong. So unfortunately, Sean, polling on YouTube is so haggard, you can't do more than 4 in your options. So like I'd have to do 2 separate polls, and then yeah, it's just super janky. So let us know in chat though who you're rooting for. Who do you want to win? Westerly has found Mordor. Yeah, Westerly has found Mordor. For sure. And maybe we'll be setting up there. We'll have to see. Granted, blue is very close too. Yeah, well, blue is Westerly. Excuse me. Green is very close. Tungdil could get up there too. We'll have to find out. So the Aachen Chapel is going to be finishing for Tungdil. To the west, the Roos have not yet teched up, but the Roos are going to be the River Lords. So it looks like they're going to be setting up some fishing, which is quite cool. I mean, the Roos position is really, really good. I mean, how many crossings are there on this river? Okay, so we have 1 crossing here. Further south, we have another crossing here. Yeah, there's a fair amount of... There's only 3 crossings, actually. The problem with it, though, is there's not that much gold on this side. You have 1 node here, 1 here, and 1 down here. Although, in the secondary river, you could wall this off and just become the Lord of the Rivers, which would be really funny. River Dance. Unfortunately, Roost don't have, like, big Chungus bombard ships that can just go kind of ape and start blasting everything. You know, they really only have the arrow ship, so it's not like they can get like bow chads to float in the river and really control everything. So yes, and don't worry, Will Chapman, don't be disappointed. I'm going to be covering Age of Empires pretty much at the same pace I do now. Right now we have about 3 Age of Empires streams a week, and that pacing is not going to be changing when Immortal Empires comes out. So I love this game. Like I get on and play Age of Empires by myself all the time. Like, and it's not common that I do that for games outside of like Total War. Like Age of Empires, I have the urge to get on and play like almost every day. So a little bit of a wall off going down here. Nemo. Ooh, this is... Oh, wow. This is a good wonder position. So if Nemo set up a wood lumberjacking operation, cut into this tree line, built a wonder in this corner, this would actually be a really, really defensible position. So Nemo actually has some great options here as well. Aachen Chapel going to be coming out here for Captain Nemo. And what the hell is this? A Barbican rush? What's going on here from Uravity? This is madness. So Uravity getting a barbecue really, really close to the Holy Roman base. Like really close. I don't think that's going to be a sign of like early aggression per se, but that is pretty aggressive. I mean, it's denying this gold node from the Holy Romans, who will mine this out pretty quickly. And then they're going to have to move up and they're going to see that this has been walled. And that's going to be an immediate escalation of conflict for sure. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm excited for that. Benjamin says, I just want to see the Black Lions in domination. Yeah, they could be good. They could be good, potentially in some matchups. Overall, in my experience in Immortal Empires, the Empire is unfortunately very, very weak in domination mode compared to the Chaos stuff and all that. So, English getting ye old Farmville going. So we got farms, cackling, early English economy here. Looks like one of the Scouts of the Roost is going to be popped by the English TC, maybe? It seemed like one of those arrows just didn't do damage. That was very, very weird, but Esanch is going to be able to get away. The Lord of the River doing the river dance over here. He's got his 5 boats, and yeah, that's going to be a ton of food. I mean, and Roost, of course, don't even need to mine gold, and basically Dark Ages or feudal. You could just like trade your way there using Golden Gate. You just like kind of periodically trade extra food. In this case, with your fishing boats or wood if you have it. So that's going to be very sweet. That's a nice little position for Esanch here. Looks like he's going to be walling off the rivers, taking full control of his river colony here. And yeah, I mean, this is a great wonder spot too. Looking at a wonder, like kind of very cozy in here. You set up keeps and like 5 layers of stone walls right here. There's actually a lot of great wonder positions on this map seed for sure. And really, really fast castle age. Holy shit. 7 minutes and 20-second castle age coming in from Tungdil. he is looking for them juicy relics. He's got one Friar Tuck sitting out here and one in the Aachen. So what you'll usually do is on your way to Castle Age, you build a third prelate, which is what he's doing. And then you just send all 3 relics out or prelates out. And, you know, people in FFA games usually don't deny relics super heavily. That's why it was kind of cool to see what Nakamura did last game with the early spear and horseman investment. Like, he was able to kind of deny some of the relic play from the other players, even though Patty did a really good job of getting three or four relics despite that. So it was great. It was great. So the Lord in chat asking, what would you say is the greatest selling point of Age of Empires? It really scratches the traditional RTS itch for me. Plus, I've always been a fan of like fantasy RTS. Like, I love, you know, I love that kind of side of things. But like, if you're a fan of like StarCraft and, you know, those kind of old school RTS games, do you know how rare it is that in this day and age we get good RTS games? It is like the most it's like Bigfoot, you know, like it just like, you know, there's myths and legends, but like rarely to actually find one. Well, I guess it was Bigfoot, you know, it's not the best anecdote, but you guys get the picture. But this game, like, despite its flaws, plays like a really, really fun RTS experience. It's incredibly fun in FFA and team games. 1v1 has its balance issues, but overall is pretty damn fun too. And like, that's the thing, like, even the worst civs in this game can compete with the best ones. Like, if you have, like, you know, high level players playing, right? It just scratches that classic RTS itch, and it does a really good job of it, is what I would say. So, looking around, nice river economy here from Uravity. Holy shit, that is... Homeboy's got like 15 fishing boats here. Cheesus going to be reaching the Castle Age as well. So Cheesus sitting over here. Oh my god, what the hell's happening here? Jaqen is going for blood. What is this, like an English 1v1 game? Oh my god, is this actually happening? Are we seeing an English ram? Is there a blacksmith here with siege engineering? Oh my god, he's getting steeled arrows and siege engineering probably afterwards. Guys, the Chinese down here are being rushed by the English. Cheesus is getting hit, but Cheesus only really needs to build one clock tower and SWBs and some horsemen, and then he's totally impervious to this rush, more or less, I would say. Not impervious, but he's going to be in a very, very good position for sure. Yeah, so this is the grand finals. This is the individuals who won all of their other respected pods here in ye old grand finals. Gravity has reached the Castle Age as well, so most of the field has reached the Castle Age, except the feudal English aggression and the Rus River Lords, who are going to be going for the Abbey of the Trinity. A couple of relics nearby for the Rus, so we do have this relic down here. We have one to the northwest of that, and a couple inland, but I would wager that the Holy Romans are going to get those. So yeah, Tungdil seems to be very, very skilled at getting these relics. Yeah, so we have towers going up here with the Rus and the Holy Romans. A little bit of a river standoff. And how many relics do we have so far? So it looks like one, with the second one being brought back at this point. Wololo going down here, not quite able to get it, but Tungdil is going to get another relic, going really deep in enemy land, so the greedy Holy Romans, I love it. Oh, baby, look at Westerly Salt. This is so sweet. Setting up the dreaded White Tower up in this choke point. This just brings me such a joy. If we get the White Tower and then the Berkshire Palace like back here defending a wonder, dude, that is going to be like the most glorious situation you could think of. So another town center going to be coming down. Could go after the boar as well as the stone outcropping. But yeah, Westerly showing those really, really strong FFA mechanics, right? Like knowing to hide wonders. FFA is more about like planning ahead for sure. Yeah, FFA Grand Finals. That's right, Nick. You have tuned in at the right time, my friend. Nick is also my name. Fellow Nick, hello. So England looks like it pumped its brakes a little bit. Going to be going a second TC. I think that Jaqen has realized that is not going to work out over there with the Nesta Bees. So setting up a second TC to try and catch up with the eco, I think that's a very, very smart play. So the dreaded White Tower is here. It's good. You know, you can build some units out of it. You can build Springalds if you need to defend, or you know, build some Knights if you want a little bit of map control. Always good stuff. Now, what Westerly needs to watch out for though is a very heavy HRE aggression. Like green is going to be a scary war machine soon. Like a second relic coming in from the far southlands. Only 2 relics, really? I feel like you would have gotten more. So Regnitz is about to get a second relic. Wololo down in the deep south. Look at this random prelate for Tungdil hiding, and he couldn't get back across the river because the Rus walled it. I guess not here. But yeah, look at this. The warrior monks are hunting down. The Holy Romans just have all these like haggard prelates like trying to jack the relics from the Rus, which is pretty hilarious, but Ivan here on the horse is going to be able to take down that wolf, and then he'll be taking the relic back to his lands, which is quite good. Dude, look at the prelates. The prelates are like battling over the relics. I love it. Oh man, it's just some wild shit. No more aggression for now. I think England is kind of pumped their brakes on the Chinese. The Chinese with the Nest of Bees are just going to be too resilient against longbows. I mean, Nest of Bees, they have like 20 ranged armor, so they only take 1 damage from longbows. So yeah, it's not going to be that much damage for sure. Looks like another relic could be taken in the middle, so we do have Tungdil going for this one. So far, he does have 3 relics, which is very, very strong. Going to be putting... Oh, wow, no, he's got more than that. He's got 3 here with Regnets. Oh, man, he's going to be so incredibly rich. Yes. The Nick squad is here. My middle name is actually Turin though, so it's not terribly creative in terms of the names. It's just actually my name. I was like, people are always like, oh, is it from Lord of the Rings? I'm like, no, it's not that cool. Just my name. So Prelate giving the Jesus to these workers. You know, the power of the Lord compels them to harvest these deers faster, so that's going to be giving some nice extra food to Tungdil. Where are the sacred sites, by the way? So sacred in the west. And then 2 in the middle. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Certainly favors the Rus a little bit, because they do have their own personal sacred site, which they could be getting here. And looks like they did wall up some relics, which they've since taken. And the Rus got 1 relic. I believe there's another one downriver somewhere. Oh my god. Look at this! What the hell is this? Is there actually a way here? So Nemo took that relic from Tungdil, and the Rus walled it with a palisade here, which is such a meme. But a couple knights have come, and he can actually get back to his lands this way. Wow, look at that, man. That's so cool. That's rad. So the Chinese don't care that much about relics. They certainly love it, but I mean, they can certainly survive without it. But it looks like the Chinese going to be getting aggressive against Nemo. And hey, you know, that's one thing that I like to do as well, is if somebody does have really good relic control, like if Nemo, for example, got like 3 relics and you know they got them as the Chinese player, you just go aggressive and take them out if you can. And then just take the relics, right? They basically just gather the relics for you, which is nice. But China going pretty aggressive. They got crossbows, they got their own lancers, and the Holy Roman Army is indeed losing this fight. They need to get some a Springald placement here, stat. Like a Springald placement, get some Vills in there. Because these Holy Romans are being pressured pretty heavily by the Chinese. And China can also get clock tower trebuchets. Hide them like right under the barbecue of the sun, and they can really put a lot of pressure on. Is this going to be one of our first deaths of the game? As Nemo is being pressured pretty heavily by Uravity's Chinese, which... I think this is a must for Uravity, because Uravity is in a position where he is sandwiched like very heavily. He probably has one of the worst board positions in terms of spawns. So if he could just win a war versus the Holy Romans here, take the 2 relics that they've accrued, and then, you know, he's safe from the south, really. He doesn't have to worry about being sandwiched too much. Yeah, all the maps in today's tournament, Alex, are mega random. Correct. So they're all random, they're all wild, and life is indeed going to be good. So up in the north, we got a little bit of a chill situation. I don't think anybody's in Mortal Kombat yet. I really like how the English player went for double TC, and now is going to have a triple TC. I think that's a really strong play. That's going to help Jaqen kind of catch up in terms of eco for the early rush that didn't work out super well. Now, do we have the trebuchets? It looks like we do. Yes. Tungdil could go Imperial here, so we're going to be having our first Imperial HRE player, who's also sitting on 4 relics, mind you. 2 in the Regnets, 1 in the tower, and there's probably another one over here somewhere. Yeah, right here. So they get 50% armor, 35% increased damage, tight range, weapon range, and give you gold. It's really quite good in keeps, too, especially if you're trying to defend a sacred site or something like that. Yeah, the Holy Romans are getting pushed pretty hard. I mean, they've mustered a force of knights. Probably against a spearman or a crossbow and lancer-based army, you would want to go with your own crossbows, spearmen, and land snakes is probably the composition I would use. Double trebuchets. This is looking really, really bad for Nemo. Nemo, probably your best bet here. I don't think Nemo can win this war against the Chinese. I think the Chinese just got the momentum. They won some of the early fights against HRE when they first started skirmishing. I think if you're HRE, you got to try and bank enough resources to go Imperial, and then maybe try and like hide a Swabia in the corner and just hope they don't come finish you off. I don't think it's going to work out though. His bank is very poor. He's only got 377 food at the moment. His gold is pretty much non-existent. He does have some relics, which I'm not sure what he's doing with them. I guess he just took it out of the Regnets and is trying to hide here. But yeah, China is looking just fully erect, and it looks like they're going to be coming in for it. And yeah, good night, Nemo. Hey, no worries, Nemo. You're all good. So at least we know Nemo's outcome right now. We know this fight isn't going to go super great, so we can go look elsewhere on the map there. It's pretty foreseeable that your fate is sealed here. You have like a fully functional Chinese economy pouring in on you with trebuchets, and don't worry about it. But again, if you do get eliminated, please do not jump in chat, because we do have a 5-minute delay to make sure that people don't cheat and stream snipe you and whatnot. But guys, I have to say, I am really, really loving Westerly's situation here. Wingard Palace. Okay, so it's not going to be Berkshire. Wingard is still just such a good landmark. It's basically like free trebuchets and things like that. So I think that is an okay choice. It would have been pretty cool to see Berkshire. Oh, look at this, Bull Moose. Dude, how could we forget about the Dark Lord Bull Moose? Bull Moose just waiting like a coiled viper to strike and come for his prey. But Nemo's going to pay the iron price. Ragnitz is down, Town Center, and the Aachen Chapel are going to be falling pretty shortly after. He doesn't have the assets here to really push back the Chinese army, and that's going to be the end of the road. So GG, well played, Nemo. Hey, you made it to the finals. Hold your head up high. But this is going to be the end, and First Blood will have been drawn 17 minutes in, which is very quick. Usually you don't see players get this aggressive until, you know, much later. Like, I'm talking like 30, 40-minute mark, but, you know, people will get aggressive in higher level games for sure. So, down goes the TC. England just kind of sitting and gathering its bearings. Let's look at the eco of all the players right now. So looking at the eco of Westerly, he's currently sitting on 85 villagers, which is very, very good. The dreaded Bull Moose at 63, so a little bit behind there. Esanch at 95, of course, having a nice, very cozy corner position. Cheesus at 94. Jaqen is going to be sitting at 79. And Nemo pretty much still 61. Not bad considering the circumstances. 54 for the Holy Romans. Very, very small eco here. I wonder why. Yeah, I guess he's got... Okay, he went with Elsbach. He got Elsbach Palace instead of Swabia, and he went with the second TC instead. That would explain why the eco is a little bit lower, but it is going to make him a little bit harder to finish off. Yeah, I dig it. Gravity down here in the Chinese, sitting on 82, despite being aggressive, really showing the power of the Chinese eco. And yeah, the granary economy is just nuts. Because late game, if you really want to go crazy on food, you could just have 3 supervisors on your 3 granaries, and one of them just collecting taxes from the granaries, or 2 of them collecting taxes from granaries, and you can be in a very, very scary situation. So, looking here, we do have a little bit of Mortal Wombat going on here. So we do have the Clock Tower Trebuchet. It looks like China is not... They're the dwarves here in this game. They are not forgiving and they're not forgetting. Setting up trebuchets and siege equipment, getting a forward keep, sort of forward, actually not really, mainly main base. But it looks like there's going to be a combat between Jaqen as well as Cheesus in the corner. China going to be trying to settle the ancient grudge they have here with the English, which is, you know, if you really think about it, like if we're looking at the Dark Ages compared to Castle Age, like that is like, you know, several hundred years in the future there. So yes, the grudge is indeed quite ancient, to say the least. No other heavy conflicts though, mainly just like a walling skirmish here. And I think that's the right play for Westerly. If you're Westerly, I don't think you make any enemies. You just sit and like gather gold as English. Just get to Imperial, get those enclosures right here, and you just bathe in gold. You know, those English farmers, of course, you know, they're known in history for growing golden crops. Ooh, a Relic, actually. Wow, late game Relic coming in for the Rus. Should be able to drop that off here. But the Rus have a pretty good army. 47 Horse Archers. Horse Archers aren't what they used to be, but they're still very good. One thing I would like to see from Esanch is upgrades. We don't see any Blacksmith upgrades yet, which is going to be paying, you know, it's going to be a big difference for sure. Oh, there's actually a Relic here in this outpost. If these Treps can take that down, the Rus might be able to jack that. Oh, okay, that is pretty strong for sure. GG, well played, Nemo. The Chinese have cleaned up here. And it looks like that is going to be Uravity coming in with the steel chair and drawing First Blood here in this battle. Now, the Bull Moose going to be setting up a pretty vast empire here, taking a big piece of the pie. Nobody really going for the middle yet. Everybody's playing very, very tight. We do have some middle presence here from Jaqen. I like that he's doing this. Like, I like that he's got a lot of villagers just going kind of ham in the middle here, which is going to be quite strong. The Rus going to be going Imperial. The River Lords, the Tullys, looking quite cozy. Nice food economy is going to be coming in. Rus fishing boats, of course, can magically teleport fish. We're learning a lot about history on this stream. We're learning that the ancient English were able to grow gold in their wheat fields. And the Rus apparently developed Star Trek transporter technology to teleport their fish back to the mouths of their hungry citizens, which is quite cool. Could have used an endgame overlay. Yeah, you know, I'll try it next time. I know somebody mentioned it, but I need to look into it again. But yeah, we will see. Up here in the north, a little bit of a standoff. Westerly, just having a border skirmish here with the HRE. Elsbach is pretty cool. But if you're going to be going Elsbach, you want to get Axes of Keep with extra health, but all buildings within influence take less damage. So typically, you want Elsbach to go where your Wonder goes. You build your Wonder next to it, which reduces the damage it takes by 33%. And then you build keeps and towers around it. That's what makes it very, very strong for sure. It's pretty cool. Yeah, no heavy-duty fighting except in the north here. We do have the English, Cheesus, and Jaqen in Mortal Kombat. It looks like China claiming a little bit of an advantage in the battle. They were able to take down many of the horsemen. And the longbows are skirmishing back, but Jaqen could be in a little bit of trouble considering he went for early aggression that didn't pan out. That allowed the Chinese to kind of tech up and get a better kind of economic lead. But again, the farms of English can certainly carry you into the sunset. And with a little bit of scooting and shooting in micro, maybe Jaqen is going to be able to sustain here. I think England is best served using infantry-based armies, so like spearmen, men-at-arms, and like longbows and or crossbows, and hand cannoneers and Imperial with the attack speed augmentation are just insanely good. But will they be able to hold is the question. Certainly going to be tough to deal with these clock towers. Got 2 of those. China does also have trebuchets coming up. Looks like they're going to be securing this forward gold vein, and maybe they will be losing this TC. And Palace Guard are also very good against range units. They have much faster move speed, so that, you know, most men-at-arms can be kited by archers, but Palace Guard are much harder to kite. So in this situation, England just kind of stands their ground here, and is just going to be trying to trade them down with ye old bows. Nemo says, only the 3rd FFA they played in, but good fun. It was too late by the time I realized Gravity had attacked you. Yeah, if this is only your 3rd FFA ever, and you won your pod, which was your 2nd FFA ever, very, very impressive. So kudos to you. Oh no, Nest the Bees, big shots. A lot of villagers getting popped in the face here, guys. Clock Tower, Nest the Bees going in again. Oh, he just lost like 8 villagers, but the keep did finish. And, you know, the keep at the very least will keep him from dying, which is good. But there's a trebuchet coming in. China probably going to be mustering out more trebs. Does not look like it, actually. And the Rus just kind of cackling with a huge horseman-based army. Still no blacksmith upgrades, which, do we have any blacksmiths coming out here for the Rus? Oh, wow. Wow. He did not go for the Spasskaya. He went with the high armor rate to get the Rus artillery buffs, which, I mean, is good. It's very different. And now, wow, the Rus are going to be going for the Holy Romans. Holy Romans are partially upgraded, but this Rus army is very erect. That is a mean army. I mean, there are 14 land snakes in there and 56 men-at-arms against 24 knights and 57 horse archers. If the HRE takes this fight in the choke, they're going to lose. Like 1,000%. Because they'll just be bottlenecked in here and they're going to be getting shot to pieces. But if they take it in an open field, they might have a chance. Charging in here, don't do it. Don't do it. But they're going to charge in there, and yeah, this is a really bad fight for the HRE. Like, really, really bad. And the choke point, it's just going to allow the horse archers to just funnel them and just get a ton of damage. And honestly, if Tungdil doesn't pull back, he might actually just lose this. Like, it could be really bad for him. Yeah, okay, he's pulling back. Okay, never mind. He does have a cannon, a couple culverins back here. Interesting. The Rus Knight's going to be charging in, and he does not have any sort of a tower emplacement here. And now the Rus are able. Now you can see the HRE gets a better concave. So they're going to start mulching through a lot of the horse archers using the land snakes. Things are going to be going a lot better for them. But it looks like all the culverins did die. Ouch, that's a big loss. Culverins are not cheap. They're very, very expensive, but you can see the concave allowed the HRE to trade much better there. They're going to have the macro advantage. Probably want to get some defensive emplacements as well here for Tungdil. I would love to see like a cannon tower right here or something with the Relic. I think that would just be huge with range and the damage. But yeah, I think they're going to survive now. If they had continued to fight in that choke, maybe not. Now, looking around, Bull Moose has reached Imperial Age. We still have the Chinese-English conflict here. And I think this is a really good play here by Cheesus, our Chinese player, because he's going to eliminate the Holy Rum or the English before they get to their farm economy in late game, which is going to prevent England from drowning them in gold. In my experience, England actually can and often does beat China in the late game with trebuchet spam and just like the amount of gold they get and their men-at-arms. They are just brutal to deal with. China, of course, has grenadiers, but China often runs out of gold and England doesn't. So that's really the big deciding factor, right? But looking a little bit grim for Jaqen here, being pressured by a very aggressive Chinese foe. Back in the base, the Rus got a little bit of a raid, but it looks like the force of the Rus has been tamed for now, as they're continuing to muster out horse archers. But again, they need upgrades. Really, really need to get upgrades. He's getting Streltsy. Streltsy will pretty much trash can any of that sort of an army. He does have a blacksmith, but no upgrades whatsoever in that. So hopefully he's able to get those guys and be cozy. Yeah, China really flexing its muscles here at this game. We've had 2 Chinese players just really, really, be tyrannical to their neighbors. We, of course, saw the great Nemo have an epic last stand against the Chinese. And then up in the north, we have the same situation happening for Jaqen. But, you know, all this time, Sauron is rebuilding his strength in the north. Westerly Salt's getting nice and cozy up here, setting up a beautiful Windguard Palace, a nice English farm economy. Very good position for Wonder, but, you know, if you're Westerly, you're not in any rush to get the Wonder, right? Like, there's no rush whatsoever. Just get a huge macro economy. Perfect, yep. Horseman spam to kill artillery, English men-at-arms, trebuchets. What's not to love? Yeah, Sauron is here. And Sauron is only going to get stronger if you know, the wild men of the mountains here take down the forces of Gondor here. If Gondor falls, Sauron is going to be pretty uncontested in the north. For sure, so we'll have to see. We will have to see. Will says, I'm surprised to not see Matt Boss here. I don't know if Matt Boss played today. I'm not sure. I think Matt Boss did, actually. But honestly, there's a lot of competitive players. Matt Boss is for sure one of the stronger FFA players in our community, but there's a lot of strong players. Yeah, Matt Boss is always a very ferocious FFA foe. And yes, like, that's what I love about FFA. Like, many of the traditional skills of like 1v1 apply and whatnot, but like there's also a whole nother set of skills that are very pertinent in FFA games. Like in terms of like building placement, like victory conditions, like it's very unique, which is cool. So yeah, Rus are the Corsairs in the river. Yes, exactly. They're raiding Gondor, but there's not going to be a ghost army to fight them this time. Looking around, it looks like Jaqen is in danger. China is getting Trebs up in the main base. Jaqen is also only Castle Age. We have the Council Hall, we have the TC, and the King's Palace is dead. So yeah, this is looking to be the end of the road for yet another English player. Most likely so. We do get the Horsemen coming here, so the Horsemen are going to be moving up. I want to play in one of these FFA tournaments sometime. It's so much. It looks like so much fun. It looks like so much fun. Oh my god, China go with the Ramsteins. Dude, Jesus is not messing around. Can somebody go back and check and see who won our last FFA tournament? I can't recall who it was. Montfort says, I'll never forget the dreaded 3-hour Big Cranny win where Matt Boss legit went AFK to make food. Yeah, that was so funny. Oh my god, Matt, I remember that one, dude. That was so good. Those were such amazing times. Keep isn't building because his archers are unfortunately standing in the position here. A little bit of sharing and caring in the middle as we do get Westerly Salt taking some stone and the forces of the Pink English taking the gold here. Although it looks like there's going to be a Springald Tower slowly clearing those guys off. And what is this? Westerly sends reinforcements. So Westerly just appeared with like a random army and backstabbed the Chinese. Oh, I kind of think I see this. So Westerly is pulling like a CIA play, right? Like he is like supplying he's supplying Jaqen with CIA support so that this person will serve as the buffering against his enemy. Dude, that is really, really good. I love this, man. This is great. What a scheme. What a scheme by Westerly. Just backstabbing the Chinese to buy more time. Although I think it's a little bit too late. I think the Chinese are too strong here. Looks like Westerly's CIA force is going to be pushed back. Big fight here between the Holy Romans and the Rus. Sanch is coming for blood. He's now started to get upgrades. He's got Streltsy, Knights, Horse Archers. I think the Holy Roman army here is going to get buckled. Although the Rus... How many Springalds do we have here? We actually have double Culverins. The Culverins are actually sniping all the artillery, so even if the Holy Romans do lose this field fight, they still have most of their artillery intact. Should be able to fall back through the walls, and they did kill a lot of the artillery here of the Rus. In the River Rus, our Cheesus won the last FFA tournament. Okay, so Cheesus is back defending his strap here. And yeah, the English are for sure dead. That's going to be the end here of Jaqen. So Jaqen, GG, well played. It was a pleasure casting you here, but you are going to be the second to fall. So the two English players are the ones who, well, I think this was Holy Romans actually. So one English and one Holy Roman has fallen. Crazy stuff. The green Holy Romans preparing to make a defense against the Rus. The Rus coming in pretty aggressively. Sanch, the River Rus, the Corsair Lord, taking whatever gold he can here on the river. So he does have that central island. Surprised he hasn't taken the Sacred Site yet. Would be a little bit of free gold that he perhaps could accumulate. Holy Romans have a nice core of artillery. Might be able to blast here. Sending in some land snakes with their big Zweihanders to try and cleave through these horsemen, but not going to be super good against the big armor in my experience. Horse archers will absolutely eviscerate those greatsword boys. And now the Rus have actually gotten to the base. Streltsy do hit hard enough to get through the ranged armor. Like 20 ranged armor on artillery pieces against 35, so it's still 15 damage a pop here from these Streltsy. And looks like they're going to be going after that cannon back there. So you know what? It's looking a little bit grim for Tungil here. He's setting up more barracks in the back, more production infrastructure, realizing that maybe he doesn't have enough. And the Rus Horse Archers just pouring it on, bringing in more basic horsemen, which of course have not been upgraded from the Dark Ages, or the Feudal Ages, I should say. But even still, pretty good for raiding bases, torching buildings, all that sort of good stuff. And, yep, looks like the Chinese have kind of chilled out in the corner for now. They've taken out their nearest adversary. And I would wager that Cheesus is going to go for Bull Moose now. And if Bull Moose falls, then Cheesus is in a position to really win with the Wonder in the corner. We do have a trade network going. I'm not sure where the trade is going to be tied to. Probably to the middle somewhere. Maybe over here. Although there are a couple of keeps in the way. Maybe to the ruined marketplace of his old enemy's base. I'm not sure. Rus getting very, very heavy raiding. You can see many of the villagers being taken out by the horsemen, which have just been upgraded to veterans here. And the Rus are now deep into the base of the Holy Romans. The Elsbach Palace is going to make it very, very tough to finish off Tungdil. Like, the Palace with emergency repairs is so tough. Look how little damage it takes from artillery, like, from that Bombard as well as that Treb, but even still, man. The Rus seem to be very, very dominant here in this fight. The Streltsy obviously heavily out-trading Men-at-Arms. With Holy Romans against Rus, you really have to change your army comp in late game. You can't really rely on infantry-based armies. You have to mix in, like, you know, archers, crossbows, and spearmen, I would say, is probably your best bet. So the spearmen with the riveted chainmail will counter the Rus cav. They're also a little bit more durable in melee against any Rus melee. And then archers and, you know, range units. Your own hand cannoneers are probably necessary too, but the Rus are just macroing in a fully fledged army. And look at this, guys! What is this treachery? Uravity shows up. The Chinese are like, oh, hey man, what's going on? Tungdil just getting hammered 2v1. Okay. So Tungdil is like, oh my god, there's 3 relics here, guys. Hey, Jacquin, GG well played. He says, GG, I called upon my English brother in Westerly Salt. Oh, I love that. So Jacquin is in chat. You can see Rectalaner there. He says, GG's, I called upon my English brother in Westerly Salt, but not even he could save me against the Chinese. Oh, I love it, man. I love it. That's so good. But guys, this Chinese army is so upset right now. Holy shit, that is a strong army. And there's 3 relics up for grabs here. This is actually a big, big deal. If Uravity gets those 3 relics as the Chinese and just slaps those bad boys in pagodas, oh my god, he is going to be an absolute tyrant. Like an absolute tyrant. We got more Trebs coming down here. And yeah, this is basically the end of the Holy Romans. Like, the only way maybe is if the Rus decide to like leave and go do something else. But the Chinese are coming for blood for sure. This is nasty. This is very, very nasty. Are there any monks coming? Yeah, look, their monk is on the way to start grabbing the relics. Very, very good awareness. Oh my god, the dreaded Slanesh bots. Let me slay those beasts real quick here. Hold on, guys, I got it. You have to report it. Yes. YouTube really needs to like fix the bot problem for sure. Alright. There we go, guys. Sorry about that. Alright, so back to the action here. Town center is being emergency repaired, which is going to buy it a little bit of time. Just look at the Chinese Daka trying to push through that. Elsbach is holding. I love the scrappiness from Tungdil. Really unfortunate for Tungdil to get 2v1 here, though. This is tough. I mean, Tungdil had a pretty bad start position, which is a big variable for sure. Mordor is still growing in strength, though. Trebuchet's very, very comfortable in the corner, building 1 million outpost towers just to get the attack speed buff and also perhaps to build some cannons and different things like that. And yeah, relics are being taken. So the first relic, I believe, has been jacked, yes. So the Monk of China has taken the relic from the ruins of the Holy Roman Empire. And Elsbach is holding on like a true champion. You can see the brave, valiant soldiers are trying to fight off the Rus aggression, but it's going to be tough for them, despite their big fancy swords and floppy hats. Probably not going to be enough. I think that might be his last landmark. That's not his main TC. Elsbach, and no, he actually still does have this, but China is probably going to be able to finish that off. The triple trebuchets coming in. Down it goes. I wonder if there was some sort of a concentrated effort to take down Tungdil here. Like, I'm surprised to see China go across the map like this. There must have been some politics. Like, you know what I can potentially see happening? I can see that the Chinese, the Rus might have said, hey, there's relics here if you help me kill him. Maybe we'll you know, we can work together. Maybe there's some sort of politics like that. Elsbach is being repaired. You have the Rus in the back. Holy Romans might be able to defend this. I mean, if the Chinese decide to go elsewhere, maybe they just take the relics and then leave. Aachen is very, very beat up. Trebuchet should finish that pretty soon. China's going to be back. You can see another monk coming to grab those relics. They have 2 monks on standby here, so should be able to get the other 2 relics. Looking around, I don't think there's any other heavy conflicts. Looks like China, for Jesus, is just kind of gathering right here. He did clear out the bull in the middle, so the bull moose did get pushed back. Bull moose just gathering up his Streltsy army, taking it very, very cautious here. Very, very cautious indeed. So how's Elsbach doing? He's doing okay, but now there's 5 erect bombard cannons. If any palace can take bombards, it's going to be Elsbach. But I think the Holy Romans are going to have to surge out and make one last stand. Because it's not going to be able to hold much longer.
I can't hold much longer. I'm too weak.
Bombard cannons into the sunset. Holy Romans surging out, but that is going to be the end of the Empire, guys. As, whoa, hold on a sec. Never mind. The Chinese are not finishing off the Aachen, so it's going to allow the Holy Romans to repair the palace. And the men-at-arms do surge out. Dude, what a Chad Holy Roman player. Despite just being hammered by 2 people, he's just fighting to the bitter end. Dragging his enemies down with him with these men-at-arms. And there's no Streltsy here right now, so the men-at-arms are actually very, very powerful. Are the Rus going to get back? If China finishes this, it looks like they're not focusing it, so I don't think China has the urgency. They're stoked. I mean, China literally just took all the relics from Green. Green just lost all those goodies. The men-at-arms, it looks like they're going to be going after the trebuchets down here, I think. And Elsbach is going to be repaired. It's coming back up! It's coming back up! Oh my god. It's going to make it so difficult to kill him. Oh my god, that's so funny. Yeah, so he's going after the trebs here. This is kind of risky because it's going to kind of motivate the Chinese to finish him off, probably. But he does get one of the trebs. But there's a bombard cannon there. I think that was a little bit of a futile push. Yep, the big palace still shooting in the middle. We have some light skirmishes, but it looks like Jesus is taking over the middle. He's got a massive amount of workers on all these nodes. So the mining camp and yeah, man, beautiful. Triple gold. And what is Westerly up to? Westerly is chilling here. I think Westerly is just banking resources. Just going Mordor. Biding its time while the forces of man, you know, tear each other apart. That's going to be it, though. Man, well played. Well played to Tungdil. Really, really unfortunate spawn. I'm trying to think how Tungdil could have avoided that. I suppose if Tungdil had just won the fight against the Red Rus, then he would have been fine. But he was also losing that fight. Like, the Rus could have finished them off on their own. But the icing on the cake, of course, was the Chinese. So well played to Tungdil. Super Oxide says, does Westerly have enough resources for a Wonder yet? I think it would be too early for a Wonder. But Westerly... guys, Westerly has 10,000 stone. How the hell did he get 10,000 stone? Holy shit. Yeah, no, Westerly is for sure in Wonder territory already. I mean, looking at the bank of everybody, nobody is even close to Westerly's eco. Westerly's rocking like 10,000 stone, just like a ton of gold. I think Westerly is just going and sniping all the stone on the map. Looks like there's going to be a Rus keep getting slapped down in the middle. And then there were 5. So the forces of you know, the West, I guess Gondor, Rohan, they're all starting to fall one by one. Don't know what Bull Moose is doing. Bull Moose is just, he's very chill. Bull Moose likes to play a very defensive playstyle. But Bull Moose coming into the middle, picking a little bit of a fight with the Chinese. Going to be trying to clear off these Chinese villagers, it looks like, but not getting too aggressive, actually. But the Chinese army is going to be mobilizing. It's mostly archers. It's not super high tier. Bull Moose might actually win this fight. I think Bull Moose was Yellow Rus last game, too. So very much staying in character here. But yeah, the Chinese army is going to be forced back. China going to be panic building a keep. It looks like they should be able to get that up. And that keep will pretty much deal with this army. A lot of villagers could die, but they could also hide in the keep, so he needs the garrison in there. Looks like he garrisons. A lot of the villagers going to be dragged down, but the keep should help him secure that middle position. But yeah, Westerly is just banking on those resources right now. And the Rus army looking pretty good. A lot of bombards, a lot of goodness here. The Teal Chinese also pillaging the middle, just absolutely taking all the goodies. A lot of gold nodes being taken down. Another keep here. Several more gold nodes to grab. But as far as infinite gold goes, Westerly probably has the best situation with the infinite gold. The Rus have triple relics, no Tithe Barns. I think Tithe Barns is worth getting, especially if you have 4 relics like he does. He just put the 4th one in there. So yeah, you for sure want to get the Tithe Barns to eventually get, that'll help you get stone for keeps. It's very, very valuable to say the least. Now Archer's blasting, a little bit of a skirmisher in the middle, but the Chinese Nest of Bees getting some good value into that very bunched up Rus army of the Bull Moose. And it looks like Bull Moose's vanguard force that was kind of on a little bit of an expedition here is going to end up getting taken out by the Chinese with their superior artillery. Bull Moose actually with some nice trade, but looks like trade is going to be shut down as well. And I think that Jesus is going to make a concentrated effort to kill the Bull Moose now, because if Bull Moose dies and Jesus is just alone here in the corner trading and ecoing, that's going to be very strong. Also, a really nice play here. Check this out. The Spirit Way being set up here by Jesus in the top of the map. So even if the main base does get raided, there's like just landmarks hidden around the map. So that is going to be quite strong. Uravity is looking very scary for sure. I mean, but so too is the English. I mean, English is just cackling up here, completely untargeted. I mean, look, they already have a network of keeps throughout their main base. Like, these towers eventually will be upgraded. He's setting up stone walls here into the breach. And yeah, you guys know what's going to happen, right? You know what's going to happen. He's mining into the tree line here, or lumberjacking, I should say, to get his Wonder set up in the back corner, which is going to be very, very strong. Meanwhile, you know, everyone's kind of scrapping in the middle. Talk about Nest of Bees. We have 8 clock tower Nest of Bees and 2 basic ones, and yeah, they can kill keeps. It takes a little bit of time, but you certainly can't repair when Nest of Bees are blasting you. You are going to be taking quite a bit of damage. You guys think the Moose is going to take it? The Moose is he's an underdog, man. Like, a lot of people were counting out the Moose last game, but he came back with that Wonder in the end and was able to pull out a nice victory. So never underestimate the Dread Moose. But Nest of Bees able to take down the keep, and now Jesus is really securing the middle. And China doesn't have infinite gold. It's one of their problems is they run out of gold in the late game, but he's got really nice trade. How many relics does he have? Oh, unfortunately for our boy Jesus here, he has pretty bad relics. I don't think he has any, so he is not going to be living it up there. The Bull Moose is also not really in a good gold situation. I don't think he really has much gold left outside of his like frontal gold here. Down to the south. Oh, yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. We got the triple pagoda. The goats are here. So pagodas are so good. They're basically like tithe barns on steroids, so it gives you just a ton of resources of all your primaries, and yeah, it's just so great. And just like we anticipated, the bull moose is going to be under attack. Nice Springald defense, though. Springald's, of course, pretty good against the nest of bees. You can see they're methodically picking them off. But the army of the Chinese seems pretty aggressive here. Look, nest of bees shooting into the Springalds, dude. That's how many he has. He can use them as counters, which is hilarious. But yeah, bull moose's army is looking very, very much worse for wear here. But he's able to hold. He's got the home field advantage, right? But how well is China going to be macroing here is the question. Are they going to be able to macro in reinforcements to keep that momentum, or is the bull moose going to be able to kind of blunt his aggression? But look how quickly the Streltsy get owned. Oh my god, it's so nice. Roos definitely needs some more Springalds. Mangoes, of course, will do good, though. Mangoes can pound these archers and many of these different units. But yeah, so far, a little bit of an even standoff here. The bull moose is holding well. He actually pushed him back, despite taking a little bit of a beating. Nest of bees, talk about overkill. Those Streltsy definitely got punished very, very badly by those Chinese fireworks. And the Roos fishing fleet just kind of moving down the river. You can see cleaning out the river as you go south, although there's still some here that they could come back to if need be. So yeah, if I'm westerly here, guys, oh my god, this is such filth. I love this. I love every second of this. Westerly, one of our homegrown heroes here, playing in all the FFAs on our streams, which is really fun to see. Dude, that's what I was so proud too. Like, so there was an FFA tournament, I believe called, was it Only Farms? You guys were saying? And some of you guys in the Discord showed me the top 8, and that, like, basically the top 8 of that whole tournament was our community. It was our team, you know? I was so stoked to see that, man. It brought me such joy. I was like I'm trying to think of the picture. I'll show you guys later. Yeah, it was amazing. It was great. But yeah, Bull Moose holding really well. Like, every time you think Bull Moose is in trouble, he macros out a huge army. Like, look at this. The Chinese are like, yeah, they're a little bit outmatched in terms of army size here, although they do have the 7 nest of bees, which might be the deciding factor. Let's look at the current resources for all the players. Bull Moose is a little bit low on gold and wood, so he's not going to be able to macro too much more after this. Whereas Jesus is also kind of low on gold. Yeah, he can do wood, but not too many gold-based units, so. But he does have the extra wood, so we'll see how that goes. So, big shots coming in, horsemen being pulled back, spearmen and Streltsy going to be piling in. We do have a little bit of a flank coming from some of the horsemen here from Jesus, and also Rams trying to sneak into the base. But the spearmen hold firm, they hold back the horseman charge, while the Streltsy last samurai down some of the more expensive units. And it looks like the Mangonel is able to get some nice DPS into the army, but the Nest of Bees generating that consistent value, of course, being a little bit superior to the old Mangonel. But I think Bull Moose with proper macro management, assuming he's not out of wood, I mean, looking at his wood, yeah, he's very low. He's only got 6,800 wood. So he's not going to be able to macro out as many units as he would like. But diving into the back, okay, might be able to get a bunch of these nests here. And like I said, the Chinese aren't like super rich on gold. They only have their trade. So if they lose a lot of these nests, that's going to be really, really hard to replenish. And the Bull Moose, once again, pushing him back, dude. Hell yeah, look at this. That is great. Hey, the smoking hot wife is here. Yes. She is here, and she's saying what's up. Fight over in the west. We have the keep going down. Looks like China is still clearing out the middle. Bull Moose is fighting very valiantly, considering how low he is on gold and resources. A little bit of a raid in the back, too, so Bull Moose does have a couple spearmen get in there, and they unfortunately start karate chopping some of his tools. China's going to be keeping the momentum on. Meanwhile, Westerly is just cackling. Just look at this. Westerly, oh my god, this is such filth. This is such filth, and how could they not see it coming, too? They have to know Westerly is just scheming in the north. Like, all these little skirmishes. If I'm Westerly, if I see one more player fall, maybe, I would probably wait for one of the Chinese players to go down. Because, like, with 2 Chinese players coming at you with, like, a ton of artillery, it's going to be very tough. But honestly, like, Westerly might be able to win with Wonder, like, even now. Like, English is so hard to break already. They have 11 trebuchets, a pretty good standing army. These towers are not upgraded, but yeah, delete this town center, get more walls here, and connect more walls here, more keeps. Dude, this is going to be so incredibly tough to take down. So incredibly tough. So the Bull Moose holding valiantly, using his horsemen, classic stuff, to take down the artillery, which is always quite strong. China is trading and also taking all the resources on the middle. Though I think Bull Moose is holding very valiantly, I think in a sustained long war against the Chinese here, it's going to be kind of tough. For sure. He's going to just kind of dwindle on resources, whereas the Chinese are just going to be cackling and trading and taking all those gold nodes off the middle. Uravity's looking very strong too. Rus have just a million votes here, which they probably need to kind of iron that economy out a little bit, make sure that that's And checking, is this what I think it is? Is this river trade? How much are they getting here? 46 and 46, that's really not bad. So we do get some coastal trade from the Chinese. Trading with the docks of their fallen enemy, I think. Yeah, where are they trading? Oh my god, they are. If China could get this trade a little bit further up the river, that'd be very strong. But this is very safe here too, so I like that. That gives you wood and gold, which is incredibly strong. Incredibly strong indeed. Anyways, the war continues. This is going to be the epicenter of action for now. Nesta B's getting a nice blast into that bunch of spearmen. Chinese Lancers moving in. Springalds, of course, going to be shooting into any Rus artillery they can find. But this is a good fight for the Chinese because they're in the choke point, right? The Rus can't get their horsemen back there super easily, but even still, they find a way to get back there. And several of these artillery pieces are going to be focused down. And it just goes to show the power of Streltsy. Streltsy are just such a good unit. Their DPS is insane, and they just like kind of mow down that Chinese army. And once again, the Bull Moose, dude, with the steel chair. Look at that, holding it down, man. Absolutely holding it down. So, ladies and gentlemen, the battle continues. The Bull Moose, once again, continuing to be the dreaded underdog. And I mean, like, honestly, he might be able to just defend himself long enough that somebody else, like, you know, has something to say. And Westerly, once again, just growing in power in the north, dude. Oh my god. And did I not tell you guys that this was going to happen? Like that, we were going to see a wonder in this corner, and that was what was going to be the big kind of play of the game. Blue looks like an English final campaign mission. Yeah, he does. He does, yeah. That's pretty hilarious, dude. I love it. All right, so China's still going after the Rus, but Bull Moose has really good macro, man. He is really good at just replacing his lost units. One of his big strengths here. I think the Chinese have the wrong army comp too. Like, you don't make, I don't think elite Chinese Lancers are the way. I think you need to get some more like Palace Guard, although Palace Guard are very weak against Streltsy. Maybe you just need Grenadiers or like Chinese like powder hand cannoneers themselves. So Bull Moose once again going to be trading into the army, and the Streltsy just proving to be like indomitable, man. Just blasting in, buttering bread. They're just rubbing that sweet, sweet butter all over those croissants there and doing great. So Nesta B is going to be attacked. I love that he just always finds a way to get his horsemen back there. Like, no matter how well the Chinese try and defend them, he just always is back there. And the static Streltsy shooting is so good. So they have static deployment, so every 5 seconds they gain attack speed and damage, which is nuts. To a maximum of 30% attack speed and 9 damage bonus, which is crazy, right? So these Streltsy are just hitting for like 50 plus damage, which is just absolutely nuts. On the other side, we have a little bit of a fight. And dude, like everything that's happening here is just like, Westerly is just rubbing his hands together. You have no idea. Like everyone else is just fighting each other and Westerly is just scheming. Like, I don't know how they're allowing that to happen, man. They need to get in there and go take out Westerly for sure. Because Westerly is just such a tyrant. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's even a keep up in the hills. Such filth. Just absolute filth. Absolute filth. Do you know how hard that's going to be? That's going to be so tough to take down, dude. And I think the Chinese and Bull Moose may have had like a non-aggression pact. They're like, okay. It's like the Atreides and the Harkonnen. Like, we've spilt blood for hundreds of years. Let us have peace. Oh, dude, Westerly is so strong right now. Like, hands down, in the best position to win this is Westerly. Not like 100%, right? Like, still could lose, obviously. We could even see some MLG lumberjacking, but Westerly would see that coming, right? Like, there's walls, there's buildings here. It would be a little bit obvious. So the dreaded Paddy lumberjacking tactics would be discovered. But that's going to be very tough. Like, all the natural predators to Westerly have been eliminated. We had the HRE here and the other English over here. So they both fell early. So it just gave Westerly complete safety in the north. Yeah, definitely nice. Westerly's just getting a rest. Probably enjoying a nice, iced tea there and maybe a little bit of a lunch break. Westerly could probably go AFK for like 10 minutes and come back and still be alive. With how everybody else is still fighting on the map, it's for sure possible. Now, looking around, it looks like Uravity is looking to push into the Rus. The Rus have a good army, though. They have a lot of elite horsemen and some mangoes and some Streltsy mixed in the back. Streltsy, of course, very, very strong. The Rus would be able to put a nasty push on this, for sure. If they got like some bombards with their high armory upgrades, they would be able to cause some problems. Rus bombards do reload, I think, 33% faster, so they're pretty mean in terms of their DPS outputs. But it's going to take a lot of pressure to get through here. And these towers will eventually be upgraded to cannons, but the only other counterplay I could really think of is if somebody sees Westerly going for a wonder and then like immediately builds their own wonder and beats the pacing, or if they go for the sacreds. Like if Rus could kill, even still, it's going to be too hard to get the sacreds because you have the purple Chinese up here. Jesus is just living it up, dude. He can build a wonder. You don't think he'll hold against 4 people? It's possible, actually. I think with this setup, he might be able to hold against 4 people. The only problem with holding against 4 people is that they all have really good angles on you. So, like, red could attack from here, teal here, and yellow and purple. Like, they could all get in on good angles. It's just, it takes a little bit of coordination. Now, looking at the bank of all the players, let's see who's even in wonder territory. So, Westerly for sure could build a wonder. Cheesus is very poor, actually. Cheesus has been kind of drained by the constant war with the Rus. Bullmoose is quite poor on gold, so I don't think Bullmoose is going to be a huge issue. And Sanch is kind of rich, but yeah, nobody can hold the candle to Westerly. Like, Westerly's got 42,000 food. You know what? Looking at how poor the gold is for these other players, I would even just go for a wonder right now. But of course, Westerly doesn't have that information. But when people don't have that much gold, they can't really sustain siege warfare, right? You need gold for bombards and other things like that, so... Yeah, I think Westerly goes for it. I think you go for the wonder soon, if you can. Like, screw it, man. It seems like the fighting has paused a little bit around the map. Like, I think some of the players might have realized that there's a big threat in the north, and they don't want to, like... They're waiting to see how this plays out. Because honestly, it probably would take all 4 of them. This is a nice Bombard Legion from your Abadi, though. He's got Bombards. He's also got Clock Tower Trebuchets. Looking pretty good. We got 3 Bombards here, and the Chinese over here don't really have that much artillery. They just have some Nest of Bees, which would take like 10 years to get through stone walls. He is trading, though. He's got 90 trade coming back, which is, I would say, very, very good. Bullmoose is he's just hanging out. He's got, oh my god, Bullmoose has 41 trades in his Golden Gate. I love that he just banks those just to build a wonder in the late game. That is crazy. So Westerly up in the north. Oh, he's going for it. The Cathedral of St. Thomas is here. Westerly Salt is going for the kill. And now, the old world is going to have to unify against England. So 15 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get the Wonder Tracker up here. We can... I wish it was a little bit more, tuned down here. But 15 minutes on the Wonder. And he's building more walls around it. All right, guys. They're all going to have to unify against Westerly Salt now. And this is not going to be easy. It is not going to be easy, for sure. Westerly is so entrenched. And can use the trebuchets to snipe enemy artillery. It looks like we have bombard towers being brought up. It begins the greatest fight of our time. Westerly Salt going for the kill, which I agree with. I think it's a good call. Everyone else is kind of poor. Like, their initial push is going to be scary, but if the English can blunt their artillery somehow, they're not going to have the gold to really replace it super well. So I think that's going to be strong. And English trebuchets are actually good anti-artillery. With the shattering projectiles, they can do some good damage for sure. Very brave with 5? I think so. But you know what I think was happening, guys, in chat? Is I think that they started to notice that Westerly was becoming a tyrant, and they started to say something. Right? So everybody was probably like, hey, Westerly isn't fighting anybody, and he's just banking gold in the top. We have to go deal with him. I'm pretty sure that's why Westerly built it, because Westerly could feel that they were starting to learn that they need to take him out. That would be my guess. Like, I don't think Westerly built that... You know, just like out of the blue. I think he felt that there was a threat and he had to deal with it. So the English army isn't that great, but they're going to be able to macro pretty well. And now the first fighting is going to be underway. Trebuchets here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. The English Trebs, look, defending here. That's so cool. I love it. If the English can take out this Chinese army here, that would be very, very strong. I don't know if they're going to be able to. The Chinese army is pretty ferocious. He's got grenadiers. He's got, like, bombards. That is a lot of stuff. Now, the Wonder Tracker is down to 13 minutes, so you may have 13 minutes to hold. It depends how good Westerly's macro is. Now, what is Westerly looking at supply-wise? So he needs to delete some economy for the sake of military now and just start producing horsemen and longbows. That's got to be his 2 cents. And the Rus are coming in pretty aggressively. The trebuchets need to kill the bombards, and they did. Oh, looks like there's 3 bombards back there. Trying to reach. Maybe they're going to be pulling back at this point. Nice play from Westerly. He gets in with a good cav flank, takes out the clock towers, and that's going to be destroying the siege capabilities of this army. Now, if Westerly can somehow blunt this Chinese aggression here, I think he's in a good position to win the game. But that needs to happen. Look at this rat's nest of walls and towers here. So he really needs to take out these bombards if he can. Like, get these trebs and just go after the bombard cannons, because that's what's giving the momentum here. But there's still a lot of ground to work through here. A lot. So the purple army's coming in. I would say ignore the purple army. Maybe try and focus these guys down. It's going to be tough. But honestly, red is making really good progress. Red is getting in there pretty quickly. Looks like some villagers are being pulled. Those trebuchets need to kill these bombard cannons stat. Like, that needs to happen right now. One of them's a little bit lower. Westerly, because like the thing is, red doesn't have like crazy supply lines yet. Still pretty good. He's got the triple siege workshop, so yeah, one bombard cannon goes down to the trebuchet fire. Oh, England needs to resecure these walls here too. They need to be rebuilding walls as soon as they fall, right? In the main base, the English keeps are holding back some of the aggression. Food doesn't really matter. Westerly has such a crazy bank of food. I think at this point you just pull back and keep trying to snipe artillery if you can. You also have the advantage that they're not going to be able to attack together efficiently because they'll be overlapping, right? So teal might end up attacking red, etc., etc. So we'll have to see. Yeah, Windguard is in the back. It is. Walls are being rebuilt. Westerly holding on pretty well so far. How much time do we have? About 10 minutes, I would imagine. 11 and a half. This is going to be a tough hold, actually. Red got in there much quicker than anticipated. So bombard cannons shooting into the TC here. Very, very nice. But this is where it gets a little bit scary. Like, oh, the mass scouts! And the mass horsemen. Nice play. Nice play there by Westerly. He gets a lot of bombards down. That's all you need to do, man. All you need to do is kill the bombards. That buys you several minutes, like, every time you do this. So we'll see if he can muster anything to hold with. Red, in the meantime, is on his way in, so Esanch is pushing. Does have 2 bombards and more coming, and also Spring Alton Streltsy, which should be up here if they can. And yeah, they're getting close, but man, that is a very entrenched back, and those Trebs are just nasty. They're probably going to have to flee the scene now. The Trebs are going to have to get back if they can. Oh, going after the bombards. Bombard cannons being sniped by trebuchets is pretty meme. Oh, another bombard goes down. And now it looks like they're going to be pulling back a little bit, falling back to the inner city. This is truly a Helm's Deep moment. He might have pulled the trigger a little bit too early. Normally players aren't this organized and working together when a wonder appears, but I'm very impressed with how well the other players are doing it. But it's still potentially going to be close, guys. We're at 10 minutes right now, and there's still several layers of defense that Westerly has. So the Trebuchet is probably going to want to pull back. If Westerly loses his Trebuchet blob, I think that could be GG. Like, that's the main defense here that they have, right? So going in, getting on bombard cannons, and 1 bombard. It looks like they missed. Trebs, of course, aren't always the most accurate. Oh, this is not good. Going to be losing those Trebs. That really, really is painful. They're an excellent defensive tool. Yeah, these players are doing really good. They're, like, coordinating super well. We get some more horsemen coming out from Westerly. And, yep, looks like the Roots are going to be pouring in. We get more keeps. The defense is back here quite weak. I mean, we do have Windguard, which is making some units. But those bombards just making that steady progress is so good. More horsemen coming in the back here. Westerly is at the 9-minute mark, guys. 9 minutes! 9 minutes? It's closer than you think. The double keeps blasting through the horsemen here. But the artillery corps is going to be a problem. They are making decent progress in the walls. But this is where it gets hard, because it gets convoluted. We see fighting between purple and yellow, right? So these two players and their armies are going to be clashing a little bit. It's not like Warcraft 3, for example, in some custom, FFAs. You can like make allied alliances with people, but I think it's better that you can. Keeps the games going. So Westerly does have a decent amount of cav. Looks like mustering 21 horsemen. Going to be going to try to snipe some bombards. I think you run due west and just try and take out the Roost bombards here. That'll buy you a lot of time. But yeah, teal and red are both pushing with bombards. That's going to be heavy progress. But Westerly made this very hard. I mean, there's multiple layers. The Wonder is at 8 minutes, guys. It's getting kind of close. And Westerly coming into the cav flank, probably going to go after these Roost bombards right here, which will be quite good. Because these are very unprotected. That is going to be a power play. Very nice from Westerly. So he gets in there. Going to be going after these. Nice shot right there. Beautiful. Oh my god, he gets all 4 bombard cannons. Masterpiece. No, we didn't finish the last one. Getting a little bit greedy there. The 1 bombard cannon you let get away. No, he's going to go finish that off now. Okay, he's heading back. Yeah, need to rebuild these walls if you can. So try and rebuild those. Block the line of sight. All of Red's bombards did die, and he actually has some more coming, but that, that buys a lot of time. You see what I'm saying? The keeps holding on. Very Chad. But you got to rebuild those walls to line of sight the bombard cannons, man. That needs to happen. Yellow's moving in now, but Yellow might actually screw this up a little bit if he attacks Teal. We'll see. If Bullmoose gets a little bit crazy. Yeah, see, Bullmoose is trying not to attack his allies here. But the keeps are slowly being pushed back. We got siege workshops coming in from the English. Westerly's very low on resources right now, though. The wood is very sparse. Guys, we're at the 7-minute mark just about. And there's still a couple layers of defenses left. Looks like they're all going after the keep together, which is good. Unity is here in the lands. The Wonder Timer, taking a look, guys. About 7 minutes and 15 seconds. Westerly's Chad villagers coming out. And it looks like they're going to be trying to torch down that bombard cannon, but that's not going to be super easy. couple English defenders do sally forth, and these villas should probably be pulled back for repairs. Otherwise, they're just going to kind of get mowed down here. Is Westerly able to kind of macro out scouts in the main base? Yeah, you probably want to, although it looks like all the stables are gone. And now everybody has a pretty good setup here. More shots coming in. The three allies moving in. Very organized. This is one of the best siege, like organized siege attacks I've ever seen. It's very, very good. There's still layers to get back there, though. The fact that Westerly has so many walls is just so strong. How many keeps do we have? We have a keep here. We have a keep here. Looks like siege workshop's coming up. Not really going to do a whole lot. A couple trebuchets in the back also still bombarding and doing a little bit of damage where they can. The walls are falling, and the barbarians are at the gates, and they're going to be getting in. So the massive amount of Chinese cav. What's going to be really funny is going to be how wild this shit gets. Like when this falls, which it probably will. Man, that's nuts. They must have all had some idea that Westerly was a tyrant. Because they were fighting each other, and they're like, wait a second, what's Blue doing? And he's also English. I'd be really curious to hear from Westerly what was going on there. Oh my god, the bombard snipes! Westerly comes in and gets a bunch of bombards down, and now they don't have bombards to get through. Oh my god. Is Westerly going to pull off an MLG victory here somehow? With the Trebs in the back, shooting in still. Dude, he's hunting bombards so effectively. Westerly's playing like a man possessed right now. Really nice. Another one bites the dust, and another one bites the dust. Dude, he's just hunting all these bombards. A lot of horsemen here. If he just keeps hunting them down and keeps bombards from getting there, they won't be able to get through the stone walls. No way, guys. This would be like the Miracle on Ice. This would be such an insane hold. And he gets another one. There's no bombards up here right now, guys. There's none. No bombards. Westerly is at 5 minutes. And if he can keep hunting bombards, he can win this game. If the other players have sloppy micro and let their bombards get caught, he can win this. Oh my god, he gets another trebuchet! Dude, the plays! And now he's hunting another treb! There's no artillery here. And he needs to get these roost bombards, though. He needs to see those coming. Dude, I would imagine what... Look, because they can't get in. They can't get in. Oh, that's so good. Yes, Wingard is out front, so he could potentially die on that. There's a lot of horsemen idle over here. Westerly needs to get those guys in. These bombards are open for sure. And, yeah, man. Oh, no. The Unholy Legion. Oh, man, Teal's going to lose a bunch of these. Teal's going to lose a bunch. The other horsemen are probably going to attack them, too. Oh, my God. Value City. He gets like 4 of them. And Yellow's trying his best not to attack them and to help. Dude, Yellow's trying to defend this, but... I don't know. Red, you need to deal with Red's bombards, too. Red's setting up more siege workshops here. They don't have enough to get through the walls. And England... Dude, England rebuild these walls now. If England can get some stone and rebuild, like, these layers of walls, I think they win. Oh, my God. 4 minutes, though, is a long time, guys. He does take out all of the bombards from that army here. Looks like there's a bunch of trebuchets coming in. Westerly still mustering a cav force here. That certainly bought Westerly quite a bit of time, but is it going to be enough? I don't know. Doesn't look like these walls are going to be resecured. It does not look like it's going to be resecured. I think the Rus are going to get in there and, yeah, start causing problems again, but there's still a keep here shooting in. Trebuchets will be blasting. Wingard is pretty vulnerable, too, like you guys said. Are there any other landmarks that have been repaired? Can Westerly repair any landmarks? That would be very, very strong. The Cav diving in on the Trebuchet Legion. But now there's another wave of 7 bombards coming in from China. But they are very slow. It takes them a while to get there, so we'll have to see what happens. Wingard is in danger. 3 minutes and 22 seconds, guys. 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Westerly is, yeah, basically out of resources. 225 stone, though. You could rebuild these walls real quick. That would actually buy you another, like, minute, probably, or maybe 30 seconds. And it looks like everyone's kind of gathering their forces and going in, trying not to attack one another, which is super hilarious. I think Westerly's, like, gambit here is played out. I don't think there's going to be any more tricks and traps. These vills, though, they need to get in there. Can they repair anything? It looks like the Yellow Horseman going to be going. I think that's his last landmark, so... Unfortunately, the Wingard Palace is very vulnerable. Oh, no! What are you doing? Oh, no! Oh, no! What are you doing with your trebs? That's bad. That's really rough. That's bad. That's a lot. You could have sniped some bombards with those. It's not necessarily, like, going to be the main difference here, but you got to spam rebuild walls here. If you're Westerly, as soon as those walls are dead, you have to rebuild them. Because those bombard cannons are in range, and shit is about to get very real, very, very real here. Guys, 2 minutes left. I don't think it's going to happen. Unless they screw up and kill each other's bombards. The barbarians are at the gates, and it looks like Wingard is going to be falling here. Do they know that they can just kill Wingard and win the game? I'm sure they do. Did Westerly get any repairs going? Dude, this has been one of the best holds I've seen. Against really good opponents, too. Like, Westerly is so close to winning this. Like, under 2 minutes at this point. No, it would have been over even without the trebuchets being sent out. This is too much. And look, they're all raiding now. They're going to start fighting amongst one another. It's going to get crazy. Look, none of them are like... Yeah, if they just kill Windguard, that does the trick. Although it looks like they're going for the Wonder. Is Westerly trying to repair landmarks here? I don't think there's any bills that can. There's a couple farmers going in the distance. But, man, this has been... the Deep's wall has been breached. It has. That's going to be... Look, they're all going to turn on each other now. All right, GG, Westerly. GG, man. That was great. Well played to you. You get, like, the honorary victory today, for sure. All right, so now everybody turns on one another. They're like, all right, every man for themselves. Who has enough Wonder here? Enough for a Wonder. Nobody. Okay, so it's just going to be a traditional war of attrition. That was a really good attack, though. Those players were super coordinated. Dude, Westerly gets like... I think Westerly deserves honorary victor today, too. For that hold, that was so good. Valiant effort, 100%. That was a really good assault, though. Like, everybody did the proper stuff. Like, siege infrastructure, all that sort of good stuff. 007 tried, yeah? So now we have 2 Chinese players and 1 Rus player. The Chinese players probably have the advantage, of course, being Chinese and the late game. That was really good. That was amazing. And now look, everyone's like torching shit. They're like, free anarchy. There's relics everywhere, too. I think there's a couple relics up in the base. So we got 1 relic here. We got 1 relic up in the north as well. The winner in our hearts, yeah. Hey, the cathedral still stands. Wouldn't it be funny if it just like won the game? Yeah, that was really close. Like what? Like a minute and 30 seconds left, I think, at the very end is more or less what we were at. So torching through the old infrastructure here. Against 4 players. Yeah, it's not 5 players, it's against 4. He had 4 opponents there. 5, the 5th player was himself. I love how the Wonder remains to honor the hold. I know. Talk about a good way to hold, though. Like this like layer of walls was so nasty. This position was so gross. The very first question says, the Treb's running out sealed the deal for me. The very first question, are you Westerly? If you are, well played. Holy shit, that was such a good hold. Your horseman play sniping the cannons as they tried to get in was so clutch. That like almost got you the game. That almost got you the game. That was super, super cool. All right, so now who's going to win this? Let's put it to a vote, actually. We can have a little bit of fun with this. So looking at the remaining players, we will have a poll on who we think is going to win. I thought Westerly was going to win that, but I think they united against you. So Westerly, if you're in chat, did they start to sense that you were just like the Dark Lord in the north? Because they were all very poor compared to you. I feel like they probably had an idea you were going to be too strong. Who shall win? Uravity? Jesus. Jesus actually won last time. Or E-Sange. I think is how you say that. Oh shit, wait, Bull... Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it was 4. Okay, or Bull Moose. Dude, what has Bull Moose been up to in the shadows? Alright, let us know who's gonna win. Let us know your votes. So, looking around here. For sure a tough position for Uravity. He's kind of surrounded by 2 players. You know, finishing people off with brute force and the big late game FFAs is very, very tough. If that's Berkshire instead of Windguard, I think he holds. Maybe not, maybe Masso, but maybe not, because the Windguard gave him all those trebuchets, which were very good in defense. So, it's hard to say. Uravity was the unholy terror in your pod, says Galen. Yeah. Hey, Sean Duarte, here's one for the legendary tourney. If y'all need volunteers, they'll coordinate stuff in the future tournaments. I'm always happy to help. Thank you so much, man, and definitely keep that in mind. Could be helpful, yeah, like setting up and organizing and everything. Very first question says, they were not really aware. I could have waited a bit more, probably. Okay, got it. So maybe, yeah, I think if Westerly had... I mean, I thought you could have maybe held there, but yeah, obviously they were very organized in their assault. But yeah, I think with 1 less person, you win that. But, you know, it's easy to look back and say that. Yeah, Uravity's very strong. Uravity's got naval trade, which is going to sustain, and also triple pagodas. So Uravity's probably the strongest eco-wise. Oh my god. Look at Uravity's eco, guys. Jeez. 22,000, 12,000, 14,000, and 3,000. The pagoda resources are just nuts. But the Bull Moose is not gonna take it. He's getting in there, dude. Look at the Great Wall Gatehouse. Such a good landmark now. It has like a nest of bees on top. Just like super crazy. But Bull Moose is getting in for the raid. He's going for the Horseman raid into Uravity's lands. Uravity immediately seals the breach. But not before the Haggard Horseman Legion gets in there. Are they fully upgraded? They are. So Bull Moose is going to be raiding in. Looks like he's going to be trying to torch farms instantly. Interesting. Instead of going after the villagers. Yeah, obviously this Chinese army is more than apt to deal with them. But it's going to be a pretty effective raid. It's going to take out a handful of villagers. Certainly disrupt the eco a little bit. But from a cost-effectiveness standpoint, probably not worth it. That's a lot of stuff you're losing there for sure. But up in the north, we see red cleaning out yellow's infrastructure, so making sure they don't have a foothold in the north. We will see who ends up grabbing those relics. That's certainly going to be very, very good, to say the least. And yeah, I think that Uravity is going to go for the kill on Bull Moose now. Like after this, it's kind of like a bit of a red flag, right? You know you have to take out the individual who's raiding you. So how is Bull Moose's eco looking? Oh, they've almost lumberjacked into each other here, so that's another way to get in. But let's look at the current resources for the Moose. The Moose is really good on wood and foods. And gold, he's actually got 8,000. So yeah, like, Bull Moose is strong and can sustain. Jesus is kind of the poorest. The Chinese in the Far East, they only have 800 gold. Yeah, I honestly have no idea how this is going to go. With some anarchy. Let's see what the poll in chat says. So taking a look at your opinions. You guys think Uravity's going to win, followed by Bull Moose, and then the Jesus, and then Esange. Very interesting. All right. So now is the time for Mortal Wombat, and I think the Chinese army should be pretty dominant. It's a bunch of gold-based units versus mostly wood and food. Granted, there's a Streltsy firing line, but there's only a couple of them, so I don't think it's going to be enough. And China has its own powder now, and Chinese powder is very good. It has extra, you know, some extra goodies that goes along with it. Nice little roost keep here, going to be blasting, but it's looking like a Chinese victory. But the thing is, will they be able to keep the momentum? We've seen that Bull Moose is very, very good at macroing and kind of constantly producing armies, but I'm curious about the politics. Hey, so Westerly, quick question. Since you're in chat, very first question, what kind of politics were going on in this game, if any? Was there any drama? Was there anybody kind of talking about, you know, big threats or, you know, summoning alliances? I'd be curious about that. Will there ever be a Dane DLC? I would imagine so, Matt. There's going to have to be some sort of a Scandinavian civilization, I think. But yeah, overall, the Chinese win the fight pretty decisively, have pushed in, and the Bull Moose is macroing like an absolute madman as usual, but we'll see if they can stop the Chinese aggression. Maybe so. I mean, his macro is really good. I mean, just look at the infrastructure he sets up. Clearly, this man knows how to just produce big, fat, angry armies and do very, very good work for sure. Looking around the map, no other big fights, really. Just kind of some people on standby here. It looks like red and purple kind of eyeing one another. Nothing serious, but maybe a little bit of a skirmish. If I'm red, I'd probably pull back at this point. There's also a gold node here, only 800 gold, so not that much to get. But it seems like the Chinese momentum is actually very effective this time around. It seems that their army quality is so much better than that of the Rus army that they are able to get the momentum and actually put the Rus on the back foot to the point where Rus actually start to lose buildings, like the houses, and obviously they'll be losing some military infrastructure here. And, you know, battles like this, even if they're breaking even, it really does test the economy of different players. Yeah, look at this. Bull Moose has actually lost a lot of houses, which have supply blocked him a little bit. So his max army size is going to be much smaller. His military currently at 35, whereas Uravity is just sitting at 125 military, pretty much with a full chub, and is really, really going to be just getting in there and causing a lot of grief for sure. So around the map, red battling purple. This is more of a vanguard force. It's not going to be enough to, I mean, I wouldn't call it a vanguard force, but it's not going to be enough to just kill the Chinese here. Like, because the Chinese have the home field advantage. Horsemen come into the back, but a nice screen there by the red Rus, but it's going to be very, very tough. Like, China's going to be able to macro and defend itself most likely, but I think this could be the end of the Bull Moose. Bull Moose could be in a little bit of danger here as Uravity is just getting tons of momentum on Bull Moose. And Bull Moose's trade is going to be shut down by a bit of a base push. So if you guys are a little bit newer to the game, one of the best things you can do, if you're in an engagement at somebody's base and you're having a partial victory against them, let's say you're not necessarily like, you know, just crushing them, but like you're winning a little bit, take some of the units that you don't necessarily like need, and just start splitting them up around your opponent's base to raid their various eco. That is one of the best ways to break, do the Bane back break, you know, when Bane like slams Batman over the knee. That's one of the best ways to do it for sure. Give you a little guide on that or something. It's a classic RTS mechanic. It's like if you're playing Terran in StarCraft, you're attacking somebody's, you know, in a head-on fight, get one dropship full of Marines and drop it in their mineral line, right? Like, that's the equivalent of age would be like riding horsemen by or like sending some palace guard to go chase their wood eco, whatever. Nice fight here, though. Chinese able to snipe most of the artillery, and the red force is obviously stronger, but It's running out of supplies. It's being dragged through the mud. They don't really have the supply lines here. You can see the units are running all the way from the Red Empire. So if Red really wants to finish off Purple, he's going to have to set up like a full production cycle, I think. And really, yeah, it might come down to Uravity versus, I don't know, it's going to be a 3-player game because when the dreaded Moose is finally set loose here, yeah, and he found Spasskaya too, so he knows where all the landmarks are. The paradigm of this game, the balance of power, really going to be shifting quite a bit. Because I think they're going to realize Uravity is like a terror for sure. So Bull Moose has lost 1 landmark. He lost the Golden Gate, the town center, and as of now, he's got the Chadskaya Tower in the corner, and I'm looking for his other landmark. It might have gotten taken out already. Oh, the High Trade House over here. Oh my god, wait, why is the High Trade House giving 417 a minute? I guess, oh, there was a lot of force here before. That is a, dude, talk about a value landmark. 417 is so high. That is really, really good. So China moving its war machine over. Does Uravity know about the High Trade House here? He actually doesn't. He's going to have to look for that a little bit, do a little bit of scouting to find that. Return try Northgard. I don't know if I would. I might. Like, I tried the Dune RTS, like, Northgard style game, simply because I love the Dune universe, and, you know, I like the immersion into it, but, I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. All right, guys. So, looking like the Bull Moose is on his last legs. The Moose has got wobbly legs as the Chinese war machine continues in, but the Bull Moose, scrappy as ever. The Chad villagers getting in, taking out the bombard cannons. And China does not actually know where the last landmark is, which is pretty funny. A lot of the bombard cannons do pay the troll toll, but so too are the villagers that are attacking it. And all he needs to do is move up this hill a little bit. I mean, if he sees all the deer here, that's probably going to be a bit of a, not a red flag, but a bit of a warning as it pertains to that. Beautiful trade coming in. Oh my god. Purple could become a world power again with this trade. That's like 200 a pop, and he's got a great trading economy. It looks like he's been pushing back the Rus pretty effectively too. The Rus are mostly a wood-based army, so they're going to be kind of devolving into a bit of a horseman raiding style, which is kind of what you have to do when you run out of gold, is like horsemen and archers and things like that. Spend what little gold you have on like Streltsy quality units, but yep, looks like the horsemen going to be raiding into this keep here, going to be trying to torch that bad boy down. And yeah, he knows now. He should be aware that this is the last landmark. I mean, he's building a tower right here, so Uravity should be ready to just kind of get up there and finish him off. But he's just kind of like fighting Bull Moose in this war of attrition. And Bull Moose is running out of food now. He's out of food, like straight up. He's got 400. Not going to be able to produce more units, and that will be GG to our beloved Moose here today. And then the big battle in the middle kind of rages on, man. Nice attacks, elite lancers. You know, could be a Chinese civil war. It very well could be a Chinese civil war, with the Rus kind of being the X Factor or the Kingmaker. Rus, of course, are fully upgraded. I don't think anybody's in a position to build a wonder at this point. Like, stone is going to be very sparse on the map now. The pagodas will, of course, get the job done. How does he not see this? This is the High Trade House. He's like looking for it. He's just torching everything down. Bull Moose is still alive, but just basically on life support here. Going to be going for the monasteries. No relics or anything like that. Last villager is trying to torch here. Bull Moose probably going to tap out, I would imagine. Yeah, okay, so the High Trade House has been spotted. The haggard villagers here have garrisoned, and they're shooting it with their arrows. And now he sees it. He notices the High Trade House. The 417 Trade House. That's so good, man. That, like, for sure is, like, would be preferred over the Abbey of the Trinity any day of the week. GG, well played to Moose. He won one of the earlier pods, as did all of these legendary champions, but he has fallen. And then there were 3. So we got 2 Chinese left. The Red Army stands at the gates of China. And China is, where's their army? I guess he's here. Maybe trying to backstab a little bit. Got these nice walls, like, up on the river. So the Corsair Lord could go down the river and do, like, a landing and get into the base if he wanted to. That'd be kind of funny, actually. But this trading is so powerful. Naval trading is just one of the strongest mechanics in the game if you can get it off. He could even move it upriver a little bit, like, delete these walls. And if he set the naval trading, like, right here, it would go up to, like, 70 or 80. Yeah, GG, Moose. Well played if you're in chat. Been a lot of fun casting your games today, man. So, looking back, yeah, this Chinese player, though, is a tyrant, too. Let's look at the current eco of all these players. So, East Ancient has got a lot of food. Like, that fishing has been nuts. But the gold, Jesus is actually climbing back up in the gold. Got 6,000, 6,600, and 6,000 as well here. Uravity is crushing it, though. Uravity might actually have enough for a wonder soon, too. He's got a lot of stone being banked. So, it makes me suspect maybe he's thinking about a wonder situation. Yeah, I think that's going to be the case. Because, like, the players are getting pretty gold starved now, although I still think holding against these two might be really tough. his position isn't like super defensible. So it looks like the red army has gotten in. The Rus are actually going for a little bit of aggression here, which could be giving the purple player the game. Like the purple player, you know, he reaped his reward. He's for sure gotten that trade back online, and now it looks like China is going to be pouring in a lot of units. So the Chinese hand cannoneers might be able to do the trick, but the Streltsy are also returning the favor. The Rus also do have the bombard advantage, so they're going to be blasting in and for sure causing some problems. Overall, though, I think China's going to win this. They have 49 hand cannoneers against only 11 Streltsy. And Chinese, you know, powder, like I've said, is insanely strong. Hey, Bull Moose, GG to you, man. I see you in chat. Very well played today. Those are some great games. Your macro is incredible. You have really, really good macro. So keep your head up high. And that's one of the things I like about Age. Like, macro is very, very important. You know, as I become more of an old boomer, macro is kind of where my style, so I'm loving it. Very nice trade for Uravity, dude. He takes out a ton of those bombard cannons, which has got to feel pretty bad. East Saint only has 2,000 gold, so that's only like, you know what, like 3 or 4 bombard cannons he can reproduce. And yeah, China for sure could probably go steamroll him, but I think that we are going to be seeing a wonder from Uravity. Oh my god, look at this unholy amount of trade! Oh my god, look at this filth. Look at this absolute filth we have. It's just, oh, that's so much gold. Just being brought back. Couple Imperial officials need to be reorganized here for Jesus. It's very easy to forget that. Usually in the late game, if I'm like not playing super, my official play is kind of haggard, you just put them on your granaries. Just put 1 on each granary and have the 4th one follow your gold around, and that's pretty much all you do. Oh my god. This trade is just pure filth. Like this right here, guys, is like 3,000 gold being brought back. Wild. So I do like this. I think that for Jesus, you go and you take out your Chinese neighbor. You team up with the Rus. Like, I would probably use some sort of political machinations right now. I'd be like, man, like, I'd be like, Uravity is in the corner. He's probably going to build a wonder. He's got naval trade going. Like, he's got relics. Like, I would be using all that to try and get the Rus to help me. And then you just crush the Rus with your gold. Because Chinese, with that gold, is going to be tough. I don't think the Rus have any, like, late game gold situation like that going. That would probably be how we do it. That'd probably be how we do it. Anyways, shooting in. China's ready to defend. They're going to be able to defend themselves for sure. But against 2-pronged attacks, it does get a little bit messy. Looks like the red Rus are just kind of chilling in the shadows. Oh, wait. How many does he have at the Golden Gate? Okay, he has no Golden Gate charges, so it looks like he's been doing Golden Gate to try and get some resources. Yeah, China's going to be royal rumbling it now. Jesus is going to start getting real strong when he gets that bank. You can see he's got, what, 3,000 of the bank, so not that much, actually. Uravity is the one who's threatening a wonder. Where would that wonder go? Probably down here. Like, go take these out, clear this shit out, and then get a wonder right here. That would be a really, really hard position. Plus, he has got, like, random landmarks hidden everywhere, as he is the Chinese. So I think he would be fine in terms of the landmark situation. It's the 3 kingdoms again. It kind of is. Although, one of them is Rus, so I guess it's not the most lore-friendly. 65 horsemen going to go on a bit of a raid. If these horsemen start raiding purple and like disrupting his trade route, that could actually potentially give Uravity the game. Because I think Uravity is going to go wonder. Like, wonder against 2 players is always a good idea in my experience. Like, you can usually win it if you're really like prepared. Yeah, of course, it depends if you place it in a poor position. There's a lot of variables that go into it. Oh my god, look at the DACA coming out. The hand cannoneer fire just mowing down this purple army. Although the Nest of Bees, very, very nasty. And you can see they're immediately trying to get around the side to get on the Nest of Bees. But the hand cannoneer is just trading like absolute champs. Chinese bombards, of course, are terrifying as well with the clock tower, the extra HP, and of course the various upgrades, pyrotechnics. You get the picture, but that is going to be it for the purple army. Talk about a crushing fight. And look at this. East Saint has gone for the raid. Is he going to find a way in? It looks like no. I think the nation is secure. But that still is a big, big stressful thing you have to deal with. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be... Oh my god! Oh my god! They found a way in! Dude, just the tiniest cracks in the wall will lead to just absolute drama. Now you just have 65 like horsemen with just full chubs in the base. Just looking to raid, looking to plunder, coming for that booty. And we're going to see what they find. So, yeah, now you just go for wonder. Like, he probably doesn't know that purple's being raided, but this is going to suck pretty bad. It depends on how he uses the horsemen. What Saint should do is use a bunch of horsemen to kill these traders. But it looks like he's just going for a landmark snipe, which isn't going to work against China. China's too hard to do that too. Yeah, he's just going for the astronomical clock tower. But I mean, it's still a distraction, but I think you disrupt the trade. That would probably be your best bet. I guess landmark sniping is viable to an extent, but not against China. Like, China's too hard to do that to. Are these Fire Lancers? No. Oh, wait, that's right. He's Rus. It wouldn't make sense. I thought they were all 3 Chinese for a minute. Are we going to be seeing a wonder soon? So we have 5,600 stone. Yeah, I would expect a wonder victory attempt for Uravity. I think that'd be good. Poncho Man says, turn at 6 a.m. in Australia, and I'm, there you go, man. I got you covered. I don't know what some of that means, but hey, cheers. Appreciate you, dude. I mean, that wasn't really worth it. You know, 65 horsemen to kill 1 landmark. That's a lot of food and a lot of wood that you're spending. But again, it does, you know, put your opponent on the back foot. And if you're trying to clear up army supply for better units, it certainly makes sense. But definitely a little bit more rating would have been good. So the Teal Chinese chilling out. I wonder what they're gonna do. It's funny because, man, yeah, I guess this trade kind of makes you public enemy #1, right? Like, both players are aware this trade is happening, so I think they're talking right now that they both want to go after this trade. That's got to be the case. They've got to do it. Yeah, the bots are really angry today. I'm not sure why. Looks like the trade is going to be partially disrupted, which is for sure not going to be fun for the Purple Chinese. Currently, the Purple Chinese sitting at 6,000 gold, so getting quite a bit, but of course going to have to muster to defend themselves. And did they seal the breach here? They didn't seal the breach yet, so it seems like he didn't put any respect on this. That is for sure. Maybe he didn't see where they came in from, so. More buildings being torched down. Streltsy are moving up. It looks like they're going after purple, actually. Yeah, looks like a little bit of a 2v1 fight versus purple. I mean, purple does have a good corner position, but if Uravity was able to kind of manipulate red into going after purple, or I'm not sure. I'm not sure. This is such a tricky situation because all 3 of them are kind of like equal in power level. So how do you like determine who is really the threat? I think the trade is the big red flag. Like that big open field trade that everybody can see is kind of like, oh look, he's trading. Kind of a bit of a running meme in Age of Empires. Like whoever's trading well needs to just be crushed, which I suppose is the psychology behind this attack here. All right, Poncho Man, thank you. Got it. Hey, no, my pleasure, dude. Hope you had a fun time with your friends and yeah, live it up, man. So here comes the fight. It's going to be purple versus red. I think the red army wins this. 58 Streltsy will just absolutely mow down this army. I mean, Streltsy are just such a powerhouse unit. The Chinese here with 55 of their own could probably fight that army of red, but now they're just going to clash. And right now, Uravity is like, you know the classic meme of the evil raccoon rubbing its hands together? That's basically what he is. Oh my god, Nest of Bees with the value on the Streltsy, though. Really, really good stuff. He's going to have to get his own artillery to snipe down those bad boys, because those Nest of Bees are just doing the work of the gods. They're doing the work of the Dragon Emperor here on these units, but still more shots coming in. Overall, the red army is actually going to be thwarted by the Nest of Bees, so the Nest of Bees really were the big deciding factor. Red might still be able to barely pull off a victory here in this fight, but yeah, he needs to for sure not kill the Bombard Cannon, which has 40 ranged armor. You got to go after the Nest of Bees, which are a little bit less tanky, but even still, yeah, Nest of Bees wins the day, man. What a nice fight, but now the Dark Lord marches. Here they come. Bulmu says, turn. When I died, we turned it into a 2v2 fight, which is kind of weird since purple and I fought all game. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of fun. So, the fight is on. Looks like purple's going to be clashing with teal. It's going to be really tough for Jesus, because Jesus without the trade, it's going to be hard. Because, like, yeah, that 6,000 gold he has is going to go really quick. Although he's got 7,800 right now. His food's a little bit low. Uravity is for sure the tyrant, though. Uravity is so strong. Although East Ancient's economy isn't bad either. The Rus have a decent economy, but overall, really, really nice hold by purple, or by Jesus. He actually, like, kind of takes down 2 armies here a little bit, which is interesting. So Bulmu says, when I left chat, they were both trying to sway purple, but it looks like things have changed. They were both trying to get purple to join them, and then when purple didn't join, they're like, all right, blood it is. Dude, red remacroing a big army really quick, dude. Yeah, he could be in a little bit of trouble, man. Rus is secretly Palpatine, just trying to manipulate them into war. That's kind of what it looks like here. Red is coming across. Purple holding like an absolute Chad. Able to push back essentially both armies. But there's got to be a wonder coming here, right? Like this is just, a wonder would just be so juicy right now. Or I guess you wait a little bit longer. You just wait for purple to get crippled a little bit more. So purple's going for the close quarters trade now, which is still yielding 100, which is very, very good. It's not quite as juicy as that 200, but 100 gold on a trade route is, I would say, very cost effective. I mean, how many traders does he have? 43 traders here alone. Let's see if we can track the number. 64 and 67. Dude, he's got 67 traders. Like, a lot of his eco is tied up in that, yeah. His economy is massive. So red coming in the north, going to be pushing through, just clearing out whatever they can, trying to find another angle into the purple base, maybe to allow the teal Chinese to attack. And yeah, here comes another fight, man. Will purple be able to hold again? I think eventually purple is going to run out of steam. I wonder why they're 2v1ing purple here, though. I'm genuinely curious. Oh, nice pick. Nice pick here by Jesus. He's going to get all that artillery. And yeah, it's pretty unfortunate. I mean, red's horsemen do get in there from East H, but they'll do a little bit of damage. But overall, purple is now going to just last samurai this army. Yeah, it's going to be quite good. Those Nest of Bees have just been huge playmakers this entire game. So Palpatine, yes, the Rus perhaps is Palpatine, saying he's weak and we need to take down the Tyrant. We'll have to see. The Elite Lancers of Uravity are on their way in. Bombard Cannons also hustling. And yes, many of the traders are biting the bullet now, as this is looking pretty tough for purple. His army's still somewhat numerous. He's got a decent force. Might be able to put a bit of a fight against his force, but yeah, this is a lot. There's a lot of Chinese stuff, guys. Let's look at the bank of all the players. Currently, Jesus is banking almost no food. Got about 200 food, so he's not able to really produce a good army. Now, why is that? Okay. Oh, man. Oh, shit. So that horseman raid we saw earlier actually did a lot of damage against his food eco. He needs to get supervisors on these granaries and resupply those farms. So his farming is very, very weak right now, which I think is going to spell doom for him. Now, here's what I'm thinking. If I'm the Rus, I see purple kind of dying to teal. You got to be like those like traitorous Highland warlords in Braveheart when they like betray William Wallace and they just ride away. You need to do that and prepare a betrayal against teal. Like a crippling strike. Like, Palpatine has always got to be thinking a couple steps ahead. Although, I suppose if you don't help teal, maybe purple lives and purple can scrap a defense together. Obviously, Jesus won the last FFA tournament. He's a very, very skilled player, so there's a lot of variables there for sure. A lot of variables there. I'm surprised there. Yeah, I'm surprised because Uravity feels really strong. If I'm purple here, you got to try and appeal to the Rus and be like, hey, do you not see how much stronger Uravity is than I am? Like, here's the thing. If the Rus and purple were to kill Uravity, either of them would have a chance to win. Red could win or purple could win. In my opinion, if the Rus helps teal kill purple, the Rus have like a 0% chance to beat teal. They just don't. Coastal trading, relics, pagodas against like a goldless Rus. The Rus are going to get trash canned, I would say, like in a long fight. That's just my opinion. So if you're purple, you need to be making those arguments. And that's your best chance for winning, I think. You need to be like, hey man, you got to play the politics a little bit. That's a big part of FFA. Try and reason with people. Be like, don't you want a chance of winning this game? Like that's really, and then if they say no, I'd rather just kill you, then they're not playing to win and you're hopeless. It's hopeless anyways. But typically most rational players will want the best chance of actually winning, because especially when there's a little bit of prize money on the line like there's today, right? Because the Rus are kind of sealing their own doom here by helping teal, in my opinion. That is correct. They cannot see the map in the way that we can, but they can still know that teal has got a great army and purple is like kind of crippled right now. Like, purple knows that he's weak. Jesus could be like, dude, I literally have no food, I have nothing, so... Because this is pretty much over for Jesus. He's got a pretty erect Chinese army in his base here that's just plowing through his infrastructure. He's holding like an absolute champion, mind you. But I think the Rus have now pulled back. And they know. They're like, wait, okay, maybe this is happening in the game. Maybe the politics are coming into fruition. Because now the Rus could prepare a backstab against teal, which I think is what's going to happen. I would wager that that is going to be the direction that it goes. Because even if you can't see the whole map, you can usually tell somebody's power level based on like their armies. Like this army comp is all gold intensive units, right? Whereas like, the other one's not so much. So Jesus is going to be attempting to hold back this army, but the teal army is very, very strong. Red is, I think, waiting to strike in the wings. Red could set up like 15 battering rams too. He's got 7,000, so if I were Red, maybe set up like 10 rams right here and just prepare a Ramstein and start killing infrastructure and getting the momentum. And if the teal army's out of position fighting in purple's base, then you could actually make some ground. Yeah. Quintus says, I respect you, Turn. You've reached your 30s and you still think people on the internet can be reasonable. That's not just an internet thing. That's just life in general. That's just life in general, man. Yes. So, the battle is underway. Red thinking about the backstab. Because, you know, there's self-preservation's a thing, dude. You gotta look out for yourself. Especially in these FFA games. And in the end, Purple is able to hold, not because of the food bank, because of the wood and gold that they had banked. So they're able to make a lot of artillery, which is quite good. So now, see, Teal's thinking about it. Teal's here, he's like, oh, okay, wait a second, I might be getting betrayed. And he's gonna have to Palpatine this shit and go for a wonder, I think. Which is really like what, yeah, it's gonna happen. Although, ooh, his gold is really low. He's only got 2,000 gold right now, so it's gonna take a minute to build that back up. He does have 7,000 plus stones, so it should be good in that regard. There's basically no gold in the map. I think there's a gold node over here. Ooh, wow, a gold node with 4,000. How come nobody's going after this? This is prime time, man. 4,000 gold at this point in the game is gonna be very, very good. The cursed Slanesh bots are raiding us so heavily today, and they're starting to. The last Slanesh bots we had were talking about like dating sites and stuff, but these ones are more financially focused. So, yeah, times are changing, man. Times are changing. Red coming for the backstab. Purple very, very weak at this point. You know, that's a righteous hammering. We see the farm economies coming back together with supervisors being moved to the farm economy, so that's good. So that's going to help Jesus get that food back. And now you can see the food economy is good once again. So you just get the wood and try and get that trade going. And Uravity probably going to go for a wonder, I would wager at this point. Setting up the walls. Look at the big traitorous army. I love it. They're Greasus spots, yes. This has been a great game so far, man. A lot of back and forth, a lot of fun politics and shenanigans. The players playing their way to win. Yeah, because if Red had helped finish off Purple, there's 0% chance of Red winning. Like, Red would lose to the Chinese, 100%. Like, look at this powder army. And Red doesn't have the gold. Like, the naval trade plus the relics would just give the Chinese the game. Like, 100%. And clearly, Uravity's a very good player. So, I think Red is making the right decision here. And this actually gives Purple a chance to win, too. So, they need to play their cards right. Yes. First, the Slanesh bots break your mind, and then they break your bank, says Nakamura. That's right, man. They show no mercy. Amazing, amazing tournament today. Very, very happy with these games. So Uravity probably banking gold. He now has enough, almost. He just needs 1,000 more. If I were him, I'd probably just sell some wood. I would just sell like, you know, 2,000 wood and get enough and build it. The question is, where do you build it? I would probably go for this corner. Like, come, take this corner, build like 8 layers of walls here. Like walls, 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 walls. And then build a bunch of walls over here. Although the only problem with this is trebuchets across river could nuke it. So in that case, maybe right here. Like right here is actually pretty good. There's no good angles, although Red could come from this way. Yeah, I guess maybe just down here is good, but then this area is really vulnerable. Like, Teal doesn't have too many good wonder spots, is the only thing. Was that a gold node in Uravity's base? I don't know. Yeah, there is actually. There's legit a fully erect gold node with 4,000. It's easy to miss the small ones, guys. Like, if you look at the minimap, it's very hard to see it. Of course, the ever-watchful eyes of chat are going to be finding such things, but in general, it's very, very tough to see those. And now, the battle is on. So, Teal is going to be battling Red, allowing Purple to rebuild in the north and get a little bit of a military muster going. This is, dude, when games become 3-player games, the dynamics become so interesting. If I'm Uravity, though, I'd probably go for a wonder victory. I think that's your best chance. Because, yeah, you might win this fight against the Rus, but this is going to be some heavy fighting, which is going to tax your gold when you rebuild your army. So, looking at the income per minute, current resources, yeah, Uravity just spent a shit ton of gold on units. You can see his gold went from like 6,000 down to 2.3. So, probably remustering Knights, which, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of, like, Lancers. I guess they're doing pretty good. The Rus army is buckling, and you see what I'm saying? Like, if the Rus had been forced into a one-on-one against the Chinese, this is what's going to happen to them. They're going to lose a lot of these fights, and though they'll be able to hold with a little bit of attrition, I think in the long run, the Chinese army will beat them. Like, they're killing bombard cannons. The Rus gold bank, let's look. It is 4,000, though, which is pretty good. But in terms of income per minute for the Rus, let's see what that looks like. So the Rus income per minute is only 600 gold. So not that much compared to the Chinese, who, of course, have this naval trade going, which is quite good. Sacred would be very hard to do, because there's 3 Sacreds, one of which is like on this island here. They're very far apart. It's not like one of the maps where we got like 2 Sacred spawns right next to each other, so that's going to be tough. Corner plus Navy support. Yeah, you could get some bow chads on the... Okay, I actually like that. So you get a wonder here, and then you get like 8 chads in the river, and then you just like say, come at me. So Rus had home field advantage with macro and infrastructure, so they win that fight. China's not going to be able to push back the Rus. And the problem is Purple is going to be getting their bearings back. You know, Jesus is re-securing the Empire. Also has his trade going too. So yeah, the paradigm of this game just continues to shift back and forth. Sacred play would be very cool, but I don't think that would be prudent. The Rus rocking 77 Spearmen. If you're China, you got to cut the Lancers, in my opinion. I think the Lancers are going to be way too expensive at this point. Lancers are good, like, I would say in Castle Age and early Imp, but I often like to switch out of them unless I'm French. I'll probably just go for Palace Guard Spearmen and, you know, artillery and spend my gold elsewhere. I don't think it's worth the gold on the Lancers at this point. All right. So, here they come. The battle is on. China looking to get the momentum against the Rus. And they just got to watch out for those mango shots, man. Chinese artillery going to be nasty. Super nasty. So the Bombard Legion with the faster reload speed going to be quite good. As the Rus army is getting Last Samurai pretty heavily. But Purple, of course, is regaining power. Oh, baby. Big trade. They found a market in the north. That is so good. How much are they going to bring back? Let's go ahead and see. That should be like maybe 300, 200, 300. That's only 168. How is that not more? Feels like it should be more. Anyways, China trading pretty well here, but the Rus Mangonel is able to kind of even out the playing field a little bit, as many of the expensive hand cannoneers are going down. It does not look like a wonder victory is on the cards. It does not look like it. Nemo says you should do an FFA tier list. I'm curious what you think is best. Okay, let me think about that for a second. I think for FFA, the best civs are probably... England currently has a bug. So I don't know if you know this. If you're still in chat, Westerly, England is currently bugged right now where the network of citadels isn't working. So you might have even won that defense if that was working. But England normally would be S tier. I don't even know, like, because England's really good, China's really good, Rus is also very good now. I wouldn't say quite as strong as the other ones, but okay, S tier would maybe be Rus, not Rus, excuse me. S tier would be China, English. French almost belong there because of the guild hall. Like, I don't know. I'd have to think about this. Maybe after the game we'll do like I'll get a notepad out and I'll put my thoughts down. Yeah, Rus are looking pretty good though. They're trading well. I just don't know about their victory condition because they can't build stone walls. They didn't build the Chad Sky Tower, so not going to be super comfortable there. In the middle, we do see the Purple Chinese moving out, so maybe the Purple Chinese are going to go after these guys. How does your ranking change with politics and diplomacy? So my ranking would be kind of agnostic of that, but it would hurt English and Chinese for sure, because typically people gang up on English and Chinese players because they have really good late games. I think Abbasid and Delhi are probably the worst, because Delhi, like, their strengths don't really carry over that well into the because Delhi, like, sacred pressure is what they get, how they get a lead, and they have really weak Imperial Age. Delhi's Imperial Age sucks. So I would say Delhi's probably the weakest FFA civ, and that doesn't mean you can't win with them. Like, we had an FFA tournament won by Delhi with Salami, I think. Or at least he won his pod, I can't remember. But Delhi's probably the weakest, followed by Abbasid. Abbasid have some really strong tools, like great farm macro, really, really good trade. But the problem with Abbasid is having only 2 landmarks is such a disadvantage in FFA. So this would probably be the worst, in my opinion. Rus just went way up because of the fact they can build stone walls as Baskaya. Yeah. All right, so right now, Rus are actually kind of kicking the Chinese butt and fighting. And now Purple is here too, but Purple... Wait, what is going on here? Purple is now... Is Purple going to go after Red? Are the 2 Chinese players going to team up on the Red player now? Dude, the politics of this game are just beyond me. I've given up on trying to understand. Maybe the Red player was talking a little bit of smack, you know, just kind of giving him some lip there. I definitely don't like all the Lancer spam though. I feel like the Lancers need to be like cut. They're just pushing into these mass Rus spear walls and they're just getting owned like super hard. My water bottle's actually empty. I don't have to run and grab some. Oh, I'm too weak. I'm so thirsty. So Nesta B's moving up. Red is looking heavily pressured actually. And yeah, this legitimately looks like they're 2v1ing him. So it's funny how they went from 2v1ing Purple to 2v1ing Red. And then we're just going to have a Chinese civil war, most likely, if the Rus are to fall. So the Rus are going to be fighting the Purple Army, and they would win this fight. The Rus would win it. But now with the 2v1 element, with the teal Chinese kind of approaching from the south, that's going to be an incredibly hard fight. And it's obvious that the Chinese players are avoiding conflict with one another, right? They're moving in such a way that they don't attack each other's armies. But Red is just such a Chad with his defensive macro here that he's able to hold, even despite probably having like no gold. He's got 2,000 gold. What is his gold income per minute? About 600. So yeah, Relic's probably a little something there. But yeah, it looks like the Chinese players are uniting against the Rus army. Interesting. I suppose that makes sense in some way, because the Chinese player probably have an even 1v1 against each other, and then they think that it's probably better than having the Rus 2v1 one to them. I don't know. Yeah, we do have the Wonder up in the corner. Yeah, we have Westerly's Glorious Wonder. It's a shame that England is bugged in this patch, which means England is probably going to be bugged for like the next couple months. Hopefully they'll make a hot fix. Network of Citadels just doesn't work properly, so it's really a shame. England is going to be very weak in 1v1 and much weaker in FFA, because like that's one of the big things about England that makes them so strong is their attack speed buff when they're near keeps and towers and things like that. So yeah, like Rus are getting pushed, but they're also defending super well. Like they push back the purple army, and now the Rus are going to be able to most likely fight off this teal army eventually. You'll notice that Teal's trades are getting better now that he's switching off Lancers. Lancers are just not a good choice against the Rus army. Streltsy and Spears are usually their army comp, and they both wreck Cav, so you just don't want to have to do that. Yeah, China's they're uniting a little bit, but Purple isn't really committing to it. Purple's kind of just like testing the waters a little bit. I honestly don't know how this game's going to end. This could honestly be like a 3-hour FFA, if not more. It's going to become like one of those island FFAs when all the resources get melted off the map. Nice defense here. They're able to get their Lancers over here and their Spears to screen out the Rus flank. But Rus do have the home field advantage in that they're going to be able to keep making a lot of troops. Looking at the bank, though, the Rus, like, their supply is really tanking. The Rus are very, very low in supplies. Their gold is very low. Their wood is actually becoming a bit of a problem, too. So Rus might actually run out of steam. Like, fighting off multiple armies like this is no joke. Yeah, the English are currently bugged right now. So it's a big shame. They were my favorite 1v1 civ, or my best 1v1 civ, I should say. So I'm going to have to figure something else out until then. Until they get fixed, because that's such a big nerf, right? Taking away their main mechanic. All right, the Rus, round 2 hold. More bombards, more nest of bees moving in. If you're purple, do you just go for like a wonder now? You just like whatever, dude. I'm just gonna go for a wonder. Dude, purple's trade is so good too. He's got that just juicy trade route going, which has gotta feel really, really good. Meanwhile, the Rus and Teal. Looks like Teal might have gotten enough momentum to actually push the Rus back. And if all this gets cleared out, like all these barracks, the Rus aren't gonna be able to rebuild all that. Like, and they're just dead, I think. Yeah, you know what? If Teal starts killing all the infrastructure of the Rus here, that could be a big, big GG for them. Horsemen are a better choice than Lancers for sure. They have a bonus versus ranged and are much more cost effective against ranged units, so you got to send those guys in. So Patty says, I think they're always bugged. If that's the case, then, well, I guess it's not too different, is it? So the fight continues. The Rus have lost their keep. China is looking to plow, and if they come and just run all this shit over, man, the Rus are going to be forced back to their island where they really don't have a lot of production. The Rus are basically empty on food. Their gold is almost non-existent, and I think China wins this fight. Assuming Purple doesn't help, which Purple played it very well. Purple, with the politics, sort of like went in and attacked Rus, which made Uravity think that they were helping each other, right? For all Uravity knows, Purple could be up here doing some shit. But then Purple skulks away into the shadows, right? They skulk away into the shadows and start to prepare for a wonder, most likely. Which I would wager is going to go down in the corner. It's got to be happening, although let's see what the current resources is. Jesus has got 31,000, 21,000, 2.8, and 1.5. So a little bit light on stone. And I don't think there's any stone left on the map, so maybe not wonder. Maybe it's just going to be a Mortal Kombat where they just fight to the bitter end. Who knows? This actually could be a big time for the Teal Chinese to play a Sacred Victory. This is super safe. And then if you can bully the Purple Chinese in the open field fights, you take the 2 Sacreds in the middle, and that's a big option. So the Chinese moving into the Rus lands. Rus are setting up mass keeps, which I do like. I think that's in FFA, it's all about surviving as long as you can. Westerly did fall about 45 minutes ago. I know, it feels like a lifetime ago at this point. But Jesus is back in it, and like Jesus was on death's bed. It's funny, do the politics shift now? Does Red make a proposal to Teal that we gang up and take down Purple? This game is just so wild. The politics of it are so back and forth. That's very normal in 3-man games, though. In 3-man matches, that just happens all the time. So Mass Springald's coming out for the Rus to try and defend, which is good. And that will buckle the Chinese back and maybe allow the Rus to survive in their little kingdom here. All their bases are being torched by the Chinese, which is very good. They need to take out that infrastructure. Rus are very low on wood. So any of their military infrastructure you can kill is going to be turbo valuable. So, oh, look at it, moving into some hand cannoneers and some horsemen as well. Rusa, this is a big mistake. Not having Tithe Barns is a colossal mistake. Colossal. The amount of extra resources he would have had over this long game is just huge. If you have at least 3 relics, even 2 in a long FFA, you should always get Tithe Barns. It's worth it. It's very much worth it. If you have 1 relic, it's not worth it in my opinion. But if you have at least 2 or 3, like I think it's good. All right, so cool. Let's get this party started. It is on. The Rus do take out the last of the artillery, and the Chinese momentum is blunted. Yes. Good, Anakin, good. So the fight continues. Looks like China's going to be setting up some forward infrastructure, or maybe just building a home. I guess they're close enough that they don't really need to do that. Ethan says, I just recently found your channel, and it's really... do you mean throttling, or do you mean, like, accelerating your interest? Because you said it's throttling your interest in the Warhammer universe, which wouldn't make much sense to me. But I get you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, no. I am so deep in Warhammer stuff now in my life. Like, I read the Warhammer fantasy books all the time. I paint minis every single night. I have a fully painted Warhammer Empire fantasy army that, you know, dude, it's been a lot. Warhammer's become a pretty big part of my life, which is great. I love the Warhammer stuff. It's so fun. So I wish I had somebody to play with around here. Where I live, like, nobody plays. I have to drive like an hour and 15 minutes to get a game. And, yeah, gas is so expensive now that it's like every time I go to play a Warhammer game, it's like a huge, huge expense. Trying to kill this man's interest. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. So, can you show the mini? Yeah, I'll show the mini sometime. I don't have a good camera, so it's like, or good lighting, really. I'm pretty terrible at what I do for a living. I mean, I'm okay. My videos are just like in like 1080 and just like I have terrible lighting, no webcam. Yeah, it's good. It's good, man. So, look, the Rus have held, and the politics continue. Like, the Rus got to keep a lot, and I think they know purple's a threat now. This is so strange. This is so strange. Oh, no, you meant throttling? Okay, there you go, man. That's pretty funny. I was like, am I breaking your interest? I'm sorry. Dude, this trade is so disgusting. Look at this. Just this back alley trade. Just going up the side of the map. Oh, that's so beautiful. What is the bank of cheeses? It's looking pretty good. Uravity's got enough to build a wonder, though. Uravity's banking 10,000 stone, guys. That's enough to build a wonder plus a bunch of keeps. Okay. This is looking awfully suspicious here, this entrenchment. So where's it going to go, though, is the question. Like, on the river? You going to go back here in the corner? Who knows, man? Who knows? Come to Europe where gas prices are even twice the price of the US. Yeah, I know. I have no choice, though. Public transportation here in the States isn't really, like, outside of, like, the big major cities like New York, and it's not really a thing. Public transpo is, like, you know, in especially, I don't live in Los Angeles anymore, but when I did live there, it could be pretty rough. There, I saw the couple times I did take it, I saw some gnarly things. Some pretty grungy things, for sure. Yeah, Uravity is just the Stone Lord, and he's attacking purple now. So purple's going to be mustering out an army, and now the Rus are just like gathering their Dread Legion back. This game is crazy. I don't know how it's going to end. Uravity's in a tough situation, though, because he's kind of sandwiched, so he's kind of like playing ping pong back and forth between these two players, like trying to thwart both of these threats at the same time. Draco Knight says, do you think Immortal Empires will be enough to pull Warhammer 3 to restore? Oh, yeah, dude. Yes. Yes, I do, Draco Knight. 100%, brother. I've been having so much fun with the multiplayer, and man, there's going to be so much good stuff on the horizon, dude. Just Immortal Empires is going to be like the greatest Warhammer has ever been when that comes out. It's going to be so good. Yeah. These players are flipping a coin to see if they attack. Yeah. Oh wait, is he going for the trade? Maybe. I don't know. He might be going up for it. This is only way into the base, though. He's bombarding through here and maybe looking to do a little bit of a raid. So yeah, he's eyeing the prize. And now looking at the Rus farms here. Okay. Naval trading is underway. And yes, the horsemen have found the trade, which is going to be quite disruptive. Teal is going to be moving up there with mostly an infantry-based army. And yeah, Teal's army's moved in. Yeah, we got to see a wonder soon, though. Oh, dear gods. Dear gods. Keeps, towers, keeps, wonder. It's on. And the trade is going to be temporarily thwarted, but the purple army should be able to stop this with macro reinforcements. And the Rus are pretty beat up now, too. Oh. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Look at this. Look at this. It's classic. The Corsairs circumventing the defenses of their foes. Gonna be dropping off the horsemen. You better drop off more than that, dude. That's not quite what you need. So while Teal's army is very heavily invested over here, obviously having a somewhat successful raid, I mean, there's so many traders, it really doesn't matter. The Corsairs have landed. And look at this, guys. They're here in the base. It is on. Oh my god, 69 horsemen, that's what she said. Honestly, just start torching everything. Kill the villages. If you kill the 3 Chinese villages, that's actually a pretty annoying setback. That'll supply block them. So here's the TC here. Looks like they're going to go landmark hunting. Dude, the raid is on. You know what? He might get a couple landmarks here. Because Teal's army, like a lot of his, unless he deletes units up north, which, okay, it looks like he lost everything to purple. But the raid is on, and you got to go for the wonder, I think. Like, the moment, clearly both these players are going to focus you now. I think you need a wonder. Who knows? Who knows? So, the clock tower is down for the count. The Imperial Academy paying the troll toll. He's destroying the dock, too. So he's going to block the naval trading for a moment, which is quite good. You could also take out this monastery here. But it looks like he's going to go for the TC. So yeah, this is obviously forcing a pretty panicked response here from Uravity. Uravity's going to have to come back and deal with this bad boy. And it looks like it's down. The Rus Horsemen are going to be continuing, but they've gotten surrounded to a large extent. So yeah, you can see they can't quite escape here. No escape. They could just might as well take out this monastery if they can. So 2 landmarks are down. If this were any other civilization, this would be very stressful, but considering it's China, I don't think it's going to be too big of an issue. And current resources, does Uravity have enough for a wonder? He does. And I think you got to slap that wonder down now. Like, he's kind of made himself public enemy number 1, so there you go. Clock Tower has paid the troll toll. Town Center has paid it as well. I love the River Corsair Lord. That's one of my favorite things. He just like pops in from the river, dude, and just drops him off. Like, what if he just Corsair Lords all the way down the river? Okay, there's actually keeps being set up on the river now to prevent that. That's pretty funny. But yeah, you got to go for that wonder, I think. I think it's time. The time for games is over, ladies and gentlemen. They got to do it. Uravity's building the wonder. Here it comes. This is a little bit of a vulnerability. Trebuchet's right here, if purple can get them, but I think that should be addressed. But the Enclave of the Emperor is going to be set up, so the die is cast, which is, I think, one of the coolest quotes ever. It is time. Dude, look at Hadri swatting those Slanesh bots super quick. All right, so this is a big moment in the game. Will the Corsair Lord and his Chinese ally, who I guess they've constantly been fighting. Jesus is pretty strong, though. Jesus has got a great economy now. Like, really climbed back into this game. Sorry, guys. But the Enclave is coming up. Obviously, these towers aren't upgraded quite yet, but you're going to want to get some walls, too. Like, layers of walls, otherwise horseman ride-bys can still be a bit of a threat. Like, I would get, like, a gatehouse on the river here, if possible. The Corsair Lord isn't going to be able to get by, I don't think. Maybe. Let's see how he's doing. Is he loaded up on his ships? I'm looking for the Corsair Lord. Oh! The Lord of the Corsairs! Well, how far can he get? Oh my god, this river goes, like, right down to here and gives you a good angle, actually. Oh my god. Is the Corsair Lord going to get in there? He's taken the back door. That's the most haggard naval trade I've ever seen. It is pretty haggard, but the naval trade shut down. China also lost a couple landmarks, and yeah, Fire Lancers would be really good here too. Dude, I think one of my favorite things is East H's Corsair Lord play. I'm sure it's so funny, dude. I don't think it's enough to really like bunker bust it, but yeah, you take down these wooden walls and you make a mad dash at the wonder. Maybe you can get it, probably not. Oh man, this is so bad. Oh my god, look how much naval trade he's getting right now. Okay, so the Corsair Lord has arrived. He's gonna get through the wood wall. Here he goes. And he's gonna be bull charging. Is he gonna go for he's actually going for the keeps. That's wild. You know, I guess if we look at the resources of Uravity, he doesn't have enough to rebuild these keeps, so if you just kind of keep poking away at the defenses here. Yeah, so the army's on its way over, but he's gonna get a keep or two. He might be able to get 2 of them. This is going to help the other Chinese player, who certainly needs to get his hands dirty here. All right, so that's 1. The other keep is going to be following shortly after, and yeah, he's getting the stone walls up. See, good response from Uravity. Good response. I like that. Other keep is probably going to go down, and sacrificing the horseman to kill the 2 keeps, probably worth it. Does give you a good future position. Probably want to switch to horsemen now, like horsemen and any sort of artillery the Rus can afford. Yep, both keeps do fall. I would say that was a worthy trade. That was quite strong. Now, what is the purple Chinese going to do? He needs to pull villagers. Nice. Nice. Attaboy. Good mechanics. Good FFA instincts. And, yeah, he's got grenadiers. He's got artillery coming. The war machine of China is ready. And Teal's army's pretty good, but, you know, if the Corsair Lord keeps raiding him, maybe, just maybe. But the Corsair Lord is eventually going to be shut down. Although, he could come here. He could circumvent the stone walls by coming downriver. Imagine if he just came with like 1 million Lodya attack ships and just started like sailing down the river and just plundering here. That would be so funny. Oh, man. 8 bombards. He's going to get in those Lodyas. Is he going to bring anything else? He's got 8 bombards and 12 springs. He for sure needs Purple's help. Purple needs to do it. Should have just gone for the Wonder. He wouldn't have gotten it. There was like 20 villagers there, and yeah, it probably would have been blocked. Uravity was pretty quick at setting up the stone walls. Like as soon as he saw them, he set up stone walls. All right, so Purple's coming in now. What if Purple backstabs the Rus right now? That'd be so funny. I don't think it's going to happen. So yeah, Uravity has to die though. Uravity's got the Wonder in. Sacreds aren't really an option for either player. The Wonder is only 12 minutes away, so China's going to have to cut some supply to get more bombards out. Like they have too much eco. That's a bit of a problem here for Jesus. He's got 116 though. I guess that's pretty good. All right, so the first wall is down, and now they're going to get in there. And when you have a little bit of time like this, you want to start just killing infrastructure too, so your opponent can't like reproduce militaries, right? The Corsair Lord has got some cheeky plays, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The Chinese should build some chads here, like bow chads. I would probably honestly delete all these fishing boats, or these trade ships. Delete them all. And replace them with chads. Like bow chads on the river are going to be so nasty. Okay, Sacred Site's being taken, and another Sacred Site's going to be taken up here. I like that. The Wonder is going to get there, beat the 10-minute marker. He does have a third monk going for the other Sacred, but I don't think there's any way in hell the Rus are going to allow him to have those Wonders. Or those Sacreds. I really, really don't think so. Please make some demo ships? Yeah, it could happen. Did the Corsair Lord load up yet? It looks like he did. I'm trying to find his boats. Has he landed? Okay. Here's the Lord of Corsairs. He's landed in the mainland Chinese base. Now, killing these villages would be just so strong. I don't know if he grasps that, but that would supply block the Teal Chinese player for a long time until he could muster and rebuild. And they just have to make sure to work together too, which I think they should be more than capable of doing. So the Rus player are going to be going... They're actually going landmark hunting, which isn't a bad idea. These cannons are very unprotected, though. I'd probably load them back up into the ships and take these spring alds away too, because... Yeah, oh no, don't attack his spring alds, Jesus! Okay, Jesus sees it. Landmarks going down, though. How many Chinese landmarks do we have? So we have the Clock Tower, the Academy, the Great Wall Gatehouse is over here. We have the Spirit Way... to China with their landmark spam, and then Imperial Palace. It makes them so good in FFA. So, yeah, the Corsair Lord is going to be moving downriver again to try and thump whatever he can. And the Purple Army, though, is making progress. Yeah, and that's the bees. They got bombards. Going to be going after the villages, most likely. And the Teal armies should be forced back here. Yeah, this is the grand final, Blake. This has been an epic one. You know, so if you don't want to spoil, you know, I guess you kind of already did. You could head back and check it out. So he's got the bombards in the ships. Yeah, you could just drop them here. Drop the bombards, knock some holes in the walls, shoot these trade ships. Those would probably all be pretty strong plays. Oh, yeah. War jump's coming out. Very nice. Very, very nice. So the trading there is going to be offline for now. They are just going to kind of be moving about in the river. Yes, I am. I have a lot of trauma from supply block. You know, to be completely honest, though, guys, even though I jokingly call myself the Lord of Supply Block, I actually don't think I get supply blocks more than... like even like super high level players. Like I was watching a couple of them play last night who were like Conqueror 3, and they were getting supply blocked all the time. So it's maybe slightly more than those guys. Maybe slightly more. Depends on the time of the day if you catch me playing at night. What are the trade ships doing? Are they like trying to ram? Like ramming speed! Okay, so we got gates coming in. Looks like there's going to be some gatehouses being built by the Chinese, maybe just allowing them to get into the bombards here. Yeah, coming around the top. But Purple is getting good momentum, man. Purple is really, really pushing into the Teal base. A lot of the infrastructure, though, still up, and we have a lot of knights being rallied out. Let's look at the supply block. Yeah, see, Uravity is at 60 supply now. So see what I'm saying about killing those villages? Now, as he loses units, he's not going to be able to replenish them. That is where the magic happens. Now, where are those bombards at? Where do they go? Are they sailing even further downriver? Honestly, you could probably get a little further downriver and start knocking down all these towers and things like that. Who knows? Maybe the Corsair ships were destroyed. The Roots are going to have to get a ground-based army in there too, and they have a pretty good army. 57 horsemen is no joke. But it looks like Teal is able to valiantly hold them back. Very well played by Gravity there. But the War Machine of China is on, like I said. They have really, really good macro infrastructure. They got more bombards coming out. This is going to be actually a reasonably tough hold. Because the thing is, bombards across the river will shoot this. So he just needs to get like right here, and then he can pop that Wonder in the face, and that will be game blouses. For sure. Lord of the River, doing the river dance somewhere. I think he got shut down somehow. I think his bombards got taken to the Shadow Realm. Looking up here, the Rus going to be loading up a massive army. Okay, the Rus are coming in to help. I do dig that. Jesus looking to try and defend the strap. He did win the last FFA tournament. And you can see that Gravity has not been able to rebuild those. Even though he does have villagers idle, he's got 28 villas. He could probably rebuild those villages. Because his army's so small now. Jesus' army is just like in the pits. Not Jesus, Gravity's army. And yeah, more siege infrastructure coming up. A couple Lancers popping out, but there is a Chinese keep here now, and pretty good pressure to say the least. Shouldn't be too hard to get through here, although he does have some hand cannoneers. Barbecues of the Sun. The Corsairs coming down the river, looking to set up shop if they can. So we'll see what they can accomplish. So he's moving and a grooving. Gonna set up here, and yeah, start nuking through here. I mean, this is for sure a good route. Like, horsemen plus bombards will get through this very, very quickly. Because right now, Teal is all hands on deck trying to stop purple. Now, looking at the Wonder Tracker, guys, we got 7 minutes left. So the time is getting a little bit close. It's for sure getting a little bit precarious for our attackers here, as we're still seeing very good rallying from Gravity. I would imagine Gravity's at least Diamond, from potentially be Conqueror as well, based on what I'm seeing here. This is nice, though. The River Lord has landed, and he's about to do the river dance all over the faces here of Gravity's forces. So none of these towers are actually upgraded, so you just start torching them. Take these houses down. Like, there's no rush. Like, clear the infrastructure, get these towers down. Slow and steady often does win the race. Not that slow, more like brisk walk and steady wins the race, I would say. You don't want to be like that slow, obviously, but like taking the time to clear out the defender's infrastructure is often a good idea if you have a little bit of a cushion, because it keeps them from having a good sustained defense. Now, we do see a nice defense force, really, really good remaster here. Gravity did rebuild some villages somewhere, so that's going to help. But Red could also remedy that by taking out the houses here, right? Just have the horsemen attack the houses, because that will be another supply block. Gravity does have a lot of wood, though, but Gravity's actually out of food and gold. So there's not going to be too many more defenders. Like, after a couple more Royal Rumbles here, it's not going to be great. So Purple is on its way down. Should be able to get the Barbecue of the Sun. Pagodas are going to be next to fall, which is going to cut off quite a few resources. And if you're the Corsair Lord, yeah. You see that this is a losing fight. You get your Bombards back in the ships. Nice play here by Sainch. I love that. This is good. Who's the Palpatine of the Warhammer universe? Ooh, that's tough. Probably Zinch. Yeah, Zinch is like the closest to Palpatine. Although Zinch's scheming is a little bit irrational at times, so Palpatine is like, I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, probably some Vampire Lord, honestly. Like, I don't know. I'd have to think about that. That's a good question. Yeah, he's out of steam, guys. Like, what you see on the defense is what you got. Red is pouring in some horsemen, which will get a couple kills here and there, which does make a difference, but really, the wall is down, so if the Corsair Lord can get some more horsemen, like another wave, probably Spearman would be good too, so we could actually trade. He's going to be able to get like one more consolidated push while Purple is getting a very, very nice wave. About 5 minutes left. This is going to be a very tough hold for Gravity. 100%. It is going to be an incredibly tough hold. Oh, there you go. Yeah, Nagash. Yeah, that could be it. Manfred, if you're talking like end time stuff, I guess. Yeah, Zinch is very much like a Palpatine schemer. I mean, he's literally called the Grand Schemer, so I mean, it's like probably has some laughter for sure. Wouldn't Palpatine be Horus? Oh wait, no, because Horus isn't like Horus is more like a blunt tool, which was kind of manipulated by like the Word Bearers and like Erebus and Lorgar and stuff, I think. So I wouldn't call him the Palpatine character. Lorgar would be more like Palpatine, and like the Word Bearers like would probably be more Palpatine-esque. We're talking 40k. All right, so Bombard's just going ham, and like the defenders are fighting very well, but they don't have the infrastructure or the economy anymore to really sustain this warfare, right? Those Bombards are going to fall back, probably going to turn around and keep shooting right now. And up in the north, we do have some torching still, or maybe more Lancers coming in. The Corsair Lord returns with his Bombards, and it looks like he forgot to load up his horsemen, or did he? No, I guess he has them here. But I only see Bombards in here, so he's going to have to start pushing through those houses. Very, very nice dual-pronged push. I still think that he'll probably get it. Okay, yeah, Be'lakor. Be'lakor is the Palpatine of Warhammer. Yeah, powerful sorcerer, corrupter of heroes, very big fan of overly complicated long-term plans. Dude, nailed it. Be'lakor. Okay. I think that's good. Gorse isn't a Palpatine. He looks like him, but he's not really. He's just... Gorse is a super minor character. He's not important at all in Warhammer lore. Yeah, Corsair Lord going in through the main base, actually. He's got his horsemen in the mainland. We have like a million bombard cannons here, and talk about stressful. I mean, all he has is like archers and hand cannoneers, so he can't even fight that anymore. He's basically just like... He's just in the corner praying right now. He's got to pray to the Jesus to protect him, although I guess it's China, so it'd be a little bit different. Yeah, Horus is Vader. Yeah, that's a great analogy, man. So these bombards should be a little bit more aggressive, move up and like position here and start shooting in if they can. We have 2 minutes and 52 seconds of the Wonder. I think it's oh, I love it. The demo ships. Oh, could we see the explosive junk? Oh, baby, talk dirty. That's so good. Those explosive junks could just like roll up. If those bombards like get right here and just nuke them all, that would potentially be game winning actually. The Red Roos player is in though. He's very close to the Wonder as well. I think if you're teal, you go fight the Red Roos and hope you can demo ship these guys. So the Corsair Lord bringing his river ships up here, which is pretty great. All right, so here they come. Teal gonna make a last stand. Oh, I love the micro on this. Oh, that's so sweet. Although if he loses them, maybe not. Hey, you just gotta forsake those. Where are the demo ships? This is the play. This is the last moment. All right. He's going for the bombards. Oh my god, is he gonna get those? Oh, get in there. Get in there. Oh, and he forces the bombards back. He blew his load a little bit too early. That's what she said. But, yeah, he had a nice opportunity there. And the red bombards are now back out. Dude, a minute 42. This is so tight right now. This is such a close one. I need some water. My voice is getting all scratchy. But dude, what a nuts game. Absolutely bananas. But I think they're going to get it. Like, there's no buffering here. There's a minute and 20 seconds left, which is crazy. What a valiant hold. What a valiant hold. Anakin, I need water. I'm too weak. Say goodnight to the Enclave of the Emperor. One shot from that bombard volley is going to be doing it. And now, how is this game going to unfold? Uravity's probably dead. Well, Uravity might be able to scrap and hold somehow. Let's look. Okay, Uravity literally has 0 economy, so he's dead. Yeah, he's gone. And now we have a battle between the Rus and the Chinese, which probably is going to be massively Chinese favored, considering they have this like huge trade, like these sacred sites. I don't see how the Rus wins this. Dude, this game has been nuts. GG to Uravity. Awesome match. That was really close. Really, really close, my friend. You played like a champion. And then there were 2. So, I will pause. I'm going to go grab some water so I can like get that energy going, and we'll be right back. One sec, guys. I will return. All right, I'm geared up and good to go. I got my water, my H2O. Let's do it, baby. Let's get going. We can fast forward a little bit to catch up to the action too, because there's going to be some downtime here, I can assure you, as they kind of set up their forces. Really good game so far. Has become a graveyard of wonders, I know. Usually Wonder Victories would have won by now, but we're at the 2-hour mark. And these 2 individuals fighting over here. Now it is on. So the Chinese already putting the pressure on the Rus. And the Corsair Lord, I don't know how he wins this. Maybe Corsair Lord goes for a Wonder if he can. I mean, does he have any trade available? He does have 18 trade at the Golden Gate. Okay, so here's what you do. This is my 2 cents on how to win this as the Rus. You trade all your trade value with food here, and that'll give you like close enough to build a Wonder, and then you just slap it down. You don't really have much of a choice. It's just a casual 13 bombards in open field. Please don't lose these to a bunch of cav. That would just feel so bad. Is he going for the back door? Base racing Chinese never works out well. It like never ever works out well, because they just landmark. They just win with landmarks. I think the Rus are just like on the last march of the Ents right now. Except like Isengard is actually gonna like own them, basically. All right, so here they come. 35 horsemen. Mark in chat says, GG, Uravity here was a really good game. Dude, you were a terror that game. I really thought you were going to win. But yeah, it's hard. Like, a fully functional Chinese and the rivers, like, sneaking into your base actually really helped them get in there. Very well played to you, Mark. That was a great game. You seem like a very, very strong player, my friend. All right, so Sacred Side's being taken by the Bruce, but the Chinese are just going for the kill, man. And honestly, the Bruce might just die if they don't have an army at home. This has been nuts. The Bruce base, yeah, they got some walls that'll buy them sometime, I suppose, setting up a bunch of stables. That's pretty much all you can do as Bruce at this point. Use what little gold you have on Streltsy and then just spam horsemen to try and dive artillery and whatnot. And in the middle, yeah, looks like China will hold. I mean, they have Lancers. Lancers will wreck the horsemen pretty bad. And I don't know what's going on with this. I don't like the Bombards like out alone like this. I feel like they need some spears. Yeah, the Uruk-hai are still in Isengard, yeah. The Uruk-hai army probably would have owned the Ants pretty hard. They would have just like dragged them down and gotten them lumberjack axes going. Who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. So 13 Bombards. Where are they heading? Are they going to the Chinese main base? Dude, it's going to take so much effort to snipe those landmarks. And what is this? Spearmen, Lancers, couple Grenadiers. Do the Rus have anything at home? Not really. So let's do landmark inventory. So for Rus landmarks, we have... Oh, wow, look at this. There's even some Chinese Lancers raiding the Rus eco. And, like, they just don't have, like, the supply to deal with it. Like, East Ancient is, like, capped out on supply, and most of his military is, like, on a foreign quest. So he's literally just going to lose, like, 40 villagers to these three guys. He accidentally took the Relic out of the monastery, which is a pretty substantial mistake. Yeah, looking pretty grim bones for him, guys. He's got the Abbey, TC, Golden Gate, and then here is the High Armory. So if China just marches due north, they can pretty much hit all those. But yeah, I mean, China's getting some, you know, there's some momentum against them too. Look, the Bombards are having to like scoot and shoot with their haggard slow movement speed, which is really, really funny. Is there a wonder built? Not right now. There's been 2 wonders this game, I think. Yeah, 2. And both the players who built wonders did die. So Westerly had like a minute left on his, and then down to the south we had the Great Uravity, who narrowly fell. He was like a minute and a half away as well. Cipe says, when will Warhammer 3 streams become a constant thing? So we're not allowed to stream on the current build we have. We can only show replays, and we can't do any live gameplay on the IE build we have. So as soon as Creative Assembly allows us to, then we will. So, which hopefully will be soon. Yeah, and they'll be like 3 or 4 days a week. We'll be streaming Total War. Yeah, probably like 4 days a week, and then age like 2 or 3 as well. Yeah, this has been this has been a great FFA final. So Landmark's just getting karate chopped, but the Rus are actually defending pretty well. The Bombards are like kind of stacked on top of each other, having some problems here. The thing about China, like this little mission of theirs, is they don't have too many reinforcements. East Age, his eco just is getting blasted, but it's kind of freeing up supply for military, which is pretty hilarious. But yeah, these Lancers riding around, just killing everything. We see Ivan getting in there with the Relic, but he's just going to be dunked on by those Lancers for sure. And yeah, man, this is looking real rough for the Rus. This doomed crusade of the Rus here was a rough one. Although he is getting into the Chinese base, dude. There's no way though. There's no way. I mean, I don't know. Can the Rus survive this? I think the fact that they took so much eco damage pretty much just spells their doom. They only have 26 vills, so China would be able to just rebuild quickly, and Rus wouldn't. So I think that really is the big deciding factor. But yeah, the Rus spears are still truffling out and getting a little bit of damage here and there. And here they go, man. You got 8 Bombards moving up to the north, and that is going to be potentially it. How many landmarks do we have left? 3, but they're right next to each other, so a pod of, 8 Bombard cannons is going to be able to just karate chop those. But he needs to get those Bombards up, like scoot them up right here and start blasting these landmarks. Because eventually the Rus attrition will push back the Chinese attackers, most likely. He's also just got a ton of units macroing in from the north, yeah, mainly just spearmen. But now, how is the Rus pressure going in the Chinese base? The dreaded base race. Chinese landmarks are everywhere, though. They're like hidden in every nook and cranny of the map, so it's going to be really, really tough. Okay, so Abbey is down, which is going to be brutal. Now the Rus aren't going to have any gold income, really, because that was their main gold income. TC is going down here, guys. The TC is in a little bit of danger as the Rus are desperately trying to hold, and they don't even have any villagers to pull and repair with. They did pay the troll toll. And then all it is from there is just killing the Golden Gate. And if they can do that, that's going to be a slam dunk. So now they're moving up. Are they going to get the Golden Gate? The Rus army is like swarming. The Chinese are actually kind of running out of steam a little bit here, as just the Red Army just swarms, just like a bunch of Velociraptors. And the Golden Gate down to about 700 HP. Good night, sweet prince. A salute to those who have fallen. And today's victor is going to be our purple Chinese champion. Once again, He has defended his crown. Jesus, taking the W, dude. He won last time, too. Crazy stuff, dude. What a great game. So looking at the eco, yeah, Jesus crushed it on the gold. Oh, my God. That trade, he was able to kind of secure it a couple points during the game. Yeah, Jesus has won twice. He has. I'll have to add a Hall of Fame section on the on my Total War website for Age of Empires. We'll add a little fun section to immortalize all these FFA tournaments. The two-time, baby. The two-time champ. He did it. GG, well played. So, guys, if you enjoyed today's stream, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. Lets me know what you guys want to see. A salute to all those who have fallen here in the grand finals. Esaint, Ravity, Bullmoose, Tungdil, Westerly, Salt, Jesus, Nemo, and Jacquin. Some very strong players here today. With that, ladies and gentlemen, will be it today. Thank you so much for the donations. We got a new member as well. Thanks for keeping this old machine rolling. And that is going to be a victory for Jesus, who's going to be winning the prize. So, Purple is trading? Yes, he was. Prince says, I lost to someone who took second place. I feel a little bit better. Hey, man, hold your head up high. Don't you worry, man. GG's indeed. What a fun set of games today. I think politics ruined... Yeah, I don't know about the politics. You guys want to see the timeline? There you go. That's unit count. Let's go ahead and see what the score looked like. Yeah. You know, Uravity was kind of ahead until that very last Wonder play. Yeah. It was really back and forth. We had a huge spike in power with Westerly. Westerly was the tyrant. This is when Westerly built the Wonder. Westerly was like ahead of everyone, hands down. That was such a good event. Wow, really fun. So that is it for today, guys. Thank you so much for joining. Please do drop a like on the way out. It helps more people find Age of Empires here on the channel. And that will be it for today. Congratulations to the Dark Lord Jesus. Once again, showing no mercy to his foes. And man, super hyped. That was really, really fun. Take care. Adios. Do widzenia. Appreciate you all. And we'll be back with another FFA tournament. Gonna try and keep doing them once a week. It's really fun to just have like a one-off, you know, something to look forward to at the end of every week. So you guys wanted the tier list for FFA from me. Okay, so let me give that. So let me get my notepad out. Hold on. So hang tight if you guys want to hear the tier list and the fun ending. The prize. So plus, let me think here. It's probably going to be. So I'm just setting up the parameters. So for me, it would probably be okay. Assuming England doesn't have like some weird attack speed bug. English, Chinese, probably English, Chinese, and then okay, what civs am I missing here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So Rus would be here with for me. All right, so getting the tier list going. I'm about to finish it. And this is like with very little thought put in. It's just like a spur of the moment type thing. So English, Chinese. Who am I missing here? Hold on. Delhi #1. No, definitely not. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. My brain just can't conceptualize what civs I'm missing. Hold on. I need to go into a custom game. It's been a while since I've eaten, guys. I'm dehydrated and hungry, so bear with me. Bear with me. Okay, so who... A would be those two for sure. And then HRE would probably be here as well. Then I think we're missing just the Mongols. So it'd be something like this. Oh, that didn't come out well. So I'd have English and Chinese as S tier. French, Rus, and HRE as A, Mongols as B, Abbasid as C, and Delhi as F. That would be how I would rank it. So my justification for that is that like English has infinite gold. It's just crazy. Like late game, if you're one-on-one versus an English player in late game, you're probably going to lose, like no matter what, if they're like a good player. Because the treb spam, just the food, the gold that they just get, they just like outweigh you with everything. It's pretty nuts. For Chinese, pretty self-explanatory. Insane late game artillery, fire lancer, base sniping. They have grenadiers. Pagodas can be quite good as well. And the fact that they have 6 landmarks makes them just tyrannical. For A tier, I would have French. number one is French would be A tier because I think they have really good units. Just the Arbalists, the French Knights, the Guild Hall can give you insanely gross like resource dumps in the late game, which can just help you win on wonders. And the French also have some like trade accentuations if you want to play that way. They can bring back a secondary resource in their trading, like stone. So French, I would say, are a solid A tier. Rus used to be much lower for me. I would say like B or C even, but now that I would say B before. Now Rus are A because they can build stone walls. They have some infinite gold mechanics with the high trade house as well as the hunting cabins. They also have good farming with the bounty system, and nobody ever contests their bounty, so they usually have really good starts. Plus, Rus have excellent units via the Streltsy, right? So their late game trading is usually very cost effective. And their horsemen are also better than other ones because of the Boyar's Fortitude. They're a little bit more tanky. So I would say that Rus are for sure a very solid A tier civ. HRE is also A tier because with a Regnitz and like 3 to 4 relics, you can basically just outgold everyone in the late game. And yeah, they're a very muscly faction, very durable. The repairs, the emergency repairs make their defenses of wonders like super strong, right? Super strong. And also now onto B tier, Mongols are like a little bit fickle. That's why I don't think they belong in A tier, but their trading can be insane with the silver tree. On top of that, they basically get infinite stone from their OVO. So Mongols can do some of the most disgusting corner wonders in the game with like 50 like towers around it with like Springalds entrenched in them, and you just can't get to their stuff. It's super nightmarish. Also, Mongols are one of the hardest civs in the game to kill in FFA. The fact that they can relocate their entire bases and hide their landmarks around the map just makes it like oftentimes people just don't bother finishing them, and then they just like the Mongols just come back and they're able to regroup and win and with crazy stuff. Abbasid are C tier. If Abbasid could have, it's just simply because of landmarks. Abbasid have insane trade. They have really good eco. No infinite gold mechanics though, like some of these other civs, and they also only have 2 landmarks, which is just such a downside. Like you're so easy to kill. You're so easy to kill compared to other civs. And Delhi. So Delhi's F tier because like as soon as you get Imp, you kind of fall behind. It takes like 10 years to get your upgrades. Like the big strengths of Delhi in 1v1 are usually just getting early Sacreds and controlling the map in that way and getting a ton of money from Sanctity and also Elephants. But Elephants fall off super hard in late game. And most FFA games take place in the late game. So you're just going to fall off with most of your units. You don't have any unique mechanics in the Imperial Age that are actually good, aside from maybe a little bit of a scholar spam. But usually your armies are getting wiped over and over, so you don't really benefit from it. But that's it. So hopefully you guys enjoyed it. So Chinese and English S and Chinese and English are S tier. French, Rus, and HRE are A tier. Mongols are B. Abbasid are C, and Delhi is the worst at F. So, all right, guys, that is it. Yeah, we're done for today. We just finished the FFA tournament. I'll be back streaming some Age. I don't know, maybe on Sunday. I'm not sure. Monday at the very latest, though. There's going to be some good times coming. Appreciate you guys, and yeah, we will. Hey, Turn, I think you need to update the About section of the channel. Yeah, probably. It's probably about time I do that. All right, take care of yourselves. We'll see you on the other side. And yeah, that'll be it for today. Cheers.